what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
against liars. Feed your anger like fire. Why does nobody want change? Just imagine you're out there, swatting lies in the making. Can't move fast without breaking. If you hold on, life won't change.
Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
What is up, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon or evening or morning or whatever it is in your time zone. It is October 7th, a Wednesday, 2024. This is NCC coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me, to my senses. Could be a brain in the jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures. Rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost on a half shell. In this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. We are in the future, not just the future, Faye Molly, the cyber future, as was predicted by someone who now hates my guts, but that's okay. That's perfectly all right. Not everybody has to like me. But yeah, no, it will be more. It will become more difficult to dislike me over time. So just know that if you're in that space, in that headspace right now, you know, just wait a little bit and you'll feel differently. Trust me. I've opened the doors to ethically less attractive roles. Why is Waluigi looking down? Oh my god. Because somehow sitting down is just like not... So this, my whole setup, oh my gosh. If you could only see. You could only see my whole setup. There we go. Like my desk is a standing desk. So I can go here and like raise it up, right? And then I can kick this chair out from behind me. And then I can raise this mic stand up. And in that position, Waluigi has a lot easier time balancing on the SM7B, the best mic in all of broadcasting, which I'm so glad to have, and thank you. Thank you to my friends and supporters on Throne Gang, right? You're the ones that made this happen, what I've got in front of me, and what I've got behind me in terms of the background. This is all thanks to Throne Gang, so thank you for supporting me on Throne.com. We gotta mess with Anna again, don't we? I don't know. That's probably the wrong word. Look, Anna does name search, right? She's not the only one, but she definitely name searches, all right? Because this new Substack, it's just... Look, you're always going to be called down by somebody out there, all right? No matter where you're at streaming, if you are moderately successful at all as a YouTuber, as a content creator, as a streamer, you're going to take some heat. And look, if you don't mind it, right? If you think that you're right, because, you know, you're based now and you're no longer, you're a heterodox thinker and you're no longer part of the transgender cult of the left, like Ana Kasparian thinks of herself, it shouldn't bother you that people that you have disavowed disavow you. That should be like, yeah, no, that's as it should be. But Ana cannot fucking hold her smoke. She cannot hold her smoke. Not like me, who's infinitely able to hold smoke. And bite my tongue too. I've bitten my tongue a lot. Yeah. Never understood how creators can orbit. Aren't the viewers the true orbiters? That's a good question. Question about orbiters. So when we talk about orbiters, we're talking about streamers who, you know, it's weird. I think of orbiters like you are pro that person. But I've heard Tyler and Sunday mention orbiter, like call each other orbiters, and obviously they are not pro each other. In fact, they're very anti each other, even to the point where it's starting to bother me. It's starting to bother me that clearly Sunday is lonely and misses his friend, and he does not know any other way to communicate with Tyler other than making infinite content about him. I don't know. It's messy. And it's not fun. Like, I don't like to see people, like, actually having a bad time. But yeah, orbiters, right? It's generally, like, okay, so let me give you my example, all right? I was a Destiny orbiter without realizing it. I didn't know what an orbiter was. I did not understand the concept. I was just a streamer making streams on Twitch, and I did panel shows, and panel shows sometimes turn into debates. And debates tend to attract debate perverts, such as Mr. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell III. We are Stardust? Wait, we are Stardust? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Oh, you're singing a song, aren't you? I thought you were talking about the streamer. We are definitely not Stardust over here. But we are Stardust in the sense that we've got to get ourselves back to the garden. Yeah, that's the lyric that I'm looking for. We're golden. Yeah, okay, I know that song. Oh my god, chat. I gotta get my guitar so I can play stuff like that. Unless you can skip to next January, I'm not in a hurry to get to that future. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's gonna be a very scary month ahead, given the high stakes, low reward, I guess you would call it, election in front of us. I say low reward because, you know, there's no real indication that Kamala Harris is going to be that much of a step up from Biden. But obviously, Trump would be a major, I don't know, regression? Yeah, at this point, a regression. You do not want to see the United States of America regress into Trumpism, and yet the world gets scarier and scarier, and people's reactions to a scary world is often to grab the coattails of somebody that they should never trust, but to present strength nonetheless, right? That's the danger. But yeah, orbiters would call orbiters mutually positive or clout chaser of the hater content. I never think about haters as orbiters. I mean, I guess an orbiter could be like friendly to you and then could be like not friendly to you and could sort of hang on and be like, you know, I've had a little bit of that. But yeah, I've had orbiters. I've been an orbiter. It is a weird thing. It is a little bit of a weird thing. But yeah, I didn't realize it either. So I have this, you know, way back in the day, I have a weekly panel show, right? Where I bring on, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 people to have a conversation. Some of those conversations got kind of spicy. One of those conversations attracted Destiny, right? Because I had on somebody who I guess was a friend of Destiny. And when Destiny saw this person on my stream, Destiny asked, can I join? And I was just like, oh, hey, a big streamer. That's really cool. I'm really getting noticed, right? I didn't really think much past that. I really didn't think much past that. And I didn't have a lot of a concept of Destiny other than the guy that does debates against the alt-right. This was a long time ago, right? So I'm like, yeah, bring him on. And we end up having a conversation. The conversation turns into a lot of shit talking about a streamer named Demon Mama, a streamer that I am very much not cool with, was not even that cool with back in the day. I'd had her on before, but her ego is like, doesn't fit in the room. All right. To be completely honest with you, I have rarely met someone who is up their own ass as much as Demon Mama. And she really kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But at the same time, you know, she's a leftist. I find myself agreeing with her a lot. You know, she had some based takes. And so when Destiny comes on and says this demon mom is just the worst of the worst, and she needs to be chased off of the internet, I'm just like, you know, why? Why does she need to be? Well, she's trying to cancel me. We had this debate, and she said I was transphobic, and those kind of words can lose you a sponsorship. So Destiny needs his sponsorships. He needs all his monies. He needs all of his monies, and this demon mom, this evil demon mama, might cost him some money. So she needs to be dealt with. She needs to be gotten rid of. And he's like making this case to me that she's like the worst, you know, scumbag in the world. And I'm kind of like, you know, I don't like her, but how is she any worse than any other debate lord out there? She's not. She's the same. She's the same. That's the problem with her. She's the same as all the rest of them, right? So, you know, I kind of end up defending her, and then but not in a way that pisses him off. And but his whole thing about cancel culture like really made me think of the fact that dudes like Destiny, they don't even know what cancel culture means, right? In terms of being scapegoated and silenced, which is, I think, what people mean by cancellation. Can we agree on that? That's what cancellation is supposed to mean. You're scapegoated, you're singled out, and you're isolated. That's definitely what canceled means, right? And I'm just like, wait a minute, Destiny, you don't even understand. Like, this isn't something that happens to dudes like you. This is something that happens to trans people. This is something that happens to people of color. This is something that happens to marginalized people. So I try to make the case, you know, given his like framework of cancel culture bad, right? I'm like, all right, cancel culture bad. What about what you're trying to do to Demon Mama? You have a lot more of a chance to actually silence her, to scapegoat her, to drive harassment at her. You're talking about driving her off the fucking internet. Do you not get it? The thing that you're accusing somebody else of is the thing that you yourself are doing. And motherfucker turns around and starts playing his piano. Zones me the fuck out, right? Just will not listen. And I end up, I'm like, oh no, this is bad. I changed the subject. We talk about something else instead. And that was the extent of my dealings with Destiny. But I didn't realize that turns you into an orbiter. How does that work? It works like this. Orbit is about audience, right? So, you know, with a real orbit, you've got a planet. Planet's got gravity. That gravity will cause like smaller objects in the area to start to orbit around it, right? That's what orbit is in like stellar physics, or what, you know, like that's what an orbit is in terms of outer space, right? But when we're talking about streamers, it's not about gravity. It's about, I mean, some people would say clout, and some people would say reputation, but I really want to say audience, right? You talk to somebody like Destiny, it means that you're on his stream. And now a whole bunch of people that are not in your audience have heard you. And if you are interesting enough, you become a character in that cinematic universe. So without realizing it, I became a character in the Destiny cinematic universe. Now that might sound good if you're a small creator and you're like, yeah, that's great. A whole bunch of people are talking about me. And some of them even come over and watch. Well, if you're a character in the cinematic universe of a person, you're also going to be talked about and discussed in their community, and most prominently on their subreddit. And that is what happened. And I found myself constricted. I found myself unable to talk to the guests that I normally talk to, because when the Destiny audience did not like the person that I was talking to, and I wasn't like mean to them, although I could actually make an argument that I was mean to the person that I got canceled for supposedly defending, but I actually was quite mean to her. They just didn't realize it. But yeah, no, this whole thing gets started up of like, I'm this evil person and I get all this hate and all this, you know. But yeah, I didn't even realize that's what happened. I didn't realize that could happen. I didn't understand the game that Destiny was playing, which, you know, I was seeing the beginning of the motherfucker punching left, right? He'd punched right a lot, and people liked it when he punched right. People like to see him take on, and expose JonTron. People like to see him dunk on like Lauren Southern and people like that. But people did not realize at the time that that was just an arc. Destiny has arcs, and he was on his like anti-right wing arc for a while, and then he went on his anti-left wing arc. And the anti-left wing arc is because he does not want not just Demon Mama, but any leftist to be represented on the internet. And he's done his damnedest to make that an impossibility. There were a lot more people. There were a lot more actual leftists that were, Twitch streamers, YouTube streamers, internet figures of some note prior to Destiny just like trying to wipe the field. So yeah, it's like I thought that we were playing Tiddlywinks, and it turned out that we were playing, oh my god, what's that movie called where the guy is playing a game and it ends up being actual nuclear war? You know what I'm talking about, chat? What's that movie where he's like playing a simulation of nuclear war, and it turns out that somehow he's hacked into the anybody know what I'm talking about? A lot of people in his orbit used to call themselves socialists, no longer do. Oh yeah, you can't. You would have to, meet his purity test. Is it called War Games? Somebody said War Games. Is it War Games? That sounds right. I think it's called, the 80s one. Yeah, it's called Ender's Game. Yeah, I think it's called War Games, right? You think that you're playing Tiddlywinks, but you're actually playing War Games. It's actually a lot more serious than you realize. And yeah, the reason that Destiny is reacting like this is because he's talking about the difference between like tens of thousands of dollars. And it's just wild to me that somebody as seemingly inconsequential as Demon Mama could become like a target for, this guy's like five-figure sponsorships. Yeah, Ender's Game is a sci-fi. I haven't read it, but it's by Orson Scott Card, who's a pretty like some kind of conservative, right? Orson Scott Card. And a lot of people like get into Ender's Game and get into his books and don't really realize that there's that he is one of the, what do they call them, the sick puppies? Left is best, Seth Evans. I agree. Why are we talking about Destiny? Somebody asked me about orbiters, and so I had to relay my experience of what an orbiter is. But yeah, it's not really. Is it? I mean, could you say that TYT has orbiters? Their orbitership is a lot more formalized, right? If you're an orbiter of TYT, you're like on one of the shows, right? Maybe they bring you onto the main show, but more likely you're working for them on one of their satellite channels. Oh, Orson Scott Card is anti-gay. I think he's pretty much a chud, isn't he? But yeah, that's what it is, right? I feel like I don't think I've ever, I don't usually hear it put simply. I usually just hear it from people that are way too online, explaining to people that are less online without really realizing that they don't understand what you're saying if you just say orbiter, right? You got to put it to them that we're talking about somebody that shares an audience. That's the gravitational pull that you share. That's what makes you an orbiter in my mind, right? So in some way, it's a little bit subjective, right? You could say, well, to what degree? If there's one person that's in my audience and that's in somebody else's audience, like, am I an orbiter of them? Are they an orbiter of me? If we're about the same size, are we orbiting each other? And it's like, well, that's not really like one person. It's just that you share a decent amount of audience. You've got a, oh my God, what did Kamala Harris say? The like the intersecting Venn diagram, is that what she said that people make fun of? Because it's like a little bit of a, Hassan is a TYT orbiter. You know, in terms of how I just described, yeah, there's a kappa there. So for anybody that doesn't know what a kappa is, let's post some kappas. Just so maybe you know what I'm talking about here. All right. That's a kappa. That's a kappa. These are kappas, right? So whenever anybody on Twitch says something and then they say kappa, that means that they're kidding. They're not serious. They're saying it sarcastically. They're saying it parodically. Parodically? So in other words, woke CIA drone pilot does not actually mean that Hassan is a TYT orbiter, even though you could make the case that maybe in the beginning, yeah, he did do content on TYT's channel. But so quickly, he became too radioactive for TYT. Hassan was the original orbiter. Now he's his own man. He really is. Yeah, an orbiter of both TYT and Destiny in some ways. Love the term joke scold. Just let Seinfeld find out. Don't let Seinfeld find out about it. He'll add it to his show. Does he still do the getting coffee in cars with comedians? He is too much like his uncle, really. Oh, Scott Card. Orson Scott Card was a Mormon missionary. The only good thing that missionaries ever did was invent the missionary position. I mean, it would be weird not to have it. Can you imagine life without the missionary position? What's up, Remy? In other words, we all share the same... Oh, yeah, kind of do, Remy, kind of do. We all fell out of the same coconut tree. Hassan has left the TYT orbit, in my humble opinion. Oh, yeah, for sure. She says we must be unburdened of being an orbiter. Yeah, I mean, you don't realize you're burdened by it, though. You don't realize the limitation. Like, all anybody sells it to you as is like, hey, you know, you could stream for years and years and years and hope that you gather an audience. And maybe you won't. Maybe you won't. Or maybe you'll gather an audience and then you'll do something silly and the audience will leave you. Right? There's a good chance of that, right? And that's not a great thing to go into. That's scary. So wait, what's a shortcut though? How can I avoid this? Could I make this happen faster? I'd like to be big faster. Can I please be big faster? Oh yeah, you can. All you gotta do is crawl up Vosh's butt. And he'll give you a white leaf site, and you'll get hit by, you know, people will raid you and people will check you out based on your, you know, on-screen engagements with other white leaf streamers. And, you know, you can skip that part, right? That's why it's so enticing. That's why so many people take that offer, which is like essentially a witch handing you a poison apple, right? And it was offered to me as well. I am one of the only people I know who said no to that offer. A kappa is also a mythical creature in Japan. It is. Looks like a turtle with a divot in its head, and it drowns children. Yeah, and it grabs things out of your butt. Like a shirikudama. Kappas are turtle demon things. Yeah, like with a duck, sort of some duck DNA in there too. You have to trick it to bend over. You kind of do. Wow, I didn't think about that, but you're right. You're right. Oh my god, I can't explain kappas. Kappas are too much. But those that know. We're talking about a type of yokai, a mythical beast. I think that position came in default with you think that's the default position though? Don't you think it's much more easy and simple and obvious to hit it from the back? As they say. Or to get it hit from the back? Bosch asking the magic mirror who is the most edgy streamer of all. Nice. It's a horse handing horse handing. Yeah, it's a horse hoof. Yeah, that would be right. It grabs the soul out of your butt, kind of. Yeah, what is the Shirikudama? Is it your soul, or is it more like your desires? Why are all your desires in your butt? Leave the butts alone, right? Why do all Japanese yokai do stuff to your butt? Wait, are there other yokai that do stuff to your butt? Yeah, that's what Kappas did. Yeah, yeah. Well, the whole thing is this, right? When people drown, okay, this is grim, right? But when people drown, you know, their bodies are found days later, and you know how when you sit in a bathtub, your body gets all wrinkly like a prune. You know what I'm talking about? You stay in the bath too long, and you got like, you know, wrinkly fingers and stuff. Well, imagine that, but for 5 days, and it's your butt, right? So it's kind of like something kind of like pops out, right? It's like your butt looks a little bit different. The starfish has grown, in other words, right? And when people would find the drowned, you know, days later with the kind of distended, you know, a distended sphincter, they would come. I mean, it probably is. It comes from that, right? Or like, what happened to this person? Oh, maybe a mythical river turtle duck reached up there to take the person's Shirikudama, and that's why they're dead, right? It's not drowning, but yeah, it's I prefer hitting it from the back for one, but not for the other. For 10.99, you. Oh my god, I didn't mean to make chat horny. That just happens by itself, though. A lot of yokai do butt stuff, huh? It's okay that they do stuff to your butt so long as you're generating the most power. I don't know what we're talking about. I just have heard I know way too much about Kappa lore. It's like a Patrick sized. Yeah, that's where Patrick came from, actually. Which is weird. You consider that moisture is necessary for anti-aging strategies, right? But yeah, we gotta go. We gotta Oh, I figured it was lyrics. Yeah. You gotta power bottom the yokai. I mean, that's one way to go about it. I thought kappas were monsters that had coins coming out of its heads and live in the water. Thinking of a real monster? Well, I feel like there's probably like it's been the inspiration, I believe, of a lot of different. Am I wrong? Yeah, I think the kappa is the inspiration for a lot of different. Like I could see like people making like you know how there's like a million different like rip-offs of Pokemon. It's probably stuff like that would come up with something similar. But yeah, Ana freaking Kasparian. We're doing this again. Anna's made a Substack. And it's called Unaligned. Because she is unaligned. She's politically homeless. Poor Anna. Right? That's who we should feel bad for. The politically homeless, not the actual unhoused, right? We got to demonize the unhoused. We got to make sure that everybody thinks of unhoused people as being dangerous. And that's kind of where this all started from, in terms of Anna becoming the demi-chud that she is today. It all comes out of an experience that she had where she was the victim of SA, apparently, and talked about it on social media. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's very brave. Some people don't ever find the strength to talk about what happened to them, and if you want to share your story, that's based, right? But she includes this detail, right? So if you have this happen to you and you want to talk about it on social media, you probably wouldn't be like a person of this race did this to me, right? Because then it kind of sounds like you are associating the person's ethnicity, you're associating the with the with you being victimized, right? Which is probably not what you're trying to say unless you're really, really racist. And in the same way, you wouldn't, oh my God. It's a pleasure to see you too, Canadian Brunch. Thank you. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, even if they're true, there's certain details about the person that did something like that to you that wouldn't be relevant, right? It's not it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Something, you got essayed, that's fucked up. And, if you feel like you need to, share that, then you should. But if you include the details about the person that did it, it's like, you got to ask, for what purpose is that? Is there a reason that you're doing that? And I feel like if it was done, with, talking about the person's race, then people would kind of look at you strange. Like, do you think that is something that, is endemic to, a culture, to a ethnicity? Is that what you're trying to, because it kind of sounds like that's what you're trying to say. So in other words, you wouldn't include that detail, most likely, right? That's not relevant. But Anna felt it relevant to say that she was victimized by somebody who was unhoused. Which again, why is that relevant? Well, to Anna, the fact that people on the left had an issue with her mentioning the, unhoused status of the person that did this, they were trying to silence her. They were trying to shut her up. She needs to tell her important truth. And part of her important truth, apparently, is that unhoused people are dangerous. So that's why she got that reaction. But she feels victimized and betrayed, right? This is the left. You're supposed to support victims, but I guess you don't support a victim that comes forward and says they're a victim of the unhoused, right? And it's like, the whole point of it is that, like, yo, do you not think that unhoused people have it tough enough already? You really think that you need to, like, add to the pejorative and be like, yeah, one of those unhoused people, that was who did this. So I mean, like, that's where it starts. Although if you look at some of Anna's stuff, she mentions reading John Haidt. One in chat if you know who John Haidt is. One in chat if you're familiar with John Haidt. Haidt. She mentions that she had some kind of experience while the pandemic was going on, where she had a lot of free time and she did a lot of reading, and she was like somewhat unplugged from her normal social group. And that this is when she started to open her mind to, like, heterodox ideas and realize, well, wow, I always assumed that the left was right about everything, but it turns out they're not. So not a lot of John Haidt knowers. Look, I don't think that necessarily all of John Haidt's work is, like, right-wing in nature. Is he a libertarian author? He could be. Gary knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, fairly popular writer, and writes about a lot of different things. One of the things that Jonathan Haidt is known for is talking about social media and its negative effect on people, which is something that seems to be true, right? Yeah, social media can have some negative effects for sure, right? And especially when those people are young, right? Especially when those people are young people on their cell phones, right? So he's got this whole thing of, like, maybe we shouldn't give our kids smartphones until, like, this, the MR maybe mentioned him. Yeah, and, like, not everybody that mentions him or finds some value in his work is bad, but I feel like his work on political alignment is kind of fishhooky, if you know what I mean. It's very like woke centrist kind of stuff. And so Ana starts getting it. Yeah, enlightened centrism. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so Ana starts getting into this over the pandemic. I guess that would have been 2020, 2021. Then we get to 2022. She has this, horrible thing happen to her. She talks about it. This is around the same time that Jink was complaining about there were, what was it? He saw an unhoused person gratifying themselves in public and was, I don't know, we got to do something about this. I used to be an advocate for these people, but if they're gonna jerk it in public, then maybe not so much. So, you got Jink and Ana just having chud takes at the same time, and people being like, what the fuck? But they had built up a lot of trust in their audience. And so people kind of figured this is a one-off, right? Not all the takes can be good. You must be this tall to ride, the John Haidt autobiography. I can understand some people having conservative leaning ideas on some issues, but I don't find Ana to be genuinely that type of person. That's a question that we're going to interrogate, Double Dostoevsky. Yes, enlightened centrism is insufferable. True. COVID season made a lot of people go bananas. Yeah. Read about it in Naomi Klein's new book, if you want to. American version of conservative ideas is almost exclusively fascistic at this point. So centrism is like, we can have a little fascism as a treat. Absolutely. It's got, but yeah, so you got Jink and Ana starting to go sort of right wing, but still, even in like 2022, I think, we're also going to find Ana arguing against the position that she ends up taking. The famous position that she ends up taking. Also, thank you for the resub, Canadian Brunch. That gets us started on, oh my gosh, I gotta get this going too. So, you can find examples of Ana Kasparian actually pushing back against the argument that she ends up making RE birthing people, right? She goes to some medical appointment, sees something somewhere on a form that says birthing person, right? Rather than asking, like, are you male or female? They're asking, are you a birthing person? Because they're asking specifically about, concerns relating to one's potential to give birth, right? Some people could give birth and other people could never give birth for a variety of reasons. So when you're talking about childbirth and, I don't know, ovulation and stuff like that, then it makes more sense to direct it to, the group of people you actually mean, which is not women per se, which is not even, if you want to use the language biological women, or right, it's more than that, right? It's like, do you have, the potential to give birth? Okay, then you're a birthing person, right? Then these considerations are important for you. Whereas if you could never get pregnant, then maybe those considerations are not, So that's all it's there for. She sees this and she's like, "What? We're not allowed to say woman anymore? I'm not allowed to be a woman? Wait, is it politically incorrect to say woman? You're gonna say birthing person? That's political." Yeah, so she's got this weird boomer mindset, right? This is like 90s shit, right? The political correctness discourse, as near as I can tell, dates back to the 90s, right? And the idea was that instead of saying you're handicapped, you would be differently abled. And some people took this as like, oh, we're not allowed to say handicapped anymore. Oh, we got to say like that, like, I don't know. This is where like all the, you're a fragile snowflake, you want to, all this kind of stuff like traces its way back to the 90s, right? And so Ana feels like she's having this like weird boomer reaction to this, like the existence of this phrase, the idea that some people that can give birth do not consider themselves women, right? Do not identify as a woman, right? It's just, what, we have to change language just for them? If we want to be accurate, because you don't realize that, like, as a medical professional, you are trying to reach your patients where they're at. You're not trying to be, you know, you force an identity on a patient that they don't, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I mean, that's where we got this. That's where it comes from. That's where the birthing person thing comes from. And it just all went downhill from there, right? A lot of people that were Anna's friends on the left, when they first heard this, they reacted by minimizing it. I'm not going to name names or anything like that, and I don't really I'm not angry at people who did this. I sort of understand, you know, if you're a person who's doing online politics and you're not like a drama streamer or a commentary streamer, your focus is on politics. Your focus is on world issues. So your focus is on the news, right? And you're not following Ana Kasparian's every move. So you start to hear Ana Kasparian has got like all this smoke for trans people now. And you're like, well, you know, she's probably just confused. Maybe she had a bad day. Maybe she's overreacting. I don't know. You get a lot of people that their audience kind of expects more of them that are minimizing what Ana is doing. And then you have one person who doesn't beat around the bushes at all. And this is Olimey. When Olimey is confronted by what Ana says, Olimey's just honest. Now, I don't think that Olimey was mean. I don't think that Olimey was confrontational. I don't think that Olimey said anything that you can't, like, you know, precludes a sort of conversation. But it was taken by Ana Kasparian as being, you know, Olimey's throwing bombs. And then anybody who's on stream on the Leftist Mafia at the time with Olimey, well, they're guilty too, because they didn't speak up and say, hey, how dare you say that? There were a lot of people that were soft-pedaling Anna's, you know, chuddery. Ana hopes to make more money by delivering a right-wing message. Maybe so. A lot of people think so. But yeah, shit got worse from there, and it's been getting worse. And you know, I do think it's a content strategy. Wait, correct you if you're off on your assessment. Double Dostoevsky says, it's one of the rare instances where trans men are recognized, since there's a lot of focus on trans women. So it seems really like really a positive term to me. Very strange to find fault in that. You know, it's funny because the other term that Ana Kasparian gets upset about is a term that is used maybe by some trans guys as well. Jonathan Ross says she's becoming a centrist boomer type. She's almost 40 years old, not to be ageist or anything. Imagine having smoke for trans people. They just make 9-hour video essays. Yeah. Blinded by friendship is a serious issue. It's an issue that I've dealt with too, right? When I had a conflict with a very large political panel streamer and his friends, a lot of the people that I supposedly burnt bridges with, you know, it was just an issue of friendship, right? Or working with someone, right? A lot of these people, they couldn't imagine, you know, somebody... They couldn't imagine this person like going after me just based on their own fragility, right? Based on their own like concern of like, you know, a smaller streamer, a smaller content creator disagreeing with something that they said, right? So they had they needed to make it, well, you know, she's gone crazy is what's happened. She's lost it. She's, you know, out there. And yeah, I had to burn bridges over that. And it doesn't feel good either. Dave Rubin wasn't a one-off. They're headed right, folks. That's what a lot of people say. Yeah, you're Azon. That's definitely something I've heard. Wait, I wouldn't even do her. Jink to Anna, R.E. Britney Spears. When was this, Mozart? Ana Kasparian is a High Plains grifter. Never got into Anna, but it's still disappointing to see someone who used to be pro-trans acting like that, especially as an AFAB non-binary person. I'm a birthing person because I'm not a woman. Yeah. So and this is the thing is that, like, I don't know, Anna acts like that the very existence of the term birthing person somehow erases her womanhood. And in reality, what she's the one who's trying to erase, people that yeah, can give birth but are not women. No one is a boomer when they are in their 40s. That usually is used for people who are elderly. Well, yeah, it's an actual term. Baby boomer, right? People that were raised in the, like, 60s, I think. Anna and Jink have been given a lot more benefit of the doubt on their bad takes for a lot longer than others have been. I've seen people who are sub 20 call 25 plus boomers. There's two different definitions of boomer, all right? And one is that you're an actual baby boomer, and the other is that you are showing signs of being from a non-current generation, right? So, for instance, there was a command in my chat that was !boomer. I don't think it still works. Wait, let me see. And the boomer command was to let me know. This was from my for my mod. Does it make a noise? No, it doesn't. Thank God. Yeah, it was for my mods to let me know that I didn't have a window up, or I had the wrong window up, or I was muted, like that I had made some technical mistake, right? That's what it was for. And they weren't calling me a baby boomer, but, like, they were saying you're being a boomer right now, right? And it just meant that you're fucking up the tech, right? Sometimes boomer means something like that. When the bag is acquired, they turn right, or do they turn right to acquire more bag? Boomer is a mindset. Yes, Lady Badash. Yes, that's what I was getting at. Yeah. I'm 64 years old, and I'm for doing everything for younger folks so they can have kids and raise adopted kids. We need more workers, and I've been retired 7 years. I don't want to go back to work. Okay, so I'm going to stay off the breaking news from now on. I just realized that I said, I repeated somebody talking about Nasrallah being alive, having survived an attack that he did not, in fact, survive. So I'm just going to not see the breaking news from now on. We're going to wait till the news solidifies before saying anything about it. Because it's so easy. There were so many different reports going back and forth for a while. Comments under that Substack paint a very clear picture of what Anna is trying to do. It used to be in TYT's compilation of clips, I wouldn't even do her when she was publicly dealing with a mental health crisis. Damn. Boomer is a state of mind. I always thought boomer was just a generation specific to a certain decade. It started as that, and then it got dual purposed, right? No, I like the idea that, like, we just keep, like, Zoomer, Millennial, Gen X, right? And you graduate. Like, as you age, you graduate, you start off as a Gen Alpha, then you graduate to Zoomer, then you graduate to Millennial, then you graduate to Gen X, and then you become a Boomer. Activate Boomer protocols. How dare you have crippling student debt when every single person told you you had to go to college and I paid 50 cents for a house. Damn, that is a boomer mindset right there. Definitely. Back in my day, we said noob. Ah, interesting. Call my coworker a millennial all the time, but they're technically older Gen Z. I don't understand why Anna cares about such a small population of people. Boomer is the intellectually lazy out some take because it's too hard to engage honestly with empathy while change moves at a glacial pace. A lot of actual justice warrior. Yeah, he's going to come up too. And people who claim to be right-wing praising her for finally, yeah, there's this whole genre of meme of like, you know, based Anna now. Don't call us Zoomers. I hate when people say Zoomers. Zoomer sounds like a roadrunner. I want to be called Zoomies. Yeah, Zoomies is better. Gen X got hosed and hosed, said Pepsi Man. Zoomies is way more dignified. Actual justice warrior equals actual grifter confession. Well, see, like the thing about AJW is I feel like he is. Look, there's this whole discrepancy between what we consider racist, right? To a certain generation, maybe racism, it has to be like out and out, like somebody saying, I hate this person because of their race, right? That's the like level it has to rise to be considered racism. And then there's some shit where it's like it's not an out and out like racist statement, but it's like hard to deny the racist nature, the racist appeal of something. And I think that actual justice warriors thumbnails are a great illustration of that. Right? They're not literally thumbnails that say, you know, black people bad, but every single thumbnail, not every single thumbnail, but a large majority of those thumbnails are showing you a black person doing something bad, right? That is the reoccurring theme, right? Either there's like a super mayor that's super corrupt, or there's I don't know. It's just a lot of it actually is black people with some level of power that are not worthy of it, or you know, that's like the theme, right? So it's like, do you call that racist? Well, he would be like, that's bad faith. How dare you accuse me of being racist? All right, so I see that I'm getting that a lot of people are here for the Ana Kasparian content. I do have to cover some Trump tent too, right? There's the I kind of wanted to go over the debate again. I don't know. Has anybody gotten too much of the debate? I'm just trying to think of what order to go in. Also, we have a sub goal. We're 6% of the way there right now. I've got kind of some odds and ends to clean up around the vice presidential debate. But I'm kind of tempted to get to the Ana Kasparian stuff first. You had too much of the debate before it even happened? I can't spell content. No, it's not content, it's content. I can't spell. We still have like Tim Pool doesn't know skateboarding. We watched like half of that video. We got half of it left because I could not stay up late enough to watch it all. So that's still hanging around. That's still a possibility. We've got Hypno Ponies. Will Florida with the 5 gifted memberships. Callie A. Callie A, you just got weaseled. Jonathan Vasquez, you just got weaseled. Mike B, you just got weaseled. Rhapsody Septagonopus. Septagonopus, you just got weaseled. Ashley Laggage, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Hypnoponies, yes. Get hypnotized, turn into pony, profit. Now we have checked the polls. I don't even know. Can I come up with something better? Oh yeah, here's something that I want to do, chat. I want to start making sure that... Here, the first thing I need to do is share my Discord link with you. Alright, so this is my Discord. Oh my gosh. Here, I'll share it this way. This is the restream's gonna post the link for Discord. It's a mass weaseling. It is. It actually is. So yeah, join if you haven't already. In my Discord, we got a lot of different things going on, including, right, we got voice channels, we got text channels. You can meet and hang out with other weasels, other NCC fans. And it's not just about me. You talk about anything, right? There's a ton of, probably too many channels, if I'm being honest. We need to streamline it sometime. But we've also got this one channel called Stream Suggestions. And in Stream Suggestions, you get to post suggestions for me to react to on stream. Oh no, the Rising has a weird debate. Oh my god. But yeah, like I said, one of the channels is Stream Suggestions, and if you post a stream suggestion in there, I might just add it to the bonus content list. And I want to somehow start a thing where maybe we vote on these. Maybe we can upvote these and like add one every so often to the list. I'm looking through what's there now. I kind of want to add something because, like, right, I've got check the polls, and that seems like kind of a lazy topic. And I don't want to be lazy. Randall Smith, thank you for the super chat. Randall Smith says, keep up the great work. Hugs from Slap Out, Oklahoma. Thank you, Randall. Yeah, like I said, I think we're going to start with the Ana Kasparian stuff because it just feels like everybody's kind of, I don't know. I read the room. I like to read the room. And the room is telling me right now that they probably don't want to do the Trump stuff first. Am I right, room? Have I read you correctly? Hypnoponies thing sounds terrifying. I know, right? The pony hypnotizes you into becoming a pony. And then you're a pony. What is this GrifterCon thing? Dave Rubin, Jordan Peterson, Russell Brand? That sounds interesting. Anybody tell me about GrifterCon? There's an MR video. Oh my god. Chapel Roan is getting straight vestigated. Is that interesting? We're about to jump right into the Ana Kasparian content. I'm just looking for one more thing to add to our because like what we do is we vote on bonus content. You can see it right here, right? You can see these are the topics. Now right now I've got one of the topics says let's check the polls. I'm thinking that we could replace that one with something else. But I'm looking through stream suggestions to figure out what that might be. Oh no, is there a transvestigation against Lady Gaga? Oh my god, somebody found the Professor Dave video going over the Weinsteins. Eric and Brett. Is there some Brianna Wu tent too? I feel like there is. God, there's so much stuff that I need to cover that I haven't covered. Oh my god. My god, there's so much. Lady Gaga has been getting transvestigated. I guess that's been happening for like a really long time. Fandoms are wild. Yeah, Lady Gaga being transvestigated, Chapel Roan being straight-vestigated. Boo fandoms. I gotta find one more thing. Like, I don't feel right until I've got, like, one more item for the bonus goal. I'm sorry, I'm hanging up on this, chat. I want to make this a good stream. And if I don't give you good things to vote on, how are you expected to vote on anything, right? How are you expected to get your money's worth either? Because when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus putting your money where your mouth is and helping the content, the bonus content that you want to see become the bonus content that you do see. But in doing that, I just want to make sure that I'm giving you like good choices. And I feel like let's look at the polls is not a good choice. Am I right? Oh no, chat. There's Brianna Wu and Buck Angel. Really? Wait, is this real? I gotta see. Brianna Wu, Buck Angel. I mean, this seems... Yep. Oh my god. It's real, chat. It's real. Look at this. I just don't know how many people like would find that like here my issue, right, with even like reacting to people like Brianna and Buck, right? These are two trans people who hate trans people and who, oh my god, no. Brianna has a Final Fantasy VIII poster. No. I'm triggered now. See, the thing that I'm worried about with this is that like I don't want to, like, it's going to be more difficult enough for trans people in my audience to deal with what we're going to see from Ana Kasparian, because it's vile, it's hateful, it's gross, okay? And Brianna Wu and Buck Angel, also vile, also hateful, also gross. So I'm just like, is this too much? Is this too much? Vile, hateful, gross? Like I'm not trying to just do like, this isn't even rage bait at this point. This is like, I don't want to make people miserable. 2 pick-me's. What do you think, chat? Should we add them to the list? Should we put them? I feel like John Doyle needs to get replaced too. Nobody's voting for John Doyle. It's the equivalent of being a scab. You know, that's not entirely far off. What do we think, chat? Should we add? I propose Chapel Roan being straight investigated video because it's a good supplement to what you've covered recently. Okay, so we'd have to call that one. Oh my god, this one, it's gonna sound bad though. If I say, is Chapel Roan secretly straight, it makes it sound like I am straight investigating and policing and gatekeeping, which I'm not. How about if I just say Chapel Roan accusations? There we go. Chapel Roan. I can spell allegations. And then change this one to, oh my god, are we really doing this? Brianna Wu and Buck Angel. Oh. Okay. Hypno Ponies, Tim Pool, doesn't know skateboarding. I'd ship them. I mean, I have no idea if that would work. Final Fantasy VIII is good. They're so toxically compet. Forget about transvestigation of Lady Gaga. What about the straight investigation of getting straight to the top of the hour ad investigation, which I forgot about. Yeah. There's an ad break at every hour at the top of that hour. I can't take it. I love hating on Brianna. Many such cases. I'm already miserable, says SM. I vote we add cute cat videos. Oh my gosh, where do we put the cute cat videos? Like that, I want to do that. Can we put it right here? Cute cat videos. But Angel's little crew tried to bait me into a fight because I booted him from the local trans pride. God damn. God damn. I think traitors is a more appropriate description. They actively fight against our right to exist. They get paid by those who don't want us to exist. The video is a lot about how we deny personhood to celebrities. Okay. So some people have seen this video. We had a trans pope, Pope Joan. However, their dead name is the only one that's on the books. I like Blair White, though. Wait a minute. How did Blair White get mentioned? I don't... Irene's Google search history must be constantly confused, right? Oh no, my YouTube feed is what gets confused. I get a lot of, like, chuddy videos sent to me by YouTube. Alright, I think we're ready to go. I think we can do this. Yeah. Let's make this work. I'm sorry, I took way too long making this happen, but we got cute cat videos. We're at 8% of our dono goal. Right? That's 92% from getting some bonus content. And like always, like I've been doing in the past few streams, if we get there early, right? If we hit the dono goal, early, I will do the content right away, right? So that gives us the chance to hit multiple items if that's what happens. And it also gives people who want to see the bonus content but can't stay up too late a chance to see the bonus content without staying up too late. Like, liking Blair White is one thing, but does Blair White like you? I don't know. I feel like Blair White's kind of got some weird standards. All right, bonus content. Here we go. Wait. No. I got to do this in the right order. Hit the poll. Yes. So here is our plan of attack. All right. We're going to do the TYT content, the Ana Kasparian content first. All right. Because I trust you to stick around. All right. Some people, including myself, most of the time, they edge their audience way too long. And then part of their audience doesn't get to see their best stuff because it comes on too late. I'm going to try to avoid that by doing the TYT stuff first. But in exchange, hopefully you will stick around. I don't know whether you will or not. We'll see. Are Brianna and Buck supporting Trump? Most likely, yeah. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, there's the bonus content. Go ahead and vote for it, all right? And if you're on Twitch, you can come over to YouTube. I'm not telling you to switch out of your, if you're more comfortable watching on Twitch, watch it on Twitch. But if you want to just sneak over to YouTube and vote and maybe hit the like button, I won't tell anyone. And you can sneak back to Twitch if you want to get your vote counted. We will decide what we end up watching. Look at that cute cat content. It's actually doing pretty well. 36%. Chapel Roan, 27%. Brianna Wu, 23%. Hypnoponies, 14%. But it is early. The night is young. The night is young. And so are we. And the, wait, I'm missing, I think, one super chat. There we go. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm missing more than that. All right, let me count this up. All right, Will Florida has donated. Randall Smith with the super chat, encouraging me to keep going. Thank you. So what is this? 5, it's 15, 17, plus 6 is 23. So we're at 23% of the dono goal. Remember, if you've already donated, feel free to let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see get covered. And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. I will be happy to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. All you need to do is let me know in the chat. This goes for if you've already donated or if you end up donating during the stream. Just let me know in the chat, and I'll make that happen for you. That goes to whether you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you're gifting memberships, or if you're getting yourself a membership. That goes if you're signing up for Patreon. Also, let me know that, right? Or donating to my Throne account, or whether you're using the sub function on Twitch to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break. That is the 3-minute unskippable ad break. Remember, YouTube ads happen, but you can skip them. Twitch ads happen. There's no way to skip them. Oh, but there is one way. There's one way to skip them for an entire month. And that's by getting a sub, which you can do for free using a Prime. You can do for $6 using $6, or you could possibly be gifted a sub if you're lucky. If you're one of the lucky ones to get gifted a sub. That's more likely to happen, though, I gotta be honest with you, if you're active in the chat. So here we go. I think you know the deal. I think you know how this works, and we're gonna get going, and we're gonna jump right into it. And I am gonna show you the secret Substack of one Ana Kasparian. All right. So as I read this, I'm going to give you a little hint, right? Anna's going to be talking about some people that you might know. And if you feel like you know who Anna's talking about, feel free to let me know in the chat. Let's see, is this the best way to do it? Here we go. Independent and unaligned. That's so ugly, though. Is it less ugly if I do this? Slightly. It's still ugly. I mean, some would say that Anna's heart is ugly. I guess this is the best. There's too much white. There's too much white here. Let me read it to you anyway, all right? This is Ana Kasparian's brand new Substack, right? A Substack, if you don't know, it's like a Patreon for writing. So it's a way that people can, have kind of a blog that has like a built-in paywall, I guess. And it is, look, a lot of cool people have Substacks. Okay, right? It doesn't, having a Substack doesn't make you right-wing, but I will tell you that it is very popular, not just amongst the right-wingers, right? But amongst a specific group of right-wingers that we will call the intellectual dark web, because they call themselves that themselves. Now the intellectual part of it, very questionable. The dark web part of it, why would you name yourself after the dark web, right? That's where really gross stuff happens. But anyway, they thought it was edgy. I think it was actually, was it Brett Weinstein that came up with the name? But they think it makes them cool. They're like, we're rebels. We're not like the, right? All right, so Ana Kasparian, independent and unaligned. You're right. I've changed. By Ana Kasparian, September 30th of 2024. After Trump came onto the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality took shape. Anyone who refused to resist Trump, was seen as a threat to the country, and I was fully on board with that mindset. It all felt righteous at first, but eventually the tactics deployed to fight Trump became repetitive, boring, and ultimately fruitless. They did not make me enough money. Polling shows that he has voters, despite the wall-to-wall coverage on his unsavory, racist, and bigoted remarks. Several years, it's such a weird, low standard, right? That his support amongst these groups is fairly low to begin with, and then when it scrapes above like the bottom of the basement, then they're like, whoa, look at this big surge for Trump with he's doubled his support amongst black. Not super high bars to cross here. Several years of media raising alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself and Kamala Harris. I can't help but acknowledge that the only thing that was accomplished by resisting Trump was less understanding and more division amongst Americans. I personally became reluctant to challenge my side or engage with voters who disagreed with me. In turn, I became less knowledgeable about people and the world around me. I saw Republican voters as an evil monolith. That was a big mistake. God, she's such a crappy writer. Like, she's a decent YouTuber, right? Her ability to communicate on TYT is not like the problem with her, right? She's actually good at communicating, but it's like, I don't know, what is this about? Like, YouTubers take to a written medium and it just they get lazy. Anyway, my evolution started in 2022 when I was essayed by a homeless man in my neighborhood as I was walking my dog. That horrible experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressives after sharing my story did. Again, nobody has a problem. Nobody, certainly on the far left, has a problem with her sharing her story that she was essayed. The problem is that there is just no reason to mention the housed or unhoused status of the person who did it. And in fact, I somewhat question her ability to ascertain that fact, right? Like, what does that mean? For her to say I was essayed by a homeless man means that she was essayed by someone that she took to be homeless, right? And not only that, right? But she feels it's important to take to social media with this story and make sure to fill in that part, right? To what end? To what end? And so the problem that people have is that she's needlessly directing more hatred at a group that's already got a lot of hatred and already has a lot of just massively mistreated. Please check audio. What's going on with the audio? What's going on with the audio, chat? Thank you, Davi. The audio is fine for Nathan Drake. Anybody else having audio issues? Audio is fine for a lot of people. It's fine on Twitch. The person didn't essay her because they were homeless. It's a superfluous data point. Yeah. And like I mentioned some examples before, right? I mean, you could mention a lot of the attributes to the person, a person that essayed you, but there's a lot of attributes that we wouldn't mention, right? That would be the only reason. Like if somebody comes on social media and says, I was essayed by a black person, what is that person trying to do, right? They're not just sharing their experience. They're not just trying to, bring light to, something unacceptable that happens to like way too many people, right? They're connecting the crime that happened to them to black people, and that by almost anyone would be regarded as racist, right? Even if it's true, even if that is true about the person that did that, right? The fact that you gotta, that you're adding this, to your story, it's like, to what purpose other than to, further marginalize a group that's already marginalized. So why is it then okay for her to do this with homeless people? I don't think it is. And I think that the people that had I left and came back, the audio is okay. Thank you for letting me know though, Davi. You could try reloading and let me know if that works for you, okay? Because I want to make sure that you can hear too. Never mind. Wait, is it okay now? Had to reset YouTube. Okay. Yeah, YouTube's been fucking up for me too. So I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're okay on the audio because I don't. But look. If you have an audio issue, let me know. Okay, never feel embarrassed to let me know because the worst thing that could happen is I do a segment with bad audio, then I go back to release a video of that segment, and it's you can't hear it. I never want to be in that situation. So I very much appreciate people complaining. Right, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So, as they say. All right, so she's really mad because her fellow progressives treated her badly after she takes to social media with a story about being assaulted by a homeless man. And the thing is, as much as I said, like, this would be unacceptable to a lot of people, because of the marginalization of unhoused people, it's actually less unacceptable than you'd think. There's probably a lot of people that are like, what's wrong with that? Well, the homeless are dangerous. Well, don't you understand? Well, like I had something bad happen to me at the hands of a homeless person too. And it's almost like they believe like, no, actually, like we do need to spread the word. We do need to start talking about how dangerous this, group of people is, without realizing that society already overestimates the danger of that group of people, right? You're not helping anyone, you are hurting someone. And you are connecting, You're connecting a whole group of innocent people to a horrible thing that happened to you. But yeah, there's a lot of progressives, a lot of LGBT people, a lot of otherwise very like left-wing people that don't seem to have enough of a problem with this kind of marginalization, that do buy into a lot of the stereotypes about homeless people and are willing to, spread the hate because they somehow think it's justified, right? It's way too common amongst groups of people that do have some solidarity for other marginalized groups. So anyway, it's not unheard of, but it is shitty. And if you're a big content creator, yeah, you're going to get some pushback. I was told that by publicly sharing what happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors. And she puts that into quotes like, oh my gosh, how could you dare refer to these people as neighbors, right? Like, look, Anna thinks some real fucked up shit about homeless people, I gotta say. Like the fact that she thinks that that term is like laughable. Like, they're not my neighbors. My neighbors are people that pay rent. My neighbors are people that have a mortgage, right? My neighbors are people that have money. And anybody who doesn't, not really my neighbor, not really on my level. She's showing so much about herself that she doesn't even realize she's showing. Others accuse me of feeding into racist tropes because they assumed that my attacker was black. Okay, so indeed, this assumption is, showing their racism. And like I said, it's not impossible for otherwise, like, progressive people to have some internalized racism. So yeah, that assumption sounds like it's one based on racism. But I never even disclosed. But you know what? It also could be based on their perception of a racist attribution of that like, I don't know. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on here because she doesn't, she doesn't link, she doesn't show like what exactly she's talking about. But like, for instance, when Ronald Reagan talked about welfare queens, right? When he ran for president in the 80s, when he was president, and he was trying to cut welfare, he was trying to cut, social safety net as much as he could. He would talk about people that, like a woman that came into the welfare office and she had driven in a very expensive car. And the idea was like, this is a person that does not need welfare and they're taking it anyway. And without saying that this is a black person, Reagan had racist white people eating out of his hands, imagining a black person. So it could be, I guess, in some cases, like this kind of thing could come from people noticing other people's stereotypes of the unhoused, right? But yeah, it does sound like some, racist assumptions were made here. But I had never even disclosed the man's race. He was white. Not only did I suddenly see the flawed thinking, do you see? No, I see the flawed thinking, right?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Look at this. Here's the flawed thinking, all right? Some people, I'm assuming on Twitter, said that you were feeding into racist tropes. And you hadn't mentioned the race of your attacker. So your flawed thinking is actually applying of some on the left. But it feels like you're not applying this to some on the left. It feels like you're applying this to the left. Since this ends up being an argument for leaving the left, since Ana Kasparian regularly refers to people on the left as being in a cult, I gotta say that feels like you're universalizing this more than you're letting on to up here. I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. These terrible traits that I had. So what you're seeing in some cases is people on the left that have internalized or implicit racism, that have internalized like racist tropes. And so you're not seeing a flaw of the left as much as people that self-identify as being on the left and don't really live up to those ideals. So rather than saying here the problem is the left, you might say that the problem is that like it's one thing to say that you reject racism. It's one thing to say that you're anti-racist. It's one thing to say that you don't see color, right? And it's quite another thing to actually examine what's going on internally and notice where there is racism. And actually deal with that rather than just try to say, no, I'm fine. I'm not racist. It's those other people. Anyway, I also witnessed their cruelty and hypocrisy in real time. These are terrible traits that I had associated solely with my political opponents. You really, okay, so that's naive. I thought that only people on the right could be racist. Holy shit, was I ever wrong? Jeez. No, that's not how it works. God, not at all. We're obviously not exclusive to their tribe. I was stupid for ever thinking that was the case. No, the difference is that like their tribe that is more accepting of racism, particularly implicit racism. That their side does not see implicit racism as being racism or a problem, right? They are fine with that. They are like, well, you know, crime statistics, right? Like they justify it, right? That's the difference between the right and the left. I was stupid for even thinking that was the case. I mean, I don't want to call you stupid, but yeah, that's naive. That's naive as fuck. That doesn't mean everyone on the left thinks or behaves in the way this small group of lunatics do. Far from it. But it does mean that there are factions and flaws on both sides of the aisle, and no one has a monopoly on the truth. Then there was the insane reaction to one of my tweets on March 2023. All right, so we've moved from the beginning of this timeline at 2022, and I would say she doesn't mention it, but right, the lockdown, reading John Haidt, interacting with heterodox intellectuals, right? Read, you know, just like intellectual dark web shit, basically. That happened in 2020 and 2021, right? Then this happens in 2022. Now we're in 2023, and this is the birthing person tweet. I'm a woman. Please don't refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or a person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this, without using inclusive language, without talking to trans people that might menstruate, might be capable of giving birth, without calling them women when they don't consider themselves such. She's taking the, well, I mean, we've been over this 1,000 times, right? This isn't about her. And, you know, it's hard to tell here if she just misses the point or if she's looking for something to react to, right? So now this is the dichotomy of Ana Kasparian, right? This is where, you know, some people's opinion of her diverges as to whether she is ignorant, which a lot of people cut her the benefit of the doubt here, right? A lot of people think, oh no, she just doesn't understand inclusive language. She's reading something that's not intended for her birthing person, and she's taking it personally, and we just need to reach out to her and be like understanding of her and just talk to, you know, explain it to her very slowly. The thing is, Anna's not slow. She's not, you know, oblivious to this. In fact, I believe I can find a video where she is making the argument against the very thing that she's supporting. Oh my god, there's just too much stuff about Ana. I really want to find this. And I gotta once again bemoan what Google has done to its own search function. Well, I know that Sandy mentions it in their video. Left of the box. I just know that there's also a standalone video of this. Maybe actually Sandy does a really good job. If you haven't checked this channel out, this is Sandy from Left of the Box, former TYT contributor. And clashes with trans community, that's the Leftist Mafia.
If you watch TYT Network, you're thinking, of course.
Chat, this is what I've been dealing with. That is Firefox shitting the bed, and if I don't find a way to fix this, I am gonna have to like leave Firefox behind, and it really sucks because I've been using Firefox for a really long time. All right, it just like crashed, and it's never done this before. I've never had this problem. It's not YouTube. I don't. Well, you know what? It may be a conflict between. It might be a YouTube and a Firefox thing, but it's just all of a sudden become incredibly volatile. Not volatile. Unstable. That's the word. And now this means that I have to go through my whole set of scenes and see if it works correctly with every single scene. So far, so good. So far, so good. So far, so good. Yeah, looks like we're okay. All right, so maybe Opera gaming browser. I think I might have to try Chrome. I think you might be right, Jonathan Ross. I think I might have to switch to Chrome. I'm complaining about the enshittification of the internet here a little bit. Now this isn't getting me to what I'm looking for, chat. There is one more video that I want to show you that I think that maybe Sandy goes over, but it's not linked, right? Sandy's really good about linking things. Oh no, this is TYT, the conversation.
contributors. So we're going to talk that through. Before I bring on our guest to talk about it, I'm going to show you the original clip of Ana and I talking about this issue, and then we'll discuss. Let's watch.
I'm speculating that she doesn't want to say mothers because mothers is gendered and she's worried about offending birthing people really.
Oh yeah, Chad, I gotta let you know, ad break is coming up in 10 seconds. So you got limited time to get yourself a sub, get yourself out of that 3-minute ad break that's about to hit any second now. You can do so with a Prime, you can do so with $6, or you could maybe be gifted something if you're active in the chat. Here comes the ads. Serving up those ads right now.
Come on. For me, it's not even like, oh, I don't want to be inclusive and I don't want to think of, transgender people. It's the phrasing, like, it just makes you sound like a weird object that like, you're a vessel and nothing more. Like birthing people just sounds weird. Like if I were pregnant and someone referred to me as a birthing person, I would feel like, why are you calling me that? You know what I'm saying? Like
it's gonna drive everyone away from you. And it's gonna lead to a situation where.
Okay, so here you have two cis people. And I don't know if they realize this is what they're doing, but they're yelling at trans people. Trans people who have the capacity to give birth and don't want to be called women. Don't want to be referred to as mothers, right? Don't want to be gendered that way for whatever reason. And to talk down to somebody like this, for it to be appropriate, because like, right, you can talk down to your kids. If your kids are touching the hot stove, talk down to them and tell them that you do not understand that stove is hot and it will burn your hand and it will hurt your hand very badly. You'll be in so much pain and you won't like it at all. Talk down to your kids, right? When they're running out into traffic, right? If you're from the position where you see the situation so much more clearly than the person, you can feel free to talk down to them, right? If I'm about to screw something up that's going to break the stream, talk down to me, right? Talking down to people is not necessarily a bad thing, but in the case that you actually have less knowledge, less of a perspective, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're talking to people who do know it, who are trans, who do not consider themselves to be women, and yet do have the capacity to give birth and want to have some way of stating that, right? And have found this language, birthing person, to be more inclusive. You're saying you can't do that. That's going to drive everyone away. Oh no, this is going to ruin everything. The Republican Matt Walsh will win. I don't know. Like, so I'm sorry. You're just not the one to be talking down on this. You need to sit down and you need to listen and you need to understand the situation from the perspective of the person that is asking not to be called a woman, not to be called a mother, but to be called instead a birthing person. At least hear that person out and understand where that language came from before you do this fucking cringe talking down to people.
It's harder to win those rights that we're all fighting for rather than easier to win.
So let me show you the tweet that started that whole controversy in the first place, and then I'll bring in Sandy, talk about it. So it was from Dr. Michelle Morrison. It said, the urgency of this moment is clear. Mortality rates of birthing people are too high, and babies born to Black and Puerto Rican mothers in this city are 3 times more likely to die in their first year of life than babies born to non-Hispanic white birthing people. All right, and now to talk with us about it is Sandy Lovas. She's a contributor for us at Rebel Headquarters. She's from Canada, a longtime TYT viewer as well, and our first international contributor, which I like a lot. Sandy, great to have you on.
Hi, it's great to meet you.
All right, wonderful. So Sandy, go ahead, kick my ass. What did I do wrong? Tell me what the issue is.
So right now, people who are non-binary, people who are trans men are coming out more and more. And there's actually, it's not that there's an increase in people who identify as this, it's just that they're becoming more comfortable. Like right now, the recent stat is about 20% of Gen Zs actually feel like they are part of the LGBTQ community. So what's happening is we're trying to find new language to help include everyone. I myself am non-binary, so as Ana says that she wouldn't want to be referred to as a birthing person, well, I don't want to be referred to as mother should I have a child. So it's a matter of trying to find a word that includes everyone who's capable of having children, like actually being pregnant, but includes everyone, including people who would identify as mother. It's the same as like you have brother, sister, sibling, mother, father, parent, husband, wife, spouse. You have the gender neutral terms. It doesn't replace any of the other terms, but it includes everyone, even people who don't necessarily identify as that gender.
Okay, so that's great. And I love this because this is not a debate, this is a discussion, so we all understand each other, right? So, Sandy, first of all, so I get the sense of the activists in the community, right? So they're not, but again, if I get it wrong, tell me, okay? So they're not saying that we should call.
Okay, so chat, I'll make this a formal request. If anyone in chat knows the video that I'm talking about, right? This is the conversation between Sandy Lovas and Jink and Ana, right? When Ana has reacted to this tweet, and Sandy's basically trying to talk some sense into Jink and Ana. But there's another video from about a year ago, and it is Ana talking to someone I assume is like on the right about inclusive language. She is basically making the argument that everyone made against her. So it shows you that this is in fact not an issue of Ana not grasping the nuance of inclusive language. This is Ana changing her mind for whatever reason. And yes, some people say it is for money. Some people say it is for clicks. Some people say that it is a content strategy, and it very well could be. It's hard to know what's in somebody's heart, but she knows this, or she knew it.
All mothers birthing people. They're saying if they want to be referred to as birthing people, then refer to them that way. Is that right?
Correct. We're not saying we're going to replace the word mother, and even the term birthing person or birthing people isn't even settled on. Personally, I use
But yeah, if you can, chat, post this in Discord.
Childbearer, because again, it's new language. It's going to be clumsy. The woman who tweeted that out, she should have been consistent throughout. But when new language starts, it's always going to be sounding clumsy. The right will never buy into it because they wouldn't no matter what. And the way to get people in the center and the left to actually buy into it is to use it and normalize it. Because we've been through these transformations in language before. We used to only ever say police men, and then it changed to women, police women. But then that was getting confusing because you didn't know which gender they were, you were misgendering, so it became police officer. So it's a matter of trying to find a balance of words that don't necessarily sound clumsy, something that we can all kind of come in on and agree with in the future. But since it is still newer terms, newer language coming up, there is no consensus yet on what those words should be.
So Sandy, as we clarified in another show after that one, there's no issue with us referring to people in the way that they want to be referred, right? So if somebody wants to be referred to as a birthing person or a childbearer as opposed to a mother, I have no issue with that at all, right? But in the context of that tweet, Sandy, it seemed like she was referring to it as a general term for all mothers. And that's where I would say, at minimum, politically, I would not do that. I think that it puts people off, they're confused by it, and especially conservatives. I mean, you're never gonna get conservatives anyway, but maybe conservative independents, right? They're scared of change, right? And all of a sudden, when they hear something so foreign to them, they go, "Oh hell no, I'm not. Nobody's gonna call me a birthing person. I'm a mother, right?" And especially on an issue like that. So do you see what I'm saying by the critique of that tweet that refers to mothers in general as birthing people?
Yes, I do, and I understand what you were trying to say in it. It's just in that particular clip, you came across as very dismissive, like saying for the 9 people it's going to include, is it really worth this? But if you look even at your own audience here on TYT, like 7% of adults are identifying LGBTQ+. And since this is a left-leaning network, that percentage watching this is going to be even higher. So if you have, let's say 10% of your audience is LGBTQ+, and a large portion of them or people who are capable of having babies but don't identify as a woman, it really feels like you just kind of dismiss that whole part of us. Because I do agree right now, the right is using us as a distraction, but it's kind of like throwing a bomb into a crowd so that they can go rob the bank. There are people who are losing their jobs, suffering, that are under constant threat, being harassed.
So one important factor on this, the date of this clip. Now, this is not when this was recorded, but necessarily it could have been recorded before then, is April 25th, 2022. We're talking about a year before, about a year, a little bit less than a year before the birthing person tweet by Ana. I am still looking for that clip though. If anybody's got the clip for me, I'm talking about a clip where Ana refutes the anti-inclusive language argument, because I think that's huge to establishing that Ana not only has Ana heard like Sandy's contention with what she's got to say, but Ana has. And wait, is Ana on here, or did we just see a segment of Ana? Okay, yeah, wait, no, I know it looks like this is just a conversation with Jink, right? But I know there's a clip of Ana actually talking to somebody who's like kind of anti-trans and making this argument. Check Discord, thank you.
Who are transgender are literally being erased because of this legislations that are going through. This is going to cause
there it is,
a higher suicide rate.
Natalie, you are amazing. Thank you, Natalie. So is this one?
Professor Bridges, you said several times.
Pain, chat, pain. So much freaking pain. This is not how a stream's supposed to go. Massive apologies, okay? Massive freaking apologies. Like, I don't know what's going on with Firefox, but I swear to God, this is about to be me quitting a browser that I have used for upwards of like 10 years. And there's no reason for it other than just the absolute fucking... Like, I'm sorry if your browser can't be stable and... Oh my God. What is even... Oh, you know what this is? Oh no, chat. Here's my fear. My fear is that this is actually a struggle between...
Here at TYT, we recently got into a controversy.
I think this is a struggle between YouTube and a certain Firefox extension, which I will not mention because it's not one that YouTube likes. But you all probably know what I'm talking about. That's so just absolute. It does seem like my Firefox is struggling with oh, this is not good, chat. This is not good. This is supposed to move seamlessly. This is supposed to be fun to watch, right? When I have technical difficulties in the background, it's not as fun. I think you're right. I think I gotta use Chrome. What's going on here?
Cis women have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We can recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups.
So yeah, we've got the conversation between Jink Uger and Sandy. That's April of 2022. We've got this from July 13th, 2022, which I think involves Ana.
Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
So that was the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on abortion rights. It was titled "A Post-Roe America: The Legal Consequences of the Dobbs Decision." And the point of the hearing wasn't just to focus on abortion rights. They also wanted to focus on the fact that you have right-wing zealots, right-wing theocrats in the Supreme Court who lied under oath as they were undergoing their confirmation hearings, and they said that Roe v. Wade and reproductive freedom was already, they've determined this is the law of the land, we're not gonna touch it. First thing they do is they reverse it, of course. So they were going to explore that, very important issues, especially in the new climate that we're living in, where a 10-year-old gets raped in Ohio, gets pregnant as a result of that rape, and has to travel out of state to Indiana to get an abortion, okay? So this is an important issue. And bad faith, right-wing, culture war manufacturers like Josh Hawley decide to hijack this important hearing to, of course, create more content that they can use to campaign on. That's what this was about. And I think the way that Kiarra Bridges, who's the expert testifying there, the way she handled it was, I think it was fantastic.
It was masterful.
Because she dismissed, she was informative, but more importantly, she dismissed him. And he, along with other Republican lawmakers, deserve to be dismissed on this issue because it's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans, while they rob you blind, by the way, while they enable corporations to rob you blind.
Yep.
That's what this is about. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. I'm so freaking sick of it.
Yeah, the one blessing we have is that he's particularly bad at it. He thought he.
So we see Ana here not only pushing back against the same kind of shit that she is pushing forward now. We see her apparently display emotion, be frustrated by this. So like the argument that like, oh yeah, she was just saying what she knew that you had to say, she felt like she was in a cult and you're not allowed to disagree with the cult, so she's just repeating the cult talking points, right? That one doesn't even make sense here. Right, this really lends some credence to the people that are saying that Ana's just not genuine about anything. And the real difficulty is like, was she not genuine then and she's genuine now? Is she not genuine now? And she was like, well, like what's going on here? Or is she just never fucking genuine? Is there nothing real about her?
Came equipped. He thought he was loaded for bear. Do you mean women? And she had no, like you think that your live questioning of this expert is gonna be like Matt Walsh's like carefully edited little thing that he put together? You think that's how that's gonna work out for you? No, see, you're a pretend intellect. She's an actual intellect. There's a difference between the two. It's just demonstrated in that video. He can't dispute anything that she says, and much more importantly, he knows the difference between sex and gender. There are some that are so stupid that they can't actually grasp the difference between biology and a social construct of gender, but he understands it, but he also understands what party he's in. And there is a lot that you have to pretend not to understand to be.
Crotchy says we need to make a video of Ana versus Ana.
Successful Republican. Yeah. He's not great at it. He's not even great at doing the pretending. And he's doing it for the reasons that you identified. Like if you're a Republican, if you're a conservative, you're watching this, and maybe you clicked on it because like your whole life has become hating trans people. Like a guy who would spend his time doing what you just saw, do you think he gives a damn about your wages? Seriously. Do you think this is a person that cares whether you're ever able to own a home? Or like really, do you think he cares if you retire? Like please don't tell me that you actually believe that Josh Hawley cares if you suffer medical bankruptcy someday, if you can afford insulin month to month. You know that he doesn't. You know that this is a substitute for all of that, a poor substitute, poorly delivered, but that's what it's intended to do.
I can't stomach how easy it is to manipulate Americans with this garbage.
Yeah. I mean, the
Right?
Democrats
Look,
have their own version of it.
Understandably, yes, of course Democrats have their own version of that. I'm working on an entire book about it, okay? So I'm not gonna promote it until there's some realistic dates that I can throw your way. But nonetheless, moving along.
I wonder whatever happened to that book. Chat, does anybody know? Did she release this book?
No, I mean,
this is over 2 years ago.
People are angry right now.
Yeah.
People are furious. People see the country falling apart. Our institutions are failing us. Our institutions have been gutted, dismantled. People are terrified about the future. Inflation is definitely impacting people. Like, these are very real concerns. But I just want Republican voters, listen, you're scared of transgender people? Okay, they're not doing any harm. They're not causing any harm, but sure, fine, you're scared of them. But you should be, like, the frustration you're feeling in America right now, the stuff that actually impacts your life on a daily basis, those are issues that are caused by the Republican lawmakers you support and allow to scare you about literally the least powerful people in the country. Literally, like, what? This is what I want to understand. Why is it so hard to just refer to someone the way they want to be referred to? Why is it so hard?
Good question, Anna. Good question.
It takes no effort. It takes zero effort. But somehow, Republican lawmakers have manipulated the minds of American voters, particularly those on the right, to think this is an issue they should fight to the death.
Yep.
This is the most important issue. You are being robbed. You're being robbed by the very lawmakers who are distracting you with nonstop culture war garbage. Nonstop.
Yeah.
Nonstop. It has no effect on your life other than maybe briefly being a little bit of an inconvenience, I guess, by referring to them with the pronoun they prefer.
Yep.
That's it, that's all it is. You know, you probably pay a lot more percentage-wise in taxes than the wealthy people that fund Josh Hawley's campaign. Do you know about that? Do you care about that? Why is it that the wealthiest people in this country pay way less in federal taxes than you do? Why? Why is income inequality a massive problem that disparity continues to explode in this country?
Yep.
Why is the middle class disappearing? Is it because of transgender people?
Yeah.
I'm just, listen, we might disagree politically on a whole host of issues. I get it. I just want American voters across the board, Democrats and Republicans, to understand that these bad faith arguments that demonize powerless people, and by the way, the media takes part in it as well.
Really? You don't say. You think there's maybe a perverse incentive in that for them? You think so, Anna?
Are specifically meant to distract you from the fact that you're being robbed blind. That's it. That's what this is about. There's more in this interaction I want to get to, so let's watch the next video.
Your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing that.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancies?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important
because of my line of questioning. So we can't talk about it.
Because denying that trans people exist.
Now, what he's saying is sounding more and more like what Anna sounds like now. Oh, so we can't talk about it? So I'm not allowed to talk about it?
And pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm denying that trans people exist by asking you if you're talking about women having pregnancies.
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I don't think women can get
So
pregnant.
you're denying that trans people exist?
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, and look, I want to make a distinction here, right? Because Josh Hawley is different from an ordinary person who maybe is not privy to these debates or these conversations, maybe doesn't know much about the transgender community and is confused by, some of the language that's used by people who want to be as inclusive as possible. there are people out there who just don't know, and there might be a misstep here and there, and they just be calm, explain to them, right? They're asking legitimate questions. I want to differentiate normal people who might not know, who genuinely just want to ask questions because they're.
Magoggle says, I think if it's a false memory, I don't know if it's a false memory, but I feel like there's a different clip. You might be right. I'm remembering a slightly different one. Only found that one too. Okay, well, if anybody finds the other clip, feel free to let me know. If you're in our Discord, the easiest way to get it to me is to send it into stream suggestions and then let me know in the chat. And chat, if you hear anybody say that, make sure to be like, NCC, like tag me, get my attention, right? Because I want to see. I think there is one more clip. I think there really is. I looked for it in, and I know that people have sent me this clip, so I was looking for it. I was searching my Discord DMs to see, you know, I just couldn't find it. I could not find it. What's up, Dr. Roboculus? Good to see you. TYT is garbage, yes.
Curious, they want to be informed.
Sure.
There's a difference between those people. I don't think those people are advocating for violence toward transgender people, but we're not talking about that here. We're talking about Josh Hawley, who, you know, contrary to what he's presenting himself as in that video, is not a moron.
Christian Strand says, I'm willing to read my DMs from Anna. And my messages from her husband, if you're interested in hearing my personal experience with them as a queer person. Yeah, I would be interested in hearing that. Are you in the Discord? To get Irene's attention after adding her, yeah. Language was different 2,000 years ago, but it's not that difficult to understand. True.
And is engaging in a bad faith line of questioning to essentially demonize, like, by the way, I don't even know how many pregnant transgender males there are out there. I don't know, right? I don't know the numbers, but they exist. And he knows they exist, right? He knows there's a difference between.
So Anna, thank you for confirming that you know that they exist. That you know at least an example of the kind of person who would probably be rather be referred to as a birthing person as opposed to a, you know, whatever gendered you know, term that you would use.
And gender. He knows.
He's pretending. That's all it is.
That's all it is. It's all bad faith garbage. And I'm so tired of these hearings being hijacked by these garbage lawmakers who want to give you the illusion of governing. They want to give you the illusion of legislating. They want to make it seem like they're actually doing something for you, when in reality, they're wasting time as women in this country are dealing with pregnancies as a result of rape and can't do a damn thing about it because they live in a draconian red state that has stripped them of their reproductive rights. That is what this hearing is about. It's not about your bad faith, fear-mongering arguments toward the trans community. Wrap it up. But more importantly, voters, please be smarter than this, because again, you're being robbed blind. You're being robbed blind by people like Josh Hawley enabling these disgusting corporations who rob us day in, day out.
Yeah, the thing that really bothers me is that she's either able to summon like false emotion so easily, or that her it's the same emotion that she now displays like against trans people, right? It's disturbing. When will TYT become insolvent? I don't know. Anybody know about their I haven't even really looked at their social blade, right? I was trying to get new chatters to know how to get your attention. Thank you. No, don't be sorry. I'm pretty sure that Matt Bender or someone like that retweeted this clip to her when she first made the tweet. Yeah, there is one more. There's one more clip that I'm looking for. I just couldn't find it. But oh no, that's Brianna Wu. Oh my God, Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu. Oh, speaking of Brianna Wu, let's check and see how the poll is going. So. I'm pulling you, Chad. I'm interrogating which of these. I shouldn't say interrogating. That makes it sound a little bit more. Anyway, we're trying to determine what to do for bonus content today. Does that make sense? That's the best way to say it. Yeah. And in pursuit of that, I'm running a poll. And right now, 40% of you are voting for cute cat videos. 26% of you are voting for Chapel. I keep on saying it like the wrong way. Chapel Roan allegations. The allegations against Chapel Roan. 23% of you are voting for Brianna Wu and Buck Angel. That's the video that we just kind of happened by. And 12% of you want to get hypnotized to become a pony, which is a pretty interesting video in and of itself, right? So this is bonus content. We get there by pushing the dono goal, which is now at 23%. So it's almost a fourth of the way there, right? We're a quarter of the way there, right? If we get to 100% of the way there, we'll watch a bonus video. And I'll try to do it right when it happens, because I'm sensitive to the people that are saying that they are missing the bonus content because it comes at the end of the stream. I'm going to try not to do that from now on. We're switching things up today. And so, yeah, whenever we hit this bonus goal, I'll go right to that content. And what content will we go to? Well, it's the content that you vote for, but it's also the content that you donate for. So when you donate, let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as our bonus content. And I will actually apply your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You'll actually add a percentage to the topic of your choice. So, you know, if your thing's not winning right now, you can change that by donating. And if we get to 100%, then we'll see some bonus content. If not, you know, we'll try again tomorrow. But a lot of times we hit this. In fact, like in the last week, we've hit it twice in one stream before, which was pretty amazing. That's a possibility too. So yeah, I'm willing to roll with this if you're willing to roll with this. Whatever kind of donation, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, membership, if you are signing up for Patreon or you are donating to my throne. If you are getting yourself a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, or you're gifting subs to other people because you don't want them to have to see the ads. Anything that's a donation, you get to put your money where your mouth is. You get to add the donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And all you need to do is let me know in the chat when you donate which of these topics appeals to you, and I'll make it happen for you. So let's make this happen together. All right, all right, so Christian, if you want to jump into the general, you know how to use voice chat? If you jump into the general, let's make sure. Oh gosh, we got some people joining up. Let me give you, so I got to give you your roles. Usually the mods will do this for you, but tonight I am the mod. All right, I'm modding. And I enabled so yeah, weaponized cats with the super sticker saying thanks. Well, thank you for that super sticker, and I will add that to the. Now we're fully 1/4 of a way there, 25%. Nice. Chapel Roan, gotcha. So look at that. That's the first I've placed so far. If you've already donated, feel free to let me know what you want your donation applied to, and I'll go ahead and do it after the fact. Or if you donate, and then you know, as I'm doing the stream, I'll also pay attention to that too. So Anna's an actress, but yeah, if whoever was saying that they wanted to read their DMs from Anna, Christian. Says that yeah, if you want to jump into the general chat, I will drag you into Bird Brains, which is the panel show on hiatus for a very long time. Vox Populi, says Will Florida. Okay, so yours was, yeah, that's 15 to Vox Populi. So Vox Populi is what you vote for if you wanna de-emphasize the effect of the donations and re-emphasize the effect of the votes, right? Say Vox Populi, because Vox Populi actually takes away percentage from all of the topics, thus making it thus throwing it back to the voters. But yeah, I'll just keep an eye on general chat. And what are we doing? Oh yeah, we gotta finish the
sense of the activists in the community, right? So they're not.
Okay, so we've established that Ana knows this principle. Anna's not having an issue with a misunderstanding. She's either changed her mind or she's grifting. It's your choice.
But again, if I get it wrong, tell me, okay? So they're not saying that we should call all mothers birthing people. They're saying if they want to be referred to as birthing.
Oh my God, so Cenk Uygur gets it too. So neither of these two have an excuse.
Then refer to them that way. Is that?
Did I put it in the wrong place, Weaponized Cats? Did I not put it in Chapel Roan? Yeah, I added it to Chapel Roan. What Narwhal said? What did Narwhal say? Okay, that was...
Correct. We're not saying we're going to replace the word mother, and even the term birthing person or birthing people isn't even settled on. Personally, I use childbearer because, again, it's new language. It's going to be clumsy. The woman who tweeted that out, she should have been consistent throughout.
You commented on general in the Discord. Can you jump into there's a general voice chat. It's got like a speaker symbol next to it. Yeah, left of the box is really good. Yeah.
But when new language starts, it's always going to be sounding clumsy. The right will never buy into it because they wouldn't no matter what. And the way to get people in the center and the left to actually buy into it is to use it and normalize it. Because we've been through these transformations in language before. We used to only ever say police men, and then it changed to women, police women. But then that was getting confusing because you didn't know which gender they were, you were misgendering, so it became police officer. So it's a matter of trying to find a balance of words that don't necessarily sound clumsy, something that we can all kind of come in on and agree.
Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Taverto. You just got weaseled.
With in the future, but since it is still newer terms, newer language coming up, there is no consensus yet on what those words should be.
So Sandy, as we clarified in another show after that one, there's no issue with us referring to people in the way that they want to be referred, right? So if somebody wants to be referred to as a birthing person or a childbearer as opposed to a mother, I have no issue with that at all, right?
Yeah, it looks like Narwhal's showing you the thing that you need to click on in the Discord.
In the context of that tweet, Sandy, it seemed like she was referring to it as a general term for all mothers. And that's where I would say, at minimum, politically, I would not do that. I think that it puts people off, they're confused by it, and especially conservatives. I mean, you're never gonna get conservatives anyway, but maybe conservative independents, right? They're scared of change, right?
You're scared of change.
And all of a sudden, when they hear something so foreign to them, they go, "Oh hell no, I'm not. Nobody's gonna call me a birthing person. I'm a mother, right?" And especially on an issue like that. So do you see what I'm saying by the critique of that tweet that refers to mothers in general as birthing people?
Yes, I do, and I understand what you were trying to say in it. It's just in that particular clip, you came across as very dismissive, like saying for the 9 people it's going to include, is it really worth this? But if you look even at your own audience here on TYT, like 7% of adults are identifying LGBTQ+. And since this is a left-leaning network, that percentage watching this is going to be even higher. So if you have, let's say 10% of your audience is LGBTQ+, and a large portion of them are people who are capable of having babies, but don't identify as a woman, it really feels like you just kind of dismiss that whole part of us. Because I do agree right now, the right is using us as a distraction. But it's kind of like throwing a bomb into a crowd so that they can go rob the bank. There are people who are losing their jobs, suffering, that are under constant threat, being harassed. And now children who are transgender are literally being erased because of this legislations that are going through. This is going to cause a higher suicide rate among them because it doesn't matter how many hugs you can give them, how many words that you can tell them. They are being taken apart bit by bit with this legislation, and it's devastating.
So Sandy, here's what I'm worried about. So first of all, there's a difference between the LGBTQ community. So you say it's up to 20% now in Gen Z. I'm not remotely surprised by that. And I've actually been saying on the show for nearly 20 years, the right wing is not necessarily wrong about the culture wars in that they say, oh my God, if you just allowed people to be gay, a lot more people would be gay. And I always said, yeah, that's true, right? But why are we stopping them from their own true nature? What a weird thing to say. Like don't let them be what they really, really want to be. So it would seem to be against freedom. So I'm perfectly aware of the spectrum, and that if you, the more freedom that we have, of course, more people in the spectrum will be part of the LGBTQ plus community, right? So, but people who are childbearing but don't want to be referred to as mothers.
So Anna is just reactionary then, says Sparajak, like even Jink is admitting it. I don't know. No, understand, we're watching a video from April 25th of 2022. We're sort of going through the timeline, right? So what we're looking at, what we're going off of here is Anna's new Substack. Oh my God, will it actually open? Will it ever open? Chat, I'm sorry, I'm dealing with browser problems. I massively need to switch, I'm gonna leave Firefox. Anna's leaving the left, I'm leaving Firefox, which kind of feels like, I feel like I've been on Firefox for half as long, at least, as Anna's been on the left. But yeah, this is kind of older. Oh my God, please load the Substack. Why are you not loading the Substack? If I ask it to reload, it's gonna like crash or something. God damn it. All right, we'll just keep on watching this.
That is not 20%, that is not 7%. That is a very, very small number. Okay, now I understand what you're saying about how my language sounded dismissive, right? And I don't want to be that. But Sandy, if we start calling all mothers birthing people to take into account the feelings of that very, very, very small number, we're going to do more damage to the LGBTQ community because it's going to turn off so many people that, oh, that's it. Well, then I'm not left because there's no
really
going to call me a birthing person. But
again, we're not trying to erase the word mother. We're just trying to add a term that's more inclusive.
Yeah, and Sandy, I hear what you're saying too, because what are you gonna do? You have to add a word, right? And you're right, these new words are tough, right? Some are clunky, some are awkward, some are just new, and new sounds, off to some people. But okay, so the most important thing I think that we've established here is that people are not trying to apply it to all mothers. And because if that was the case, I think that would be deeply counterproductive. I'm just keeping it real on
all mothers. Oh my God, he's not getting the point. He's not getting the point. The point is that there's some people that can give birth and do not want to be called mother, and do not want to be called a woman. Do not consider, are not women, right? The point is that when you are sending out medical information for people who can get pregnant, there's more than just women there. And there's some women that doesn't apply to. So there's a more specific term. Look, language grows, language changes. How does it change? It usually changes when a better, more descriptive, more accurate word comes along. When society becomes aware of something like the fact that, there are people that are not women that give birth. And then so in reaction to that, rather than saying, oh, for you women out there, you might want to do this and you might want to do that, right? Realizing that there's women out there that don't have childbirth as a possibility in their future, and that doesn't make them any less women. And knowing that there are people out there that can give birth, that do have these same concerns, that are not women, and are offended by being pushed into that box. So what he doesn't get is that his resistance to a more accurate terminology is actually just him being conservative and, yeah, a little bit transphobic.
In a political,
I'm sorry.
And then there really isn't that much disagreement. Like if you said to me, I'm gonna have a kid, Cenk, and I want you to call me a childbearer, Of course. What am I going to call you something you don't want to be called? Your name is Sandy Lobos. Am I supposed to call you a different name? Right? And by the way, the answer is yes for the.
What the other thing that you're seeing here is the way that that cis people sometimes will, what's the word? Compartmentalize, right? Like they have on this, on this level, this is Bridget. Bridget likes to be referred to as she, her pronouns, right? But on this side, they've got Bridget is a biological male, and he likes to be called she, her pronouns. So now, if you're friends with Bridget, right, and somehow this compartment over here, how you really think about Bridget, slips into this compartment, and you say that out loud, you're hurting your friend. You're alienating your friend. You're taking somebody who thought that you understood her, thought that you got her, and you're letting her know that you didn't. And for trans people, this is fucking traumatic. All right? Now, obviously, people take time to internalize concepts, like the concept that trans women are women. And maybe there's a bridge in there where first people internalize, okay, there's a biological male, but is wants she, her pronouns, and maybe you eventually get there, right? But understand that whatever relationship you had, whatever bridge you had to Bridget, you kind of burned, you kind of torched that bridge right there. And there's no amount of apologies that are gonna make that not hurt. And however much it hurts you, however much you might be hurt by the fact that you've now got your friend upset, just times that by 100 if you want to understand how she feels, right? So as much as cis people out there, I know you're afraid of misgendering trans people, and it's because you care about trans people, and that's good. But in some ways, like, when you let that fear become fragility, you end up making the world a lot more hostile for people that you care about, that you want to do right by, that you want to understand, even if you don't fully understand them already.
Right wing, right? So when Muhammad Ali and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar changed their names to Muslim names for a long, long time, they would not be called by that name. They would be called by their Christian names.
And trans people, if you are, if they're accidentally misgendered, right? It's unfortunately something that trans people have to get used to. So, nobody's like hating you for accidentally misgendering somebody, for they want to be called a birthing person, and instead you refer to them as something else that's, makes them feel icky, right? Trans people kind of have to be resilient, but the point is that you care. The point is that you try to avoid that, and the point is that you recognize that even though this doesn't seem like a big deal to you, it is a big deal to your friend. It is a big deal to your family member, and they're having a tough time already, right? Without having to wonder if you are actually their friend or not, if you actually understand them or not. But yeah, I mean, it's this compartmentalization that goes on that I would encourage cis people at least try to notice this, all right? It doesn't make you a bad person if you're compartmentalizing, but it does mean that you could hurt somebody that you care about without meaning to. And it's much better to be aware of that than to try to, be ignorant of it. Does that make sense? Did you add my sub to Hypnoponies? No, but I will now.
So no, of course we're not going to do that, and I appreciate the opportunity to work these things.
Hypnoponies.
All right, I guess last thing on it, Sandy.
6%.
When it is a new word, how do we decide as a community what the new word is, right? Because that is, like, you're gonna think one thing makes sense, the other person's gonna think the other one, that sounds awkward, but the other one is good. I'm gonna have a completely different opinion. How do we have a conversation without offending people, but at the same time trying to be inclusive enough to get to the right word that helps the community rather than hurts the community?
Well, it's like any new language in any area. It's whatever just happens to catch on to the biggest population. You know, it's not like you can just go to a certain group of people and poll them, because you're going to have multiple different opinions. So like with tech, there's often new words that pop up, and eventually there's just one word that catches on and people coalesce around that. And so that's what it's going to take with this. It's going to take a bit of time. It's going to take people saying clumsy terms, and it's going to take, you know, people actually being willing to try out terms and accepting these new terms.
So Sandy, you have something in how you're referred to that is also challenging for people who are not used to it. Your pronouns are she and her, but on your titles, you're Mr. / Sir and folk, right? So for people who are not familiar with that, that is gonna throw them for a loop, okay? So
well, I'll also go by they, them, but I'm very open about it, and I never get on people's case if they misgender me. That's not an issue for me.
Okay, so that's another thing. Real quick, because we're almost out of time. But I have a sense that the transgender community is the most victimized community in the country. That one's not a sense, that one's real. That's a fact, right? But then oftentimes they'll strike back, and this is the most gross generalization, okay? But I'm trying to have a conversation here. I need to facilitate the conversation, right? By saying, hey, if you mess up the pronouns, etc., that's deeply offensive. But people are just learning these things. Should we give them a little bit of more leeway to get it?
Should we scold trans people for being hurt by being misgendered? No, Jink, we should not scold trans people for being hurt by being misgendered. But a lot of what you're taking as a outright permanent condemnation of you as a bigot for messing up somebody's pronouns is not actually anything that trans people are putting on you. Right? Yes, can you ruin somebody's fucking day? Can you ruin somebody's week by misgendering them? Yes. Yes, you can. Are trans people understanding of that? Yes, yes. And if anything, they are forced to be maybe like more patient with, you know, something like having a fundamental aspect of their identity stripped away from them at the whim of somebody's like, you know, verbal brain fart, right? Trans people are very understanding. Believe me, okay? And look, here's the deal, all right? Trans people don't really have any power. Whatever power you think that they have to cast the wave a magical wand over your head and pronounce you canceled, right? Is you exaggerating the fuck out of the social power that a very marginalized group definitely does not have, right? Yeah, trans people are more than patient. But if you're not safe for somebody, right? So like one scenario, right? You mess up somebody's pronouns. You feel bad about it. They feel really bad about it. And then the next time when you're about to say something about them, you're like, oh, no, he is going there, right? And maybe you're a little awkward in the way you say he, but then the next time it comes natural. And this is your friend and you care about him and you know that he wants to be called he, him pronouns. This is your friend and you care about them and you know they want to be called they, them pronouns. This is your friend and you care about her and you know she wants to be called she, her pronouns, right? Like that's not an issue, right? But trans people never know when somebody is constantly fucking up their pronouns if it is by accident. And there are people that will do it on purpose to fuck with trans people and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the, like, and trans people never know. There's no way to know. There's no way to know. So if it's like this constant thing, then yeah, that person might not fuck with you from then on, because you have shown yourself to be not a safe person to be around. And the social consequences to you are that person is not going to be as in your life as they would have otherwise. And maybe some of that person's friends are not going to be as in your... The only power that trans people have at all is a very limited amount of social power. And, to the extent that what Jink is talking about, the reaction of trans people to being like misgendered, like that is the maximum amount of power that's going to be exerted on you. Now, if you're Jordan Peterson and you have a principled stand that you will not gaslight, you will not be taken into someone else's delusion, and you refuse to use the pronouns that they want to be called because you know the right pronouns to call them and they're the biological blah, 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 blah. If you're that person, then guess what? Trans people aren't going to fuck with you. Trans people aren't going to hang with you. Trans people do not want to be your friend. You're going to lose friends. Not just the trans people, their friends, their family, people that care about them, people that are willing to stand up for them. You are, potentially not going to be in the same social circles with. So if you're fine with that, then whatever. But yeah, this idea that trans people have some kind of magical power and are like forcing you to say their pronouns, no such thing is true. No such thing is true.
It takes some time to get it right, as long as they're not being condescending and purposely mean, etc.
Well, it goes a little bit both ways. Like generally, if a person presents one way, like I present female, I'm never going to get upset as somebody referring to me as a lady or a woman. But for some people who maybe present in ways that are unclear, it depends on really what's been happening with them that day too, because maybe they've been purposely misgendered 10 times already, or people have been getting on their case and then somebody just accidentally misgenders them and they've reached their breaking point. So it takes patience and understanding on both sides.
I love this conversation. All right, thank you, Sandy, and everybody check out Sandy.
Very diplomatically said. Now, I'm not going to be able to be anywhere near as diplomatic about the top of the hour ad break. That is because it's coming up in exactly 3 minutes and 43 seconds. And it's 3 minutes of ads. They're unskippable. The only way you get out of them is through a sub. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. You can do that for $6 with $6. Yes, they did indeed raise their rate, and it does suck, right? It's a lot of money. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, even though it's more expensive now. But you're more likely to be be gifted a sub if you're active in the chat. So there we go. There we go. All right. So there is. We've got Anna sort of on record as knowing, as understanding the stuff that she then pretended to be oblivious of. We've got Jink Uger also on the record for the same thing. So we're working our way through this Substack. This is Anna's new Substack. It's called Unaligned. Okay, so we're down here to there was the insane reaction to my tweets on March 2023. All hell broke loose after I posted those words. Most friends in left-wing media didn't bother reaching out privately to discuss. I feel like a lot of people reached out privately, though. I've heard a lot of people talking about doing exactly this. Reaching out privately to discuss their disagreement with my personal preference. Instead, many self-described socialists took it upon themselves to profit from the conflict by publicly attacking me with monetized socialists, and yet they monetize their videos. If you're a socialist, you're supposed to live like Jesus and the disciples. You give away everything that you own, and you travel around the world preaching the good word of Karl Marx. Isn't that how it works? By being socialist, you can never again use capitalism. And you'll probably starve to death. I don't know. I don't know what they expect. You're supposed to become part of a cult of poverty. Thank you, Omega Star, for the gift sub to Sparajack. Sparajack, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Although a more expensive thing than it should be, honestly. It's the thing about Twitch. They're a little... They're weird to me too, chat. Did you know that, like, okay, so I keep on saying that I'm gonna do like a subathon, like an extra long Twitch stream to try to build up my subs. The reason for that is that the way that things are now, they Twitch takes a lot of the sub money and just keeps it. It's like until you get to 100 subs, until you're carrying 100 subs, they keep like 50% of it. I think after that they keep 35% of it. And if you get to 300, then you get the 70-30 split, which used to be what partners would get, but now you can get it as a but yeah, that's what YouTube does, right? That's YouTube split. So to just get to YouTube levels, you gotta be you gotta be having a pretty active Twitch stream, and I just haven't really focused on that. There's a lot there's a lot more we could be doing for Twitch. In fact, I want to get the alerts fixed. Maybe I think I'll have a day. Oh my god, I have so much to do tomorrow, but when I have a day off tomorrow, I'll try to work on that stuff then. But yeah, we're up to 37%. Omega Star said hypno ponies, right? Hypno ponies are up to 12%. So yeah, make sure that if you donate to me on Twitch, on YouTube, on Patreon, or on Throne, any sort of thing that's a donation that you do, let me know in the chat, and I will be glad to put your donation as a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice. And thus help the topic that you want to see become the bonus content for today. As of now, Cute Cat Vids has got 36%, Chapel Roan allegations, and again, remember, these are allegations. These are things that people are saying about Chapel Roan, not necessarily anything that's true or anything that's good. So, take it with a grain of salt. We're not necessarily destroying Chapel Roan today. We're not here to cancel Chapel Roan. But yeah, there's some people saying some pretty weird stuff about Chapel at the moment. Brianna Wu and Buck Angel at 21%. Hypno Ponies at 12%. Did we get Davi's vote? Am I seeing it here? Oh god, I wasn't even on live chat yet. Let me. Somehow I switched back to. All right, so that's 3% for Davi. So we're up to 40%. That is 4/10 of the way there. That is 2/5 is another way to look at it. I love fractions. So do you, I assume. Everyone loves fractions. All right, so I want to show you what that looked like. Now, the first thing we can do is we can take a look at Anna's tweet on twitter.com. I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, a birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. So you got the serfs here on the day of. It's the right who wants to label people on their genitals or organs. You're only a biological woman if you have birthing organs or menstruate. Trans activists are always the first to say there's a difference between trans and cis. There's a difference between trans and cis women because that's what makes them trans. I'm not sure what Lance is going for there. Mike Figueredo. So you're seeing a lot of leftist mafia members here, right? And that's going to become a battlefield in just a second. The leftist mafia is going to become a battlefield. I respect you, even though a lot of these people did reach out to Anna. Mike Figueredo says, I respect you a lot, but this notion that the mere existence of trans-inclusive terms, rarely used in casual conversations, somehow degrades women comes right out of the right's anti-trans war on women playbook. True. Let's look at it this way. There we go. There's our Twitter feed. Ana Kasparian says, hey, Mike, you're the guy you're a guy who has you're a guy, I think is what she's saying. You're a guy who has no clue what it's like to have your reproductive freedom taken away. But consider what it's like to have the same lawmakers who failed to protect our rights turn around and call us people with uteruses. It's not inclusive. Oh my God, I don't know who is she calling out here. So, lawmakers, legislators who use inclusive language did not protect us, failed to protect our rights in Roe versus Wade. That is blaming the wrong people, right? Roe versus Wade was facilitated by a Republican Senate that refused to hear the confirmation on Obama's nomination for replacement to, I believe it was Scalia, and allowed Trump to have an extra justice. Right? You can blame Trump, you can blame Mitch McConnell, but blaming what the most lefty members of Congress and Senate for this? That's ridiculous, Anna. Liz Winstead says, I'm a woman and proud of it and fight for us every day, but not everyone who deals with reproductive issues is a woman. Great point. Speaking of inclusion does not erase your womanhood, and you can't speaking with inclusion, sorry, and you actually can't support trans and gender non-conforming communities without inclusion. Liz, I have zero problem with inclusion, none. But there's got to be better ways than boiling it down to a body part. No, especially in the context of having reproductive rights taken away from people who just see women as a baby-making vessel. That's all I'm saying. Again, these people that see women as a baby-making vessel, you're talking about like Christian nationalist Republicans. It's 180 degrees away from the people that are using inclusive language. Carrie Lake trying to agree with Anna here. Anna's not having it. I think you're an embarrassment to this country and a full-blown lunatic. I wonder what she'll think in 6 months about Carrie Lake. Maybe you have a different opinion by then. Who's this? So anyway, she's definitely getting some pushback, but she's also getting, look, the Hodge twins. These are right-wing content creators. This is not a right or left issue. Anna's take is just common sense. The corruption of gender will empower men and disenfranchise biological women and flip society upside down. You can support LGBTQ without they and them walking all over you. Yeah, they, them are walking all over you, I guess. That's the Hodge twins. I don't think Anna replied to them. But yeah, you're having some pretty good people pushing back, and some pretty bad people saying based Anna. And that is a trend that continues. Okay, so we got a humanist report video about this. I kind of want to go over the leftist mafia stuff first, though. Look, I'm doing the best I can to give you like a timeline. Oh crap, you know what? We skipped something. Editor, you might want to... I mean, I'm saying this to my editor. I'm really talking to myself here. Most of the time. Whoever ends up editing this, whether it's me or not me, you might want to reorder these. You might want to put this segment earlier. This is Ana Kasparian, friend of the show. Yeah, friend of the show, friend of the Sitch and Adam show.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Oh, I get what she's doing now. She's going full lib. My mom, who is pretty liberal for an older lady, also got upset about birthing person, even though that's how my brother's doctor would describe them.
Yeah, no, she definitely is. And you look, she's not the only person that's reacting like this. And like I said before, you should never assume that because somebody is on the left or considers themselves a progressive, that they're not, that they don't have some implicit racist bias, some implicit transphobic bias, some implicit homophobic bias, some Islamophobic bias, right? Some anti-Semitic bias. You should never make that assumption because that's why it's implicit bias. It's implicit because you don't necessarily recognize it. You're like, I'm not racist. But everybody that's looking at you can see that, yeah, you kind of being racist here. What is causing the political shift in America? Other political side is not evil. Jordan Peterson's first rule, public opinion for healthcare. We're trying to find sort of, okay, here we go. What caused Anna's political shift?
Be the other side of right-wing disinformation.
And we'll get into the leftist mafia after this.
Like, if we're going to be critical of disinformation we see happening in various videos and that are produced by other people, we should at least look inward a little bit and make sure that we're doing our due diligence.
Yeah, it's interesting you were saying how with the media, a lot of the misinformation comes from, like, they leave stuff out.
Thank you for the super chat, Davy.
In my experience too, just this intentional leaving out of key information, or they'll, like, the headline or the subsection will kind of frame something in a very specific way. So even when you get to, like, kind of the contradictory information, your mind is already, like, made up by that point, so it doesn't matter. And so it leads to this kind of effect where, like, once a person once that story hits that, like you or me or anyone, because I kind of went through the same experience where, like, once something hits me in a specific way, like, it's like I'm free of the matrix. Suddenly I'm starting to see, like, things a little bit differently. All the dominoes kind of start to fall, and I say, oh wait, I start to see, like, where all the misinformation is coming from. Was the Rittenhouse thing, like, was that, like, the key moment, or was there something else that kind of, like, made you shift your thinking?
So that was one of the pivotal moments.
Oh God, chat, we haven't gone over this, but there were some text messages released made by Kyle Rittenhouse that essentially describe him as wanting to kill people, like seeing pictures of shoplifters and expressing a desire to kill, right? Prior to actually killing some people.
But honestly, I would say everything for me started when I started getting gaslit on the crime wave. And it's really interesting to talk about these various political issues in the abstract, but then once you personally...
The crime wave. Now, like, understand, by crime wave, this is July 2nd, 2023. The closest thing to a crime wave is a slight rise in rates of crimes immediately after the lockdown. And that's because, the record low rates of crime that we had in 2019 went substantially down during the lockdown. And then when the lockdown was over, bounced back up. And then immediately went back to, like, 2019 levels. And, 2023, 2022, 2024, we don't have a crime wave. We have a trend of lowering rates of crime subsequent to that one relatively small spike.
Experience something, and once you see something happening in the country with your own two eyes, and your political side is incessantly gaslighting you on it, it makes you question, well, what else are you guys lying about? Or what else are you guys gaslighting about? And that's what happened. So, during the pandemic...
So she learned that you could claim a crime wave in absence of any data, and that actual justice warrior will simp the fuck out of you and will back you up in this spurious claim by saying, well, you know, the crime rates in the bigger cities, the cops are, they're too woke. The cops are woke and they won't release the real crime rates, right? They're all keeping this, this data would just like completely change the overall trajectory, and we're just not seeing it because the police are too damn woke to show it to us.
There was absolutely a crime wave in the country, mostly in like major cities. Los Angeles happened to be one of them. And, you know, I talked about how I, you know, was assaulted. Well,
but you know that there's a crime wave because you see homeless people. And you know that where there's homeless people, there's crime. There we go. There we go. I mean, so you're seeing where this comes from.
Actually, let me give you the details again, because there's
Anecdote Anna, yeah.
an element to that story that I've never shared with anyone that also explains where my head's at now. So, you know, as I was walking my dog one day, there were these two guys. They appeared to be homeless. They appeared to be on.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. This is even worse. This is what I suspected, but I didn't know that she'd actually confirm it. They appeared to be homeless. So I felt it necessary when I talked about my experience being the victim of SA to say a homeless guy did this to me because he appeared to be homeless. This is so bad. This is so bad. She's willing to put people that are on the edge of like existence in society, push them off the fucking edge based on her conclusion, her assumption that her attacker was homeless. What the fuck?
Something. They look like they might be methed out or something because they were kind of acting erratically. But, you know, typically when I...
There we go. There we go. Homeless, methed out, acting erratically, criminals. She's a fucking bigot. That's bigotry, right? She's making all these associations devoid of any actual proof. This is how implicit bias fucking works.
Cross guys like that, if I ignore them, they won't do anything.
Right.
That wasn't the case this time around. You know, they're coming toward me, and my dog Charlie, like, he does his business, and as I bend over to pick up his business, one of them grabs me by my hips and just like with an erection and everything just starts like humping me, like right there in like broad daylight. And it was terrifying because like I didn't have any weapon with me, no taser, no pepper spray, nothing. And luckily the guy, he did that, and then he and his friend walk away while they're like laughing at me. And I felt so degraded, scared. And like the first thing I did is I called my husband, and he came down and he's like, where are they? And he started looking for them. We couldn't find them. The cops wouldn't come. Like, we actually had an incident in front of our building like a few weeks prior to that. That was really scary. We called the police, and the police just wouldn't come. Like, it was amazing. And now in retrospect, I realized the reason why is because there was a shortage. And I think that there was like an unofficial strike, considering what happened in 2020.
So listen to what she's saying. She's like low-key okay with cops refusing to protect and serve, which is what she thinks is happening, you know, absent of any proof, right? You know, we don't know if this is what's happening. But she's okay with that. The cops are justified in failing to protect and serve because some protesters said some mean things about them. Because some people said that they wanted to defund the police. Some people said that this law enforcement institution should be abolished and replaced with something better. So they're in their fucking full right to fail to allow people to be fucking SA'd. Now, I don't put a lot of stock in her interpretation of what happened, right? I don't know if that's true. But people overestimate the number of crimes that are solved in any year. People overestimate the degree to which the police actually do protect and serve, and they underestimate the amount of abuse, the amount of violence, the amount of racism that goes on within this institution. Because if most people knew what actually went on, it would blow their fucking minds. and they wouldn't feel safe, and they'd realize that we don't have a law and order institution that serves the public good and protects and serves. We have a legalized criminal gang. And that's the thin blue line right there. Those are the blue lives that matter.
And all the protests. So they just wouldn't show up. And I just didn't even think to call the cops because I'm like, what's the point? These guys have already like left and they're not going to be able to find them. But anyway, I opened up about that. And I also started opening up about, you know, just what the statistics were indicating in regard to crime and how it's obviously having a negative impact.
I became a big fan of crime statistics.
All communities, but mostly the communities that like BLM.
Not actual official statistics, right? Not the actual numbers, but like that whatever actual justice warrior tells me.
And leftists claim to care so much about.
Did she just assume? I didn't even catch that. She just assumed that the cops wouldn't show up.
Communities, you know, crime on the metro system in LA has been unbelievable. And the majority of people who take the metro, who take buses and public.
So this is what they try to claim, okay? They say the crime wave, crime is out of control. You show them the numbers, right? You show them the stats from the 80s, from the 70s, from the 90s, and like you show them now, here's the stats now. Whoa, it was way higher back then. And there was a blip after the lockdown, but then it came back down. So in the years that you're talking about, crime is actually going down, Anna, not up. And she says, oh, well, you know, it's in cities, it's localized, it's on the metro, it's you know, there's a crime wave in certain places, right? And the FBI is hiding it from us. The cops are hiding it from us. They're too woke. They don't want to say that there's this crime wave in big cities, so they're just keeping that information to themselves because cops don't want justification for them to get military grade equipment to be able to use on civilians. They don't want that. No, they want to have their budgets cut. That's right.
Transportation, they're usually like immigrant workers. They're usually, you know, blue collar workers who, you know, don't have enough money to buy a car, for instance. And so I was like, why are you guys cool with just having these people deal with this kind of violence? There was like a phase last year where people were literally being set on fire randomly on buses. And that would get.
So you see what Anna does. She sees a clip on Twitter and she extrapolates it all over the place. Well, this must be a fucking trend. This must be, and why is no one talking about it? Why are the cops not reflecting this crime data in their numbers? Well, it must be because they're too woke.
No news coverage, and it would infuriate me. And so when I opened up about what happened to me in my own neighborhood, what I thought was telling was how not everyone, but some people accuse me of pushing racist stereotypes. But I had never, ever disclosed the race of these two individuals, ever.
Yeah.
But they just assumed that these two guys were black. They weren't black. They were two white guys. But like, I never shared that publicly because I didn't think the race really mattered, right? What actually happened mattered. And I thought the reaction to—
Wait, excuse me, Anna, you didn't think the race mattered, and you're right? Having this happen to you done by a white guy or, you know, a black guy, an Asian guy, a Hispanic guy, it doesn't mean that like we should then like suddenly be suspicious of this entire group of people. And indeed, you know, most people wouldn't unless you're a little bit more explicitly racist and less implicitly racist. But the same is true in terms of your guess, your assumption that these people are homeless, right? But Anna really does believe that there needs to be more scrutiny applied to one of the most marginalized groups in the fucking country. Like I said, a group that struggles to fucking exist.
Who are supposed to allegedly want dignity for everyone.
Yeah, woke cops like in Disco Elysium, exactly.
Reacted to it. Like that really bothered me. So that was the beginning of it. I would say that's what started me questioning everything and wanting to like look deeper into everything. And then other things happened. So the misrepresentation of what was happening to Asian Americans. So there would be all these videos of Asian Americans getting sucker punched or hit over the head with, whatever. And the main narrative on the left was, this is anti-Asian hate.
Yeah.
But actually, if you look at all of those stories individually, it usually involved like a repeat criminal or someone who's just been left on the
So it's not anti-Asian hate. It is the woke cops again. It's the woke cops. It's the woke DAs. It's the woke criminal justice and system, just being way too permissive and be like, oh, violent criminal, haha, let's let you back onto the streets.
with severe mental health.
So yeah, she's gonna talk about probably cash bail here.
Issues like people basically carrying out these acts of violence because they don't have their head in the right place, they need help, whatever it is. But like to just brush it off as, oh, it's just anti-Asian hate that's been inspired by the.
That's not brushing it off. That's acknowledging that this shit was happening. That when you start talking about Kung Flu, which is literally a term that people were using, when you literally turn the coronavirus into like an anime waifu, right? Then yeah, you're in that situation. Asian people are gonna get targeted with racism, with abuse, with violence. Yeah. You don't think that was happening? You think that's a complete lie? Oh no. Asian people were fine during the pandemic. Nobody was making that connection, even though there's all these fucking racist memes all over the internet.
Right wing. It just wasn't true.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was wrong to frame it that way when in reality there was a real issue.
Yeah, China virus, as Donald Trump called it.
With
I'm gonna pee really quick. I will be right back.
And in some cases, people with severe mental health issues.
Oh God, she's attacking people with mental illness too.
But since a lot of this was happening in areas like San Francisco, where there's a sizable Asian population, the narrative on the left became, oh, it's just anti-Asian hate that's been inspired by the right, and I just didn't really see much evidence of that. Then there was the attacks on straight news journalists who were doing their jobs. For instance, when Li Fang was reporting on the BLM protests, when he was accurately reporting on the BLM protests and some of the violence that took place during those protests, his own colleagues at The Intercept tried to paint him as a racist. I've known Li Fang for many, many years, since I started working at TYT. Guy doesn't have a racist bone in his body. For them to paint him in that way, I thought was disgusting, and it had a chilling effect, right? The whole point is to intimidate journalists from doing accurate reporting on what's actually occurring.
I'm gonna have to wait a bit before that bathroom break. This is the thing about having roommates. You gotta wait for the bathroom sometimes.
On the ground. Then there was what happened to Jesse.
Oh well.
Which I found disgusting.
Oh no. What did I miss, chat? Do I need to roll it back? We're at Jesse Single. It's a friend of Destiny's and a friend of Anna's. And a friend of Chud Logic's. Interesting.
At some point this year, I would say earlier.
People who have a problem with trans people really like Jesse Single.
This year.
With the trans stuff? Jesse's been on the show before. Yeah, he's done.
I'm so surprised. Wow, I never would have guessed. Never would have guessed.
Jesse Single is a good faith, I think, critical thinker.
Gender critical thinker, yeah.
I'm subscribed to Blocked and Reported. I have listened to endless podcast episodes from Blocked and Reported. I haven't seen.
How am I not surprised?
Anything from Jesse Single that communicates to me that he is a transphobe, that he is a bad person. He did straight news reporting on basically what, some of the risks could be when it comes to transitioning literal kids with puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones. And through his reporting, which I'm very sad to say I didn't really come across until this year, I learned that I was wrong about a bunch of other things, right? So for instance, it is a lie that puberty blockers are reversible. In some cases, they are not, and they can cause irreparable harm. And look, you might think, okay, but you got to do a balancing act. And if a child.
I might think that a doctor knows better about this stuff than Ana fucking Kasparian or Jesse Single. I might think that boards that are drawing up standards of care are actually very conservative in their treatment of something like this, not the other way around. And that the real challenge is for trans kids to actually get treatment, not that they're somehow being pushed into treatment that they don't want or won't benefit from.
If a teenager has severe gender dysphoria and it would actually be better for that person to go on puberty blocks, okay, I mean, we should be able to balance that out. But my point here is withholding the information because you don't like the information getting out there ain't the way to go, because that destroys.
But it's not information if it's a fucking layperson creating a moral panic over the literal standard of care.
Any opportunity for us to actually have a good faith debate about what we should do moving forward.
Maybe don't debate people's existence, Anna. Maybe don't debate people's existence.
What are the pros and cons? So there's that, you know, all of this stuff it started adding up. And through listening to Blocked and Reported, I found out I got a lot of stories wrong as well. Rebecca Jones ended up being a liar and a grifter. And I wouldn't have known
Wait, who's Rebecca Jones?
that. I wouldn't have known that had I
Anna, you better be careful about throwing the liar and a grifter allegations around. Those might come back to haunt you.
not, opened my mind up to other voices.
Rebecca
that
Jones was the
everyone-
one that went after DeSantis, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And she's a complete liar. And we uplifted her, we enabled her, and I feel disgusting that we did that. So I issued a retraction and a correction on that story. I don't know what the
remember
reaction
that.
was.
My reaction was good.
Yeah.
What is some of the reaction? Like one of the problems that we often have, obviously we're labeled right wingers all the time.
Imagine that.
Anyone who watches our show knows we're pretty much like disaffected liberals. Like to call us right wing is just, it's kind of laughable. But we are constantly called right wingers. Just
no way,
because we don't straw man the arguments that are made on the right. And so many people on the left, all they are familiar with is the straw man version of the trans issue or some particular news story. So what is some of the reaction that you have gotten to that?
Well, the reaction has not been great. Look, that Leftist Mafia stream was unbelievable.
Oh, here we go.
The accusations that were thrown out there.
Thank you, Anna, for setting up my next piece of content.
Implying that I'm racist because as a woman, I don't want to be called a birthing person. Like that race didn't come up at all until she brought it up. And then she was the only one on that stream who brought race into it and made it abundantly clear that she's got an issue with white women and just thinks they're all the same and whatever. and then after I basically called her out on it, she's like, "Oh, you're attacking me and only me because I'm black." And it's like, no, you're the only one in that group of people who attack me and accuse me of being racist because I personally want to be called a woman. So, I'm
not sure that they fully understand the damage that accusation can do. And if they do, that makes it even more.
They understand.
Okay.
They understand.
That makes it even more horrible. I think she published a video of you that was you saying the N-word, and it was back when,
Back when it was cool. It was never cool. No, but iDubbbz was doing it. It's okay. It was cool. No, but they do it because they don't want to. The word has that impact, and they don't want to deaden the impact by saying the N-word, and it's better to... No, you just wanted to say the N-word. You had a fucking editorial meeting where you decided, you know what, we're going to say the N-word. When it comes up in the story, we're going to say it.
Didn't have this big...
Now, granted, right? And you want to talk about straw man? It's kind of a straw man to say that the people that had an issue with Anna and Jink and TYT saying the N-word were asserting that she was saying it in a pejorative kind of way, that she was calling people the N-word with a hard R, right? No, but you had a fucking editorial meeting where you were deciding, shall we call it the N-word? It's 2014. Shall we call it the N-word or shall we just say the word? And we were like, no, I think I want to say the word. That's what we want to do. Yeah, that's a really good. How did that age, Anna? How did that fucking age?
The N-word, and you weren't. It's not like you were calling people the N-word.
Yeah, Anna says racist is the new N-word. Wow.
Right.
Quoting.
No, but that's not what anybody's claiming. They're not saying that Ana Kasparian's out there calling people the N-word, right? It's just that it's not just her. It's TYT. From what I heard, they had an editorial meeting where they made this decision. And yeah, Anna was on the side of, like, let's say the team N-word, I guess. I don't know.
Story. So all of
you just got to wonder about somebody that's like going to such lengths to say the N-word. They just need to say that word. I don't know.
Context, which is completely unfair.
Yeah, I mean, look, so it's really funny because that compilation video wasn't made by her. If you guys remember, at some point last year, everyone was going after Rogan for saying the N-word. And so someone on the
They're calling her racist, which is worse.
Had made a compilation video of all the times he had said the N-word on his podcast. And then in response to that, someone on the right made a compilation of all the times, like...
Okay, so it was a bad person that made the compilation, but I thought we weren't supposed to think in team sports. I thought we were heterodox thinkers now, Anna. Is that not right? That Rogan fan that was pushing back against TYT, they're certainly valid in their opinion too. They're an important voice that we have to listen to. It's so weird. It's so weird how
right, or me and Jen could
easily she slips into hypocrisy.
So someone on the right made that video, and we had a company meeting, the producers, everyone, we got together, and this is like years and years ago. The last time we actually uttered that word on air.
It wasn't just me, it was the whole fucking staff saying, let's say the N-word.
In 2012. But we sat down.
Okay, 2012, I'm sorry. I said it wrong, chat. Correction.
We talked about whether we should actually say the word when we're quoting someone that we are condemning as racist, or should we sanitize it and say N-word instead? And so we
didn't want to sanitize it because we're brave journalists.
Decided
you feel like you're really looking for an excuse to say the fucking N-word. I'm sorry. This is what you're going out of your way. You're doing fucking gymnastics to say the N-word. This is like Destiny levels. This is like, and you're not even playing video games. What's your excuse?
The time that it was better to actually read the quotes verbatim as opposed to sanitizing it. And I knew it would eventually come back to bite me in the ass. And
then what?
And I'm not going to apologize for it because context matters, intention matters, and what people like Olay are trying to do is erase all of that.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think Olay is questioning like whether Anna is somebody that calls people the N-word, right? I think that Olay is questioning whether Anna is part of a fucking news organization that seems to find every justification they can to say the N-word, right?
Make it seem as though intention is totally irrelevant, context is totally irrelevant. If she says someone's racist, then by definition, that person is racist, end of story, period. And I just disagree. I also disagree with racism of all sorts, right? So I find it disgusting when people make generalizations about Black people or migrants or any group. Why would I somehow be okay making generalizations about
the homeless? I don't know, Anna. Why would you be okay with that?
White women or white people, right? So I find it gross and divisive. And look, at the center of all of this is I've been doing this shit for like 17 years and things have gotten worse. And I just don't think whatever strategy the left thinks they're engaging in is an effective strategy.
So I'm going to help the other side. That's what I need to do. I need to switch sides. Like, I don't think that the Jedi are quite, like, I don't think they're examining their philosophy to find the hypocrisy within that. So I am going to go with my friend Emperor Palpatine over here, and I'm going to...
It's actually caused more harm than good. I think their rhetoric and their discourse is a lot of times ignorant of the facts. And I think that they go...
Remy says Olay's got to be dancing now that after Eric Adams got arrested. There's a video coming out from my understanding. Yeah, I think Olay is... has got a video in the works on Eric Adams.
around accusing people of doing things that they themselves engage in. And I was part of that too. I'm trying to do better moving forward. But
I'm trying to do better.
a lot of people are going to look at this and think,
I demand justice for the hypnoponies. Yeah, how are those hypnoponies doing? The cute cat videos are doing really well at 34%. The hypnoponies, they're down to 12%. Oh, Chapel Roan allegations, which, you know, take that with a grain of salt. I mean, like, right, you know, calling them allegations for a reason, okay? Those are at 28%, so they're catching up, as is Brianna Wu and Buck Angel catching up at 26%. So far, it looks like the biggest player in terms of donos is actually Vox Populi. Because as long as Vox Populi is the highest number on here, we've basically got, ooh, look at that. Hypnoponies gaining some ground all of a sudden. Respect. But yeah, at the moment, we've got essentially the bonus, the content that's winning on the vote is the content that's winning, right? There's such a high Vox Populi on this that it's basically the poll as is. So cute cat videos are indeed winning, with Chapel Roan coming in second, Brianna Wu in third, and Hypnoponies pulling up the rear. Her video is out today. Nice. That's awesome. I didn't know it was out today. Wow. Okay. I'm not on top of shit. No.
oh, well, then that means she's a right winger. Whatever. You can call me whatever you want. I don't care what you label me as, but
Just not birthing person.
don't call me a birthing person. A person with a uterus. Yeah, exactly.
I don't blame you at all. So
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what my labels are at this point
Right.
because I don't fit in anywhere, I feel like.
You feel like you're becoming politically homeless, maybe a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think's causing sort of this shift in the left and in media? Or, I mean, first of all, I'm assuming you think there is a shift that's happening on the left.
Okay, so I feel like we've got enough out of that one. I wanted to show you something really quick. I don't know how long we'll watch. I don't know how long I can stand to watch this. All right, here we go. I found the video. Oh my God, so many technical difficulties today.
For Democrats, stop focusing on scaring people about the scary right-wing candidates and offer them real solutions that you're going to fight for. I think
Omega Star with the 100 bits. I label you as a turf, Anna.
that's the only long-lasting winning strategy for Democrats. Are they going to do
Anarcho-communist asks, what lawmaker has ever used inclusive language, right?
it? No.
Good point.
Captured by the money.
It's been Shapiro and Ana Kasparian. Have you forgotten about this? This was a year ago. Oh, wait a minute. Really? This was only a year. Well, it's like almost, it's getting closer to 2 years ago. But yeah, this happened. No, so this must have, I'm trying to go in the right order. This must have happened after Leftist Mafia. This is 2023, February 2023. No, wait. Okay, this is before then. This is a month before the tweet. There we go. I'm still in the right timeline.
2021 was the first time I met it.
Thank you for having me.
So first of all, we have to take on the elephant in the room. You are braving grave danger by coming on a show like this one. So
The slings and arrows of people like us.
what's prompting you to actually join me on the show? Because it is hard to get people who disagree on shows like this one, for sure.
Turns out I don't disagree with you on as much as we thought, Ben.
Well, I think that it's important to talk to people you disagree with, debate and hash out some of the ideas that we have and the differences we have. I'm not afraid of my political views. I'm not afraid to admit when maybe I got something wrong in the past and maybe I've evolved on my political views. It's just really, really important in a functioning democracy to have Americans see one another as fellow Americans as opposed to an identity that needs to be super combative with a different identity. And I think that's what we've kind of turned into. You and I clearly have a lot of disagreements on policy, disagreements on culture, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're an awful person. It doesn't mean that I should be afraid of you. If anything, I should prove that I genuinely believe my political view.
Narco-communist says there was a documented statistically significant increase in hate crime against specifically East Asian people. Yeah, and she's denying that. It's weird. While she's saying that the rest of us are denying this giant crime wave that she's perceiving and that she knows is out there in the FBI data or the police, the law enforcement data, but they're just not showing because the cops are too woke. I don't know.
Views by engaging in these debates. If I can defend what I believe with actual facts, statistics, empirical evidence, well, that only proves that there's good reason to believe in the policies that I'm promoting. And it's easy.
I gotta ask, what's going on with the camera angle?
To be in an echo chamber where everyone already agrees with you, but you're not really being.
Are we watching Fox News?
Challenged. So I like to be challenged. I like to put my political ideas to the test, and I think this is a good opportunity to do it.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I really like about you as a person.
Oh, and I see the camera angle's different for him. Interesting.
Actually got to know each other when we did a debate about a year ago.
We're not seeing his kneecap.
Yeah.
Over in Pennsylvania, and we were talking in the green room beforehand, and we got along as human beings. And one of the things that's nice about conversations like this is, again, what you say I think is super important, which is that the social fabric of the country is going to be built on the idea that people.
As deluded as she is, I think that she is and somehow believes she is the solution to bridge left and right. She thinks her spiritual mission is to bridge the left and the right back. I mean, maybe so. Did you say that you had DMs? Somebody was talking about having DMs and wanting to share those on stream. I am in the Discord if you want to jump in there. Am I in the Discord? Yeah, I am. Look, you know how I know? I can use these.
Dingus Gambit.
Weasel! So that tells me I am in the Discord. Did you know that all of these are available for you on the Discord? You can use these in voice chats, right? There's this little soundboard button that you press, and all of a sudden you'll be able to do... God, I wish I had some more tea left, honestly.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
This is going bad. Dingus Gambit.
Weasel. I did everything right and they indicted me. Fucking pronouns.
We're saying
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
No!
The allegations.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I got jump scared by Bobby. Loud noises scare me, Bo Blacks. I'm sorry.
And have conversations like this, and yet it's considered so unusual and so crazy. Have you gotten any blowback for being willing to do conversations like this one?
Oh yeah, this group called the Leftist Mafia. They disagreed with me and called me conservative, and then these Vanguard guys. These Vanguard guys. Oh, let me tell you about the mods though. These mods are the worst. Let me tell you about I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I will say, it is a small portion of a very loud group of self-identified leftists on Twitter, for instance. They'll get very upset. They'll accuse me of platforming you, even though I don't know if they know.
You're platforming me, Ben.
You've got a bit of a platform on your own. I don't need to help you in building a platform or platforming you. I think that there's this very real fear that in engaging in these conversations, you are legitimizing the other side. And my point is, as long as
you are, that's literally what you're doing.
The other side's coming at me with good faith arguments,
which the Daily Wire is known for. Yes.
They genuinely believe what they're saying.
They genuinely believe what they're saying. They're just as fucking racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic as they say they are, Anna. Yes.
Having these debates is important in actually deciphering what you as the viewer believe, right? Because if you're only listening to one side, if you're listening to leftist media, liberal media, and you don't get the other side at all, your policy ideas are never going to be challenged. You're not going to hear the other side. And I think it's led to this culture right now where Americans overwhelmingly seem to have difficulty with nuance.
Wait, Omega Star, she who shall not be named?
Right? Everything needs to be black and white. And honestly, political issues are usually a lot more complex, a lot more nuanced, and nothing in life is black and white.
And that's what makes them interesting in the first place.
Right.
If it was all that black and white or that easy, you wouldn't have to listen to shows like yours or shows like mine, and you wouldn't have to. I mean, I've always encouraged.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait. Excuse me. Did you just? Are you threatening me with a good time, sir? Is he trying to threaten me with a good time? You're saying that if things are black and white, then we don't have to listen to your show or Anna's show. Sign me up. Sign me up.
Because otherwise, they don't know what I'm saying that's fact and what I'm saying that's opinion. And so I think
you're spitting fact because you're Ben Shapiro. You're a rap god.
It's really important for people to hear conversations between people who really, really disagree. You used a phrase there that I think is really important, good faith. And this is one that I've had to kind of think through myself because obviously there are conversations.
I feel like every time we hear good faith, in my head, I'm hearing a cash register sound.
That are not worth having. You'll have people online who will say, you should go talk to this person. You know this person happens to be, like dregs of the earth. And then you say, well, I don't really wish to talk to, and they say, well,
zebras.
We discuss many of those disagreements, but importantly.
Oh my God. The fuck did I do?
The last 100 years, or who say that there is no anthropogenic.
It almost doesn't matter. It almost doesn't matter where I put it, chat. It's just Shapiro yapping. It's just Shapiro yapping the whole time. He's got the menacing brows.
Global warming is entirely the fault of the sun. And my perspective has always been, I don't have the expertise to challenge the IPCC when they suggest that there will be a certain amount of climate change. Their sort of outlying, more extreme predictions are the ones that have sort of the least predictability, and they admit that. And so the question becomes, what do we do in order to prevent as much of this as possible while still maintaining a lifestyle that Westerners are used to and that we should aspire to for the rest of the world? And nuclear energy has always been a great way of doing that. And so that perspective has tended to draw fire from both sides. You have people who will say, well, why are you even acknowledging that this sort of thing is, you sound like Greta Thunberg? And then you'll have people on the left saying, well, how he doesn't even believe in global warming because he is advocating for nuclear energy. That sort of failure of nuance, I think, has really deleterious effects because it prevents...
Really deleterious. Really deleterious.
Us from accomplishing solutions that, if you and I can agree on a thing, it's a pretty good notion that that's a fairly commonsensical thing because we disagree on so many things. And if we can agree on something like nuclear energy.
Right.
Nuclear energy, good. What a great nuanced take. Wow, it's just good. It's just really good. It radiates. It's wonderful. Yes, nuclear energy, good. So, I mean, without subjecting you to more of that, because there's no timestamps in this, I feel like it's time to get into the leftist mafia portion of this stream, which I know is coming up here. There's just so much shit, right? I was trying to make a timeline of all this, and it's hard. I got Sam Seder. Do I not have Leftist Mafia here? Okay, now this is yeah, 323. Oh, this is the day.
Talk about right off the bat.
Okay, thank you. Oh no, chat, you're gonna not like this. Oh, you're really not gonna like this because my freaking browser just crashed. That's never good. Okay, we're just gonna have a minute over here. Here, let me look at the look at the the poll while I wait to get the. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'll look at the poll anyway, 'cause I haven't done that in a little while. We can figure out. Cute cat videos are still ahead, but not by quite as much. Ooh, look at this. A challenger appears. Chapel Roan allegations at 30%, just 2% behind cute cat videos. Brianna Wu and Buck Angel at 25, and Hypnopony's down to 12. But yeah, it's starting to get interesting. It's starting to get a little bit interesting. And like I said, because of people donating and saying Vox Populi, right now there's not a lot of effect from the donos, right? It's all the vote. So make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. And know that if you donate, whether it's Super Chat, Super Sticker, membership, gifted membership, whether you're donating to My Throne or signing up for Patreon, or you are over on Twitch, getting yourself a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, or even gifting subs or even gifting bits, right? Whatever you do that's a donation, if you let me know in chat, I will put your money where your mouth is, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win. Where are we at right now? We're at 50%, so we're halfway there. Isn't there a song about that? We're halfway there. But yeah, we got it back.
Ophelia super chatted $7.39. While the pony hypnosis sounds interesting, I'll go with the pink pony girl instead.
Pink Pony Girl it is. There you go. Thank you for the super chat, Ophelia. Okay, so we finished that. We're trying to get to Leftist Mafia. What happened? Oh, yeah, I had it for you. Ready to go. And then my browser crashed. Oh my god, I feel so silly. I am silly. Oh yeah, I told you weren't going to like that. This is the last thing that I told you before my browser crashed. I said, you're not going to like this. And chat, do any of you already not like this? Anybody already uncomfortable? Anyone a little disturbed? This is the day that Ana Kasparian made that tweet about birthing person, okay? And this is the Leftist Mafia as they were back then. I forgot. I always forget about the presence of a certain Blair Zahn. Wow. Wow. Let's take a look.
Talk about right off the bat. The Lance and Tim Pool situation on Twitter and the Anna Turfy tweet. Those are the top questions right now.
So
All
I
right.
got
You all
invited to
love
the
getting us in
compound.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear the Lance thing.
Well, I got invited to the compound. It's my first offer. You know, I'm excited. Matt Binder's been there before.
Join the club.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm not going to defend the tweet. I don't agree with it. I think the tweet's wrong. I think it's misguided. Let me bring it up here. Historically, on like 5 million subs, I think, on YouTube, but across like Facebook, I don't know. They have a lot of followers, a lot of viewers, a lot of influence, generally, at least historically, on the left. And to be fair, have sort of been trailblazers in the sense that they have a lot of followers, a lot of.
Is that like the
Yeah,
whole...
so they're like the longest running progressive degree.
So yours was the first tell Kenny who Ana Kasparian is and what the
Let's
please fill Kenny in.
so let's start with the tweet, which I think we can all agree.
No,
Dave.
Yeah.
All right.
So what's the next thing?
Here we go. There we go. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I had to make it
turf
This
thing.
another one.
Dave.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have
Damn. Where's the video? Right there.
a debate on this one.
This is when you get to call me a boomer.
Dave, take it away. Take it away.
Before we debate, who is that?
Well, let's
Please fill Kenny in.
so let's start with the tweet, which I think we can all agree
No, you
is.
was the first tell Kenny who Ana Kasparian is and what the Young Turks is. And
So
Young Turks.
Yeah.
Is that like the
yeah,
whole-
so they're like the longest running progressive news show on YouTube. They have like 5 million subs, I think, on YouTube, but across like Facebook, I don't know. They have a lot of followers, a lot of viewers, a lot of influence, generally, at least historically, on the left. And to be fair, have sort of been trailblazers in the sense that they have, allowed other people to sort of come up in that space. But apart from all that, so this tweet, which I'm not going to defend the tweet. I don't agree with it. I think.
Oh wait, no, chat. I got it. She's coming up. She's coming up. She's coming up. She's Blair. Did I do it right?
Tweet's wrong. I think it's misguided.
So bad.
It's pretty.
It's Blair.
Terrible, as they would say.
Was Blair part of Whiteleaf? Look, as many. That's a funny question. No. I would be so surprised. Blair was so much bigger than anybody in Whiteleaf, even Vosh, right? Blair was 3 Voshes, right? And she kind of was 3 Voshes when it came to the scandal as well, right? This was a huge fucking scandal. Bigger than Vosh's, even though you could say that, like, I mean, no horses or children were involved on the positive side.
So, all right.
As positive as we can be about Illuminati. The fucked up thing, okay, chat, I shouldn't tell you this, all right? I should just keep this to myself. But, like, Blair is like a true legend. Like, there are very few internet villains that are her peer. Am I right? Like, what gives her, like, this power to, like, haunt our nightmares in a way that so few villains on the internet can do? Because you'd think it would be Vosh that haunts our nightmares, but so many people have just like Vosh still has a channel, right? Blair has like an angry comment section that will never ever come close. Like it's not even close.
So Anna tweeted out, and this is sort of, this is, as far as I understand, this is unprompted. I'm not sure where this came from, but I'm a woman. People don't, please don't ever refer.
She decided to go through with the court proceedings? Seriously? She took Oz Media to court?
To me as a person with a uterus, birthing.
Or was she going after Wonder too? She was a very efficient villain, a prolific villain, yeah.
Person or a person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. So I'm not sure where this, I don't know.
Where did this come from?
I have no idea. It's worth, so before we get into criticizing it, because again, I don't agree with it. People that are friends with her, I will say Emma Vigeland on Majority Report today, good friend of hers, had a really good criticism of this. So I think hopefully people that know her well, I know her a little bit, but not, we're not on.
So see what, this is David Dayan of the Rational National, and he's not coming for Anna. He's not like, well, this is the end of Ana Kasparian. He's like, I hope somebody will reach out. I hope that this can all be dealt with, right? It's not an attempt to cancel, despite Anna's characterization of this particular. This is what she was talking about. This is what she was talking about when she said that episode of Leftist Mafia.
We're not texting, so hopefully people like Emma are in conversations with her.
Oh, you dropped your message. Oh, okay. I misunderstood you then. All right, so you dropped them in the general. That works too. All right, let me read these or. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna download this receipt just so that if you wanna delete it on the Discord, just so it's not like I don't know how, because people could see it in general, but you can take it down if you don't want people to be able to see it. You know, I'm actually not going to show this since it has a name in it, and I'm not even sure if you know, it's a real name, but let me just read it for everyone. Hey Christian, this is Anna. My husband shared your message with me. I just want to say that I genuinely appreciate you reaching out. I completely understand how confusing the accusations towards me are, and I just really hope that you give me enough of the benefit of the doubt to prove them all wrong. I've never been a proponent of any kind of discrimination. The way the far left media mischaracterized me with the hope of shaving off a portion of our audience, damn. I feel like they're not your audience though. Like, they're an audience that you built as a very different person, saying very different things, and there is going to be a part of your audience that shaves itself off. And wherever they end up, you can't blame those people. It is 100% your decision to let down that proportion of your freaking audience. God damn it, Anna. Anyway, for the sense of, shaving off a portion of our audience, for the sense is depressing. But in this for-profit media model, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It's hurtful. Anyways, thank you for your support. And then for sharing your concerns with us. I promise you, I'm not anti-LGBT. I ever will be. She meant never. She said ever. She said I ever will be. Anyway, that is how Anna responded to people who were reaching out to her at the time.
But I just want to point out that there was a lot of bad faith criticism online over this, like people just blankly saying that she's anti-trans now completely, that people bringing up stupid.
Okay, so see what I mean? There's straight up defense of Anna. Straight up defense of Anna here, right? She's got nothing to complain about. And the way she dragged the entirety of the leftist mafia into this, and then sort of
like the Armenian genocide because of the Young Turks, when they have both, first of all, Anna's Armenian, but like Cenk has acknowledged the Armenian genocide like 1,000 times. And anyways, really dumb bad faith criticisms. Also ignoring the fact that so one of the things that went viral, or not viral, but trended after this was the Young Turks as like one of the.
Yeah, I might have made a thumbnail on that. I think I did. Let me see if I can find it.
Examples of how people are calling them. If you search trans on TYT, it's purely in defense of trans people. Like, you're not going to find one video that is criticizing trans people. It's endless content defending, talking about what the right is doing. It's endless. So to try and paint an entire network, and even as Anna, as a TERF because of one tweet that I think is misguided, I think is ridiculous.
So this is David Dayan having literally smoked for me, because this is an Irene job, this thumbnail.
That said, I don't know why this tweet went up. I don't know what the point of the tweet is. I don't know. So a lot of people on the right were like, oh, look at this. Anna agrees with us. And, not to say, guilt by association isn't always a smart thing to do. But the issue is if they're all using your tweet, there's a reason why they're doing that. Right. So I think it's important at that point to come out and clarify. Now, to be fair, if you go through the replies, she replied at least to Carrie Lake as one example, because Carrie Lake, terrible a person who ran in Arizona, pretend she won the election. She replied saying like a broken clock's right twice a day. Anna replied to her being like, "You're a piece of shit." So like she's responding to some of these terrible people and being like, "Hey, I'm not on your side." But at this point,
Clean up your room.
If I was in her position, I tweeted something that was misguided, stupid, I would come out and apologize. As far as I've seen, that hasn't happened. I don't.
So, like, David, I posted a link in our private chat. She actually just addressed this on the TYT main show briefly.
And we'll take a look at that. Oh, wait. I guess maybe they're going to look at that.
I'm friends with Ana Kasparian. And I was kind of going back and forth with her publicly. I also reached out privately. And she kind of references this in that. And so if you want to play that, then I'll kind of explain to you like my take and the way that I approach this with her, because I agree that it's completely unfair to label her as anti-trans. Having said that, though, the tweet was really bad and it bothered me. And I privately like explained this to Ana Kasparian, but this is her like addressing it. And then we can kind of like go.
You're still really, really loud, by the way, Mike.
Am I really? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me adjust
Mike,
that again.
you're fine. Lance, you're super loud.
Yeah, you guys super loud.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I'll turn myself down too.
Yeah, Lance.
If
Sorry,
you guys
is
turn
this
on
better?
automatic volume, it should like in the settings on StreamYard.
I'm gonna
it
do
should
that.
Work. That's what.
If you guys take that little bar and bring it all the way down, so there's no
Some technical difficulties, perhaps? I don't know.
All right, let's play this.
C. Zerkley wrote in, I love TYT, but I'm kind of tired of getting the vibe from Anna, and even Jenk at times, that my plight as a trans man who could get preggers if raped offends her because she feels like birthing persons is offensive.
So let me.
By the way, we should explain as well before even that birthing person is not used on a regular basis. This is not a thing that people say it's only ever used in medical terminology. As an example, quickly before I show Anna's video here, this is a good example of that. So this is how the media has covered this stuff. This is the Atlantic, not even, I mean, they're right wing, but they're not like, Fox News. The culture war over pregnant people, and they're basically criticizing this. So but it's based off of stuff like this. So the White House blueprint for addressing the maternal health crisis. So the right, jumped on this. Oh my God, they used the word pregnant people 3 times, used women 230 times. Like they only use pregnant people in relation to when it's necessary, when it's discussing certain issues around pregnancy, right? Like, so this is a complete non-issue. It's a complete non-issue, and no one's calling Anna or anybody else a birthing person in an everyday conversation. That isn't happening.
The only time I've heard someone try to use it, it's usually in addition to. It's like, hey, by the way, can you please include birthing persons?
Exactly.
Not erase women. Like, obviously, this affects half the population. They're trying to
And
do forced
therein
birth.
lies, and therein lies the fundamental problem and the true issue with what she said and that she said it. Because at the end of the day, she knows as well as we all know, as people who are all dealing with the news, that the trans community is under literally constant attack all around the country illegally. That is reality. She knows that. She knows that they are a political, right now, the Republicans are using the trans community as a political scapegoat for all of their bigotry and to come after tooth and nail, and there are real dangers to that. And as you pointed out, David, yes, they have covered many, many, many trans issues and stuff, so they know better. They are more aware than anybody what that community is facing. So to come out with what you know is a non-
Still looking for that thumbnail, but yeah, Olayemi is bringing it. And she's kind of like the only one that is full on, like, I'm going to talk about the fact that she knows this is wrong. Right? Because up until now, it's been, yeah, this is a really bad take. I don't agree with this at all, but Anna's not a transphobe. She's not we're reaching out, we're gonna make this work somehow. And Olayemi seems to recognize that this is not something that's gonna get worked out. Seems like time's proven her correct.
fucking issue. It's something that leans into right-wing talking points to give them at a time when, you know, a bunch of people are looking to legitimize their transphobia and legitimize this bigotry. So they are clamoring for people who they, you know, especially people they like, people who they trust or whatever, to have these things that endorse. And you see that because all in the comments, you see people in our comments right now in this live chat being like, oh, what's wrong? And that's right. And she should be able, and blah. And that's the fucking problem. And that's how it starts. And that is the larger problem, because at the end of the day, no one is stopping you from being a woman.
A woman.
Nothing. And like, let's talk about language, what language is for. If I'm talking to Black men, but I'm in a room with just Black men, I will say men. But if I'm in a room with all men and I'm talking to Black men, I would say Black men. That's how you distinguish who you were talking about. That does not make them less men. No other time is a distinguisher, a descriptor used to somehow dehumanize you, your personhood. This is a fictitious fucking issue. You know that you can call yourself a woman, which is why you proudly got up and said, I am a woman on Twitter. And you are surprised. You seem to be surprised that you're getting cooked, which says that you...
That phrase right there somehow got into Anna's like skull, got into Anna's brain, right? That phrase right there got to Anna.
Know that what you were saying, ultimately you feel like I am a woman is not inherently a controversial statement. You could say that it's the rest of that shit. It's silliness. And like, listen, I don't think, you know, I put out a video, whatever, discussing, I did not say Ana Kasparian's name. I mentioned a tweet, I didn't say nothing, whatever, because I don't believe in jumping on or, you know, diminishing the whole person's thing or being in some spot with the person I like. Ana has been nice enough to me. We are mutuals. I've done an interview with them. She is nice enough. People have different views. They have the right to evolve.
So even though Olimi's being pretty, like, you know, unfiltered with her assessment of the situation, she's leaving a bridge there, right? She's not the one that's burning this bridge. This hasn't happened yet, right? Strong words, honest feelings, but an olive branch too. That's what I'm getting. Now listen, when you hear how Anna reacts to this, though,
yada yada, she's done good things, etc. But I think this is incredibly problematic, and I do think she deserves not to be dogpiled or to be personally attacked or to have her entire track record dismissed or to be called a TERF. Although I am not a trans person, so I am not in a position of authority to say what they can determine is transphobia, or what makes you a TERF, or to any, I'm not qualified to say that. But as far as feeling like, hey, this is incredibly fucking irresponsible and you did not need to do it, and importantly, I think the fact that wasn't even the discourse, it was out of nowhere. You already know that that's what they do with the trans community. They use it to distract from a million other things. So for you to come in and start the conversation of distraction is so problematic and unnecessary. So I didn't like that. But I like Ana enough. No shade on Ana, and I think she's a fabulous looking white lady. She's very popular.
I think maybe this might be a good situation in which I am, by proxy of not being super familiar with Ana. Like, I've seen like clips of her off of the Turks or whatever, but I think because of that, maybe I'm looking at this a lot more neutrally, perhaps, and maybe because of that, my response is perhaps going to be a bit more.
All right, chat. This is what
I'm not really good at going around the so I think it's really concerning. I think the thing that gets me most is the aspect of her saying it
So yeah, chat. I was the one who was saying the Young Turks
unprovoked
in my thumbnail.
Which leads me to believe, like, you feel specifically offended by the inclusionary language that you talk about, presumably, you know, in defense of trans people. Suddenly, when they're included within you, there seems to be this kind of aversion, like, I'm being erased, which is inherently a TERF standpoint, no? So that's why people are calling you that. You may not necessarily identify with that, but again, unprovoked, you feel like you have to assert this thing as if it's being erased, and it's not. So the fact that you think it's being erased, I understand why people that, again, kind of look at you.
Yeah, so like there's so many types of prejudice that are like this, that the the validity of, you know, a marginalized group is somehow takes away from the validity of the person with privilege, right? This is such a pattern.
As a person who is spearheading conversation around protecting trans people and protecting and
Like, what do the gamer gators say? Like, why do they not treat like girl gamers as valid? Because they feel like their validity is somehow threatened by that, right? Their identity as a gamer. If a gamer can be, you know,
kind of talking about all of the horrible things that are going on in regards to legislation that's literally trying to kill and destroy the entire trans community.
Whoa, chat, what's going on with the poll? Actually, look at this. It is 31% to 30%. Cute cat videos is winning out by 1 point over Chappelle. No, I did it again. Chapel Roan. God damn it. Somebody got this into my head and now I can't help it. It's Chapel. Her name is Chapel. It's not Chappelle. It's definitely not Chappelle. But anyway, 1 point ahead is Cute Cat Videos. 1 point behind is Chapel Roan allegations. 6 points behind is Brianna Wu versus Buck Angel. And 17 points behind is Hypno Ponies. That is how the poll's going right now. We are 57% of the way there. And remember, if you've donated already, or if you donate while I'm covering the rest of this, just let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see next. I'll be more than happy to put your money with where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping your topic win. Or if you want to be Vox Populi, you can say Vox Populi, and you will actually make it so that the votes count more and the donos count less. Right now, the donos don't count for very much, but that could change. That could change. We are 43% of the way from the dono goal. If we unlock that at any point of the stream, I will I'll go ahead and watch the bonus content so that people do not miss it from it being too late at night.
you are that person that suddenly feels like, by the way, though, just so you know, I'm a woman. And it's like, huh? No one said you weren't. So it does give this kind of like undertone of like, why did you feel that was the fact that you said it is actually more concerning to me than whether or not, you know, if you were to say apologize, say it was misguided. But if being that you are so knowledgeable of the things that are going on and said it anyway, I can get why she's probably getting cooked.
I will say
more
why,
than the average person.
I will say, without knowing, I think this is what her
Well, Illuminati's not saying much.
intention is. The Young Turks, especially more recently, they really try and talk to people who have been taken in by right-wing propaganda. So my feeling on this is it was simply an attempt to try and relate to some people who don't know enough about that terminology, are put off by it, and maybe grab them in a way to be like, oh, look, maybe I'll check out what Ana has to say on whatever, on other issues, because she's saying this. I don't think that's
by adopting their position.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's a good strategy. I don't think it makes any sense. But I think that's if there's any intention there, that's what the intention is, because ultimately it doesn't make sense considering their content.
I like Ana, but she came out on some righteous, indignant white woman shit. She did. That's what that tweet. That's 190%.
It felt very like I'm not being included. Why?
Right. This is the most degraded. And you know that I saw like another video that spawned off. I seen another thing, and this person was like, "Oh, you know, why am I being erased? I feel disrespect. Oh, this is insane. This is the problem I think with when like we don't really talk about like white nationalism and the problem with like our like power structures and stuff as a general, right? Because if power inherently is about like maintaining power by subjugating other groups, what happens is we start mirroring that system in other ways, and you have other people like, you know, co-opting the same oppressive systems that hurt them or whatever with other people, and that's what it is now because there's no other contact.
Oh, Illuminati doesn't know Ana like the others. Plus, she's LARPing as a leftist, so she really doesn't want to say anything wrong. Blair, stay silent, recording this whole conversation. Remy, that's the chat of the day so far. Damn.
If we said, if people were like, oh, let's have more black people, we need to get more diverse racial representation in the room or whatever, we would know automatically. People that are quick to like endorse this idea that like trans women are erasing them would be the same ones saying, oh, that's racist. That is absolutely absurd or whatever, to not want to have people included. But suddenly you're pretending now that merely wanting to include trans women has anything to do with you. It's insane how people, the powerful, switch themselves to make the victim, and we are that. And
I forgot how Olamide cooks in this
scenario. If we are as cis women, no one, our womanhood is it's the blueprint. It's that. No one, it's what's concrete. You are a woman. There's no challenge to that. You don't live in existence in that. So how are you suddenly making it that someone else's identification with womanhood, or someone being a woman, or someone wanting to be included, has anything to do with you? Like, it's fucking absurd. I understand it is okay to say I want to be called a woman and call myself a woman. Yeah, we all call ourselves women. The only time you call yourself, you would say I call myself a cis woman in a conversation where I'm distinguishing myself from a trans woman in a conversation. It's literally language, which tells me it's like there's something else baked there, or whatever, the inherent transphobia. And listen, I think I don't condemn anybody for what our initial yes, I see everybody in the comments. Anna said, "Oh, sorry, yes. No one's talking about Anna in general. We're just talking about we've moved on now."
And we will get to her video.
yeah, we moved on. Okay, Anna's fine. We like Anna. But I'm like, if this is just language descriptors, and I'm not gonna condemn people for their initial you're baked into a society, I said all the time, that teaches you the default is to end up being on the side of usually pretty bigoted things. But it's the inability and the unwillingness to examine that and not to recognize that you see it in every other context. It's sick to see a bunch of black people, gay people, other gay people, and people just acting so willing to take the one opportunity to be above somebody on the social hierarchy and be so deliberately obtuse to the fact that you are implementing the exact same structure. Like, inclusivity does not exclude you, the person who has the ability to exclude. It makes no sense. We're women. Like, no one can kick us out. No one can kick us out. We have the keys to the woman club. How are you acting?
I want to add another thing too, is that it's the right that are doing this kind of like biological
The leftist mafia audience were really gross to Olamide.
Where you are a man if you have a prostate and a scrotum and a penis.
Okay.
You're a woman if you have a uterus and the ability to give birth. That's the right that is doing that shit. They're the ones who are like, man equals dick, woman equals vagina. That's their game. We should not play that game, right? Like, we're the ones who are like, well, we have moved past this. Science has, our understanding has.
I have one thing to say about that, though.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, Omega Star, I didn't know you then. What was your take? On what? On Ana Kasparian? It must be, right? It wouldn't be like, what was your take on? I don't know why I'm not seeing all the Twitch. I'm just gonna have Twitch. I could somehow.
I have one thing to say about that is that people be bigoted everywhere.
Yeah, that does actually suck. Omega Star brings up a good point. My take on this is buried in the VOD on this, right? Because this was probably the main story of the day, you will find this on the thumbnail, right? So it's not impossible to find, but I really should have more of my videos, especially on like important topics like this one, as videos that are on my channel, and it really kind of sucks that I don't.
And I really think one of the things that I've been kind of like thinking about a little bit is we make these descriptors of like
About this first tweet? Oh, about Anna's? Yeah, no, there's a VOD. Actually, there might be a few VODs because this was kind of a big deal.
leftists are like this and right go like this, but a lot of it isn't. I'm gonna go off of my own experience, right? And I swear I can make this make sense somehow. So I've been thinking a lot about the ways in which my experience as a Black woman in Black communities, that there is a lot of things that are inherently socially conservative within that, despite, say, voting more left.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things there that are still inherently very status quo, patriarchal, homophobic, transphobic, all those things, right? And so it's easy to kind of say, like, I guess even if we're looking at this context, like, well, she's usually leaning on the left, so
Do I have Dropbox? I used to, but I stopped paying for it.
that is something that is other and therefore not being
I
understood
should have a Dropbox.
spaces in which, and it makes it so that they're that, I'm this, and I don't have to do any reflections on the way that I still uphold patriarchy and homophobia and stuff like that. And I think this is a perfect, again, I don't know her very well. You guys seem to be friends, but
we're not being self-reflective enough of our own inherent biases, is what you're saying, and that's
Exactly.
more reflective of what is happening versus
here.
Yeah,
Even if we're using this as an example,
true.
Like, even if she has the history, for instance, of being more on the left, and that has in some ways been very much so, applauded for her within her own community, it's times like this where, okay, I personally think you dropped the ball. And when you decide to ignore that, we still end up in the same space, and how you have like Republican fanboys being like, oh my gosh, she got it right this time. Like, that's an issue, right? That shows that is not as
the history matters.
like,
is that person salvageable? Like that's where the history matters. Is
right,
this
but
person
you don't need that. You don't
making
need to
mistakes?
like my thing. Like, and I was noticing this, and I was on Majority Report like I am every Thursday. But before I got on, Emma addressed the situation, and Emma had a really good take. Emma's great. But even Emma, she mentioned how, Anna's history and everything. And I mean, I know they've worked together for a long time, so I get it in her very specific case, because it's also where her background on Anna comes into play. But like every single person, even here on here, I feel like they're like, you feel like you have to say something about Ana Kasparian's history. And if I guess it comes up that like someone's comparing her to like Ben Shapiro or something, then yeah, you could bring up it's not the same thing, but you don't need to add that when you're just discussing what she said, because it has no bearing on what she said. Her history means really nothing to someone who is hurt or affected by what she said in that very tweet. It's just sort of like a pointless sort of additional comment.
I think it matters
just
in terms
addressing
of
that thing.
I think it matters in terms of like the pylon. Like it makes sense.
Well, no, I don't think it matters because
it makes sense to have an argument of what is wrong with what she said as opposed to the person. Because a lot of the Twitter shit that was a lot of the responses to her were just fucking completely unhinged. And like it makes I understand.
Well, I mean,
anger and that
how
sort
do
of
you
thing,
think
but
they
to
feel?
have bad faith
Like
criticisms, but to have to paint an entirety of an individual because of a single bad
I'm gonna
tweet.
tell you this though.
I think that's ridiculous.
I'm a little bit worried about one thing, all right? Now, this is the day of the tweet. This is the day of the tweet. I wonder. I feel like they talked about this more, and that maybe does David change his mind? I think Matt makes a valid point.
I will say this didn't happen in a bubble. A lot of people were coming off of knowing her as someone who also had a really bad take on what was going on in California, really hyping into the whole crime thing. She went on Ben Shapiro's
Prison
show.
abolition.
Yeah, I mean, she's and listen.
So now some people said that I feel like it was this situation. Yeah, that Majority Report was kind of slow to acknowledge or talk about this. I mean, there's Matt, who's plugged into it, recognizes this for what it is, right?
I don't actually know Ana.
Yeah, they spoke about it over a few episodes. So I don't want anybody to assume that David's like take at this point is what David's take ends up being.
My connection with her, here I go doing the same thing, but I mean, this is part of the conversation now here. My connection to her was she co-hosted the Jacobin Weekend Show for a short time with one of my best friends, Michael Brooks, before he passed away. And that's my one connection to her. She followed me from that. She retweets me every now and then, but I never met her, never went on a show with her. I don't know her.
Jonathan says, you can tell that Olay isn't buying any of this.
Do I respect the work she's done? Sure. But it also means that like when she says something, it's on us to also that's we disagree with or is wrongheaded. It's also on us to call her out for it without needing to like beat around the bush and tiptoe around the obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, she had bad takes, and you should be able to mention those without like having to classify it as, but you shouldn't get mad at her for this because of her history. No, I mean, no one's mad at her for her history.
I think it makes sense if you want her to change her mind and to understand what she did wrong. Because if it's just, if without that context, like, again, that's why it's important if you know her that you do include that context, because she has to understand these disagreements are coming from an honest place, and we're not just doing it for clicks, right? Like that's so.
Of course, this conversation is coming from that
That's not the same, though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my God, I have to say it. I like Ana, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why I thought this even earlier, because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asked to be cooked. She got up today and she said, Twitter, cook me.
Listen,
She has yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear. She has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
Wait, she hasn't deleted.
Yeah, no, the tweet's still up. The tweet's still up.
Because at the end of the day, she took a 106,000 like tweet. She didn't even get ratioed. She didn't even get ratioed. She'll be all right. She didn't like, oh my.
Wait, she didn't even get ratioed?
I saw that Majority Report video that went up. It's exactly what Emma said on the show earlier today. And when I heard Emma say it, I was like, Emma put it great. And then I saw them put it up with the title that says Ana Kasparian is not anti-trans. I'm like, that's not the point. Why are you putting that as the title of the video? That's not the point.
She's not anti-trans.
And
the concern, it was an anti-trans take.
Rather than the substance of the viewpoint, she is legitimized. You see what I'm saying? The conversation has just shifted to defend. Like everybody's conversation is about defending whether or not Ana is a turf in her career and blah blah blah, rather than talking about the substance of what she put out and why that is offensive to legitimize and why it's a problem
and being held responsible for it. And like normalize large creators being called out and being like, oh shit, I was wrong. Like, do you know how many times I've fucked up as
Anna's like, I'm already in the frying pan. You know what to do. Anna's just like pouring like oil all over. Cook me.
A cis dude towards the trans community. How many times they've been like, I've had DMs from very prominent trans activists being like, Lance, you can't make that edgy joke. It's like, it's intercommunal. Don't do that. I'm like, oh shit, delete the tweet.
And now look at Lance. He's going on Tim Pool's show. Look how it all worked out.
Fuck you. I was making a salient point. I hate you, Matt. I hate you. I'm not doing your show again. Yesterday was fun.
Can I also say too that I think that like the context is important about somebody's history, but to me, when I saw that tweet, the context made it so much more hurtful because she knows better. That was the problem with me. And when I reached out to her privately, I explained that it's like, this wasn't just like some random person. This is somebody.
Oh crap, chat. I was in top chat. You know that? Apologies to anybody whose messages I missed.
The history of very.
I was like, why am I not seeing all the chats?
Good LGBTQ plus arguments, and I brought to her attention this great video that she did like 8 months ago. So like it was after Roe v. Wade was overturned, where her and John talked about Professor Kiarra Bridges, and she was talking to Josh Hawley, and he was pissed off that she used this term "people with the capacity for pregnancy," and his whole shtick was that, oh well, you're trying to degrade women. Like that was the subtext of it. And in that video, I explained to Ana that like you destroyed him perfectly. Like, you defended inclusive language. You said that trans men exist, so we have to acknowledge them. And like, to see you make that defense of inclusionary language and then say this, that's what felt like a gut punch to me.
And
And I
like
tried to explain that, like, it's not necessarily about, it's not about like degrading women. Like, just from my perspective, like, I have a family member who's non-binary, and they, as far as I know, have the capacity for pregnancy. So why can't they be included in these conversations too? Why can't we at least use language that's really technical and objective in specific settings? Like, nobody's, like, I'm not calling my cousin a person with menstrual cycles or some shit. Like, this isn't a conversation that we're having with each other, but in terms of like legal settings or clinical settings, I want them to be included, because for a decade now, they've been fighting for validation. And so it's not like you being invalidated, it's them being validated. So like, me reaching out to Ana was realizing that she can do better. And that's why it was so disappointing. And it bothered me, because an ally doesn't have to be perfect 100% of the time as much as they try. Like, they should. So my whole explanation was that, like, look, I get what it's like to be on the receiving end of a pile-on, right? Yeah. And it happens all the time. And even I fuck up as an ally for trans people too. Like, last year, I don't know if you remember, I did a segment on Rising, the first time that I ever learned about Olay, and I purposefully misgendered an individual named M. Kyverson, who threatened to sue me as a result of that video. And I was trying to make the point that if you want to misgender trans people, then this is how it feels when it happens to you. And
damn, you kind of proved your point.
Trans people were like, Mike, that's not the argument that we're trying to make here. We don't want to normalize any misgendering. And so, like, initially, I was like, oh, come on, man. Like, I got defensive, but I explained to Ana, like, look, we're all in these positions where we're imperfect allies. Like, we all, I'll never escape my own subjective experience as a cis man. But the best thing that we can do is, when we fuck up, don't shut down and harden your stance. Don't double down, as hard as it may be. Try to listen to good faith actors, because even though, like, as David points out, there's a lot of people that are bad faith critics that are coming at this. But the people who you should listen to are people who are good faith. I would consider myself good faith. Like, I've been very, very close, at least online. Like, we've never met, but like, me and Ana have communicated.
You can tell that Blair Zahn is good faith from the magical good faith rays, like, emanating from her pyramid, hypnotizing us.
For years now, I consider her a friend. I feel like I'm someone who should respond and not have you shut down. Like, the fact that you shut down tells me that you have to be more introspective and not hardened. So that's like what I brought to her. And it seems like, based on like our conversation, that she is like, she kind of acknowledges where she fucked up. I hope she owns it and goes further, but that's kind of, you know.
David!
Let's see if we can...
Oh, thank you, Leftist Mafia. I was about to go searching for that clip. I didn't know. Don't I need to go to the bathroom? I did. I should.
Wonka over here.
We just found they're like.
All right.
Offends her because she feels like birthing persons is offensive.
So let me just address something, okay? For me, as a woman who has experienced endless debates, like, our bodies are so politicized. And I hate feeling from the right wing my entire life that our bodies are just meant for producing children. So the phrase person with a uterus, for me, is triggering. But I understand the importance of inclusive language. I just don't like to be boiled down to a body part. So Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report reminded me of a video we did a few years ago where we were
oh, wow. Wow, wait, she actually listened to Mike?
The phrase, people with the capacity for pregnancy, in the context of the abortion debate, I believe it was. I'm totally fine with that. I think that's totally fine. If that's what they want to use in a medical setting, great. But for me, my personal preference is I don't like to be referred to, even in the context of an abortion debate, as a person with a uterus. Person with the capacity for pregnancy, that's great. That's all I'm saying. I think
I got something to say right now.
My track record on transgender issues is pretty clear, and I hope you understand that I have no disdain or hatred for the transgender community whatsoever.
I'm gonna jump.
What's up with the countdown?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I'm confused. Did you pee yourself?
No, I just held it. But you're right, I should pee. It didn't go anywhere.
Out a window.
I thought I was expecting better than that, honestly.
Hold on. The two
like-
biggest. Wait, sorry. Let me say this: the two biggest conservative figures who went after her afterwards, both of them were demanding that she stop calling herself cis. That was Glinner and Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh and Glinner, both of them were like, "Hey, by the way, you came so close, but you could never call yourself cis."
Update, we are 67% of the way towards the dono goal. That is 33% from getting there. We are 2/3 of the way there. Thank you, Davy Cliff, for the super chat. I will try not to pee myself. Is the cute cat vid still winning? Oh my god, no, it's tied. Cute cat tied with Chapel Roan. Brianna Wu in 3rd. Hypno Ponies in 4th. And remember, when you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is and make it so, add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it achieve mastery and achieve dominance over the other topics and be the topic that we watch in bonus content today. Conversely, you can say Vox Populi if what you want is to emphasize the votes of the voters at the expense of the donors. Those are the two ways that you can go. Wait, Illuminati is not Blair White. Illuminati is Blair Zahn. I can see why you would get that mixed up, but yeah, this is Blair Zahn.
Blah, blah, blah. I was like, so you're telling a woman?
Can you imagine though? Wait, did you think that Illuminati was Blair White? See, I could imagine conflating them though. They kind of got a similar personality. I don't know. I could see it. Like if Blair White and Illuminati did like the fusion dance to become an ultra powerful, evil Super Saiyan.
Woman who's telling you that, like, I don't want to be told what I have to be referred to, that I have to not use these terms. So that's the right wing response to this. I hope everyone realizes.
I'll say what I think the issue is. She has to understand she has a platform. It doesn't matter what her personal feeling is. She doesn't need to voice that publicly. Like,
she didn't.
That's just stay private. Like, talk about. You have to understand the power you have with your words and language, and it doesn't. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how you feel personally
what
about
context?
that.
I'm sorry. What context is she being called, like just walking around, a person with a uterus? That's what I'm trying to understand. There's this like
This is the other thing about it, is that like the usage of inclusive language like that is pretty discreet. Like, it's not just out there in your face, hey, birthing person. It's like, you know,
this kind of like, I'm not being.
And she I don't think she's ever really explained where she encountered, in what context she encountered the term birthing person.
Or I'm being erased. Again, there is something by nature of her distinguishing that, where she's like, I'm so tired of being called a person with a uterus. And it's like, but if we were talking about it again in this, like, if we're talking about it in the abortion debate, because she brings up that in particular, then you, a woman, aren't the only person that is included in the people who are considered for the abortion debate. So why does it bother you to be called, for everyone who has the capacity to get pregnant, to be called people that have the capacity to get pregnant? It's a non-apology. She didn't acknowledge that you, for some reason, came out of nowhere talking about how you don't want to be referred to.
It's not Blair White, because if it was, she would have opened her mouth a long time ago. This Blair stays silent, scary silent, running the whole op silent.
As someone with a uterus.
Are you telling me you think she was gonna? Do you think she was gonna pull a sad milk on the leftist mafia? Like, do you think she was gonna like yell at people in Discord and then have people?
But who
have I forgotten the Blair saga? I think I have.
Walking around calling you.
Also,
right.
It's important to say. I hate when we you know, Anna has very slickly recharacterized what she did. It's very, you know, and we're going along with the recharacterization. She did not come out and like, I don't like to be called that or whatever. That was very much a public service announcement style tweet with a whole declaration of I don't see a call to everybody else's. I don't see why that's not degrading and dehumanizing, and you can support the trans community and not be a part of that shit. She literally presented people with a talking point. You know what I mean? Like, hey, for something that like this is bullshit, hogwash. This level of like trying to slip that aside or whatever. That's one. Two. And again, I like Anna, but I'm gonna call this what it is. And I don't want to. And for the record, you know, throw like I said, all the bail. I'm a shooter. Anna first became known to me when she covered me on TYT. Me defending Elliot Page from being dead named on Rising. So yes, I acknowledge all the work she's done, but
We
this
all
is
like
and
Anna.
that's why
Everyone here.
and that's why this is some knowing bullshit, and I don't like the way she's sidestepping it. And second of all, I want to say this. This is the way that, and I want to call this on what it is, on the white womanness of all of this, because this is the way that white women act that makes some people feel like you're not real allies. And very much so, I want to speak to the Bill Burr joke of being in on the heist and not liking your cut, because this is the tippity top most privileged shit ever. Do you know how much shit, how many words, how many ways of classification exist in this society?
Illuminati was basically chased from the internet because of plagiarism. There was plagiarism, and then there was a collective YouTube channel that she was a part of, and kind of a falling out that happened amongst them. And then she did a lot of like cloak and dagger shit. It seemed to sort of push her former channel mates down. She got, you know, I don't know.
I don't like as a black woman that you live with. I think I like every time.
And then there was like one of them that she hired as an editor and then invited to like live with her and did this whole weird thing where she like leased this person a car, but then like everything in the terms was like it was, I don't know. There's so much to the Blair saga. There's so much.
Urban to me and black people, urban all the damn time. I hate criminal
Yeah, and then she like went after like Oz's house, right?
justice system. I hate law and order. I hate 90% of the shit that we say and things that are a part of our fucking lexicon. But I don't get to make this level of declaration like, oh, it's so bothers. You can want to be called by whatever you want to call in your life. No one is stopping you from calling you a woman. People refer to you as a woman. You are a woman. Nothing is infringing upon you. But the fact.
Chat, if there was like a Smash Brothers, but or like some kind of a fighting game, but it was for like evil content creators. Check Discord again.
Folks were so bothered by the idea of other people using this inclusive language that you even feel like you could make some PSA as though like people should not be using this because you don't like it, because it's not your preferred measure, is a level of privilege that is not being called out in this conversation. That's some real white woman shit. And I like Anna, but that is what that is.
Well, and to add on to that, as an example, might I add, J.K. Rowling did an interview with a reporter, and this is actually nearly.
I should pee though, shouldn't I?
And
oh, that's Illuminati.
To use J.K. Rowling-esque language is terrifying. To be
Great contribution, Blair. Great compliment. I'm gonna pee. I will be right back.
J.K. Rowling essentially says that her uncomfortableness with the trans community, as she likes to call it, is because she felt that she as a woman is being erased by this type of inclusive language.
Didn't she say something like, what's the word for the thing that menstruates again? Woman, wooban, weeban? That was the tweet or something like that?
Like, if white people was like, I feel like when white people start talking about they feel like they're being erased when we make the Little Mermaid black and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. Racist. We all fucking know it's racist. We all in consensus. Everybody knows it's fucking racist. The same way when you start using this bullshit logic when it comes to my womanhood, bro, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here.
It's the
get
same
out of
argument.
here. Yeah, it's the same thing, my guy. It's the same thing. You just like this kind of bigotry. That's all. Like, that's all.
This is the bigotry that you feel entitled to. Like, there's an element of like Someone brought up in the comments, I happen to look over here, and this was kind of the feeling I was getting from it. I was like, how did this become about you? Like, it's like, we're talking about inclusionary language for trans people, and somehow you felt like this is personal. And it's like, huh? The only way it would feel personal is if you feel entitled to, like, I'm being erased as a woman. And it's like, no, we're just including trans people. Again, you've made this about you. And it's fascinating to me that, and I guess this also goes back to kind of the concerns that I was started having when we were kind of like, you know, is she transphobic? Is she this? Is she that? It's like, why, again, regardless of what she is, she made this tweet, and being that you do have a background in being pro-trans or an ally, there is some space to feel not just hurt by it, but to question, did you ever feel those things that you, again, were so able to eloquently talk about? So when we talk about like the backlash she's getting because of that, there is a reason why. Like, if you are getting backlash to someone who's already had transphobic like rhetoric and they've said it, it's like not shocking that they still do. So I don't know, I'm struggling to figure out how, you know, in an effort to spearhead correction, I think the issue here is that, can you really judge anything based off of her history, based off of what she said? Because right now at present, she did all those things and then we're still here. So I think that's a big part of where people are struggling to move past it.
Yeah.
I think she was trying to explain her thought process, and the half that was missing was understanding the impact of the language, and that's the part that matters most.
I think the part that matters most is not understanding the impact of the top of the hour ad break that it has on your ability to watch the stream, making it impossible for 3 minutes to watch the stream and forcing you to watch ads instead. You can get out of those ads for free with a Prime sub, or you can pay $6 to get yourself out of those ads for a month. You could also possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing much more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. I need to drink water.
The impact of the language as opposed to how you personally.
You know what I'm going to do, chat, though? I'm going to be sneaky about drinking water.
Again, to your point, who's calling her this? Like, this
Right.
is not,
Yeah.
no one's using this.
Let me respond to this in the comments. I see, why is everything reduced to race with Olay? Olay is playing the race card. Hold on, let me get the next one.
Oh, no.
Typical David Doe viewer.
He's joking, but Jesus Christ, it's kind of not funny. Like, this is what drove her away, right? This is the kind of, like, shit that she's getting in chat.
Listen,
You all realize YouTube is public, right?
Yeah,
You're the chaos energy of the show, man, all the time. Binder's always the
I saw
wild
some of your
card.
YouTube comments this week. I guess that's your audience now.
No, look at my YouTube comments. They're nice.
I saw people talking shit.
But
Yeah, Binder from the ropes.
I am
Talking
not one of those. I'm not one of those black people that you think you can like shame out of, like make me feel like I'm not supposed to mention
Right.
race for the way that race is a part of things because I don't give a fuck. I want y'all to know that I do not live for y'all. I do not serve y'all. You don't like what I have to say because I'm going to point out what it is. The reality, and in this particular instance, I'm analogizing. I don't know if you've heard of that, but that's what I'm doing, because what I'm recognizing is there's more of a consensus, a progressive consensus around race and racism and these particular things. So I was showing you how when applied there, all of everybody, a lot of the people defending these viewpoints or whatever out in the public discourse would have a problem with it if used in that setting. So that's what's happening here. And why I make things about race? Well, because America has. Okay?
I was gonna say,
I would
why?
love to be a fucking tea girl. You think I don't want to be fried and go be cute? Okay. Yeah, no. The reality is that's what's going the fuck on. And I'm educated. So I'm going to continue to tell people, and if you don't like it, you can feel free to kiss my black ass. Thank you.
And also, it's just fair to say that if arguably there is something to be said about.
All my money goes to Wu Tent on continue tonight's theme. I got you, Davi. I got you. All right, we're gonna put. Wow, Wu Tent just cleaned up then. Wu Tent just went to the head of the line. Look at that. Okay. 72% is what we're at. That is a magic number of some sort, I'm sure. Brianna Wu, Fuck Angel, you're getting 25%. Boom. All of a sudden, head of the pack. The Vox Populi of 15% is overcome. And Brianna Wu gets 10 extra percentage.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And that puts Brianna Wu in the lead. What? Brianna Wu, you're winning something. For once in your life, you're winning. It's amazing.
The kind of like falling on this. Well,
Oh, like speaking of winning, the outright leader in terms of votes is Chapel Roan right now with Cute Cats in second, Brianna Wu in third. Ooh. With that change, it looks like Brianna Wu is ahead by 1 point. No, 2 points. It keeps changing, chat. I need to stop looking at this, but yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davi. Just remember, if you're donating, to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. Even if you've already donated, just tell me where to put your donation and I'll add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, helping your favorite topic win the bonus content Olympics.
I don't know if I want to say falling on the sword. Maybe I'm not as like out here.
There seems to be a big divergence between the chat and the donos.
It's so late because I'm like, there is this element of like falling on the sword to like defend, but it's just like she said what she said, and
That is why Vox Populi is there.
that's what's happening.
You can always even the score.
Like, and I wonder to what degree people would, go out of their way to defend to such a degree if she didn't have maybe her history or her platform, or if she weren't a pretty thin white woman. I don't know. There's something to be said about that.
Well, she gets the benefit of the doubt more so than anyone else. If I saw like a random person in a vacuum make that tweet, I'm saying, fuck you, go fuck yourself. But because I know and I have the context,
I'm saying go fuck yourself too, yeah.
It makes it better and
You don't know who Chapel Roan is?
worse, as I was saying, because it's like, well, you should know better.
We're talking about a singer.
And also, one thing that I wanted to say also is that, like, even the word woman, that can be used in a context that is derisive. Like, I think it was Zach from the Vanguard today made the point that, like, if somebody yelled at you,
Vanguard mentioned,
and said, hey, woman, down the street, that's pretty demeaning and degrading as well. So, like, the context really does matter in this instance. And, like, for me, one last thing that I'll say about this is that it doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. And that's what I really want to stress to people and anyone who feels as if they're like under attack by the left. It doesn't have to be a zero-sum.
You're under attack by the leftist mafia. That's right.
We all fuck up. We're human beings.
But when you fuck the leftist mafia, you go down.
Accountability. And when we call you out, it comes from a good faith place of love. We're all good faith actors. And then
It's all good faith and love until somebody loses an eye.
Are anxious to cancel Ana Kasparian here. But from this situation, I hope that she grows. And I hope that if I fuck up somehow and I say something sexist or insensitive, that she calls me on my bullshit, because we're not perfect. We all have our own lived experiences, and sometimes we're going to make mistakes as allies. It's just a matter of taking accountability and also recognizing the impact that we have as individuals with very big platforms. Like, to say what she said in the middle of an international crusade against trans people, that's what really makes it so much more problematic. If she said this back in
Sam Seder has entered the chat. Can you imagine if Sam watched like Twitch streamers?
14, it's like,
if he wanted to learn how to be more poggers, he would.
Okay, I disagree, but I'm moving.
I should offer poggers lessons.
On. But to say it now, it just felt like she should have known that she was adding fuel to the fire, to this like crusade against.
Whoa. Blair's head just disappeared, and what was that?
I disagree, but I'm moving on. But to say it now,
Why did her
felt like
Yo? What happened? What happened? What is up with her VTuber?
she should have known that she was adding fuel.
It's just no head.
To this, like,
is that like what happens when she steps away? I don't understand.
Crusade against trans people. Like, she's giving the right exactly what they wanted. So, like,
yo,
it's not about like canceling Anna. It's not about like trying.
Is she just fucking around with her VTuber?
Her and erase her previous history. It's just a matter of you fucked up. It's a bad tweet. It's indefensible. Please do better.
Cancel. Absolutely nobody is trying to cancel Anna. And let me make sure I say that before anybody would have clipped 5 minutes of what it was an hour conversation at 10 minutes. Nobody. Literally, I want to let the record.
Lance is drinking. You can't drink water when you're saying nobody's trying to cancel you. You can't do that. You especially, chat, can't drink tea and be like, no one's trying to cancel you. That is not communicating.
Like, I saw Anna's thing. I did not quote tweet. I did not comment. I didn't say nothing about Anna. You know, whatever. This is, you know what I mean? Like,
we were asked this question.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, because listen, you're gonna have whatever say things, and like I said, I do not think it's a worthwhile thing to be in spats with commentators or whatever. Blah, blah. I'd rather be about the views, which was I made a video on Twitter.
Yeah, that's the right attention. That's the right. Yeah.
Is circulating.
Here's what I've always understood. For a long time. You don't need extra drama in your life. And you probably don't need extra drama in your content.
About the issue itself, no mention of Anna.
You don't need to go look for drama because there is more than enough out there already.
Or Anna's tweets or any thoughts about Anna or anything like that. Because like I say, it's not about her for me. No one is trying to cancel Anna. She's fine.
And I have to point out really quick here. So I was also triggered by Jenk's responses to this, but I want them to understand where I'm coming from because I understood where Jenk was coming from. So an example is that a couple of months ago, I did a segment on money and politics, and I covered an article that mentioned Wolfpack. And the article misrepresented the organization Wolfpack, which Jenk founded. Jenk had privately reached out to me, and he's like, hey, people at Wolfpack think that you misrepresented them and whatnot. And at first, I got defensive. It's like, oh, come on.
Wait. Wait a minute. People at Wolfpack say that you mischaracterized them. That's a little bit threatening.
Is this really that significant?
You don't want to be on the wrong side of Wolfpack.
So I tried to do my best to correct it. I brought on one of the executives at Wolfpack to kind of explain what the disconnect was. So if he can understand why reaching out in good faith is important for growth, then he should apply that to this situation as well. Because I listened to you, motherfucker, so listen to me now. That was a bad tweet.
No. Damn.
Hardening your stance.
Damn.
Like he doubled down more than Anna did, and it's guys like apologies work. Apologize. Nothing's wrong with
yes.
People will forgive you if you understand the impact of your words, what you did wrong, and you apologize. Yeah, like it's nothing's wrong. Like people.
It doesn't make you weak.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree.
The woke mob, though. You can't give in to the leftist mafia.
Is making them strong. No, that's making you look like you're weak and unable to acknowledge that you said something ridiculous. Like
exactly. I want to also say one thing to all the chats, by the way. A lot of people are upset about being like, Anna, you're saying she's white, she's Armenian. I'm not trying to do erasure of any single ethnicity. I'll say this, like, my mother is native. I have a status card, and I'm white as fuck. I'm white. When I say white, by the way, it's because how do police interact with me? Police interact with me like a white guy. Okay, I don't sit there and they're like, oh wait, we have to do blood quantum on you, sir. We're gonna find out what you. No, that shit doesn't happen. White just means like, how are you treated by, generally speaking, society?
Is it Armenia is also
run a track? I'm sorry, I gotta stop this dead in the tracks. This comment says, Olay got famous off TYT.
She's the best. She's the best. God damn, it was so much better with her. But she you see her reacting to comments, right? This is why she didn't want to do this anymore.
IT boosting her rant against Kim. TYT's on the right side, y'all being sensitive. Let me tell you something. Do not play with fucking me. Do not play with my track record. I'm a bitch who's been on John Oliver, The Breakfast Club. Everybody named Mama AOC shouted me out on The Breakfast Club. I told you to keep it fucking cute, baby. Keep it cute. I stay booked and busy. I did not get famous off TYT. TYT was covering me because I was already viral off that clip, and my whole thing. Everybody covered me. Lance covered that. Mike covered that. That's how I. Excuse me, baby.
Yeah, she got famous from me covering her because Kim Iverson threatened to sue me because of that clip. Okay.
Not to mention, Ole did mention. Not to mention you, Ole, you'd mentioned that already. Like you mentioned how TYT covered, like how she covered you.
Yeah,
like
I noted
you
that.
weren't like hiding this information.
I literally said that. Did I not say I did a courtesy? I did not quote tweet this woman. I say nothing negative about her. I've shot her all the bail that I could shoot her. I have acknowledged literally all the good things, all her track record. But let's not get beside ourselves in these comments. Don't you ever in your life? Ain't that something? Don't you ever in your life got famous on TYT? You and me fucked up. A bunch of people who know me and ain't even seen that interview. What the fuck you talking about?
Things that they say.
Is there anything left on this topic, Binder?
Yeah, we should move on.
To avoid
Illuminati,
controversy,
Blair, help us.
To avoid
Yes, to avoid controversy, we go to Illuminati. Yes, your instincts are so good.
See, everyone should just going forward call people nice, neutral terms like toots and sweetheart and honey
and chick.
Sugar tits.
You can call me ejaculating person if you want.
Person with a prostate.
David Dole, ejaculating person.
That's right.
Anyway, so that was the Leftist Mafia. That's what they had to say about it. I think we have, is this like I hope I'm doing this in the right order. Oh no, is this her saying? Oh yeah, no, there it is. That's the clip. That's the clip right there of wait, does she react to this?
They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible.
Oh no, this is what we watched earlier. Yeah. So when is this? April 9th. This is like a couple weeks later. Meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who has had a fucking lifetime of being told I'm less than a woman. No apologies. A reply to Limey. You made transphobic statements and spent an hour of the show defending. And we spent an hour of the show defending you from allegations of being a TERF rather than addressing the substantive problems with your comment. I said I felt like they were coddling you. I stand by that. If you think that makes me a hater, knock yourself out. And that's Anna replying to do you mean, oh yeah, here we go. I forgot about this. Wait, this is just a regular video, right?
Just now.
I think that this has nothing to do with Anna and the whole situation. I'm pretty sure this is just like a different, like, Limey's just posting a video. And then Anna comes in. And she's chosen violence.
Wait, just now on the timeline, I scroll in and I see some girl try to compare Angel Reese to Sid from Ice Age. And that's when I really realized, babe, y'all are some fucking haters, babe. Like, babe, listen, haters. If I don't tell you nothing else but fucking people. They are haters, bro. Like, if you spend time on the internet, you will know that the app out there going to hell. Yes, sirree, Bob. Yes, sirree, Bob. Going to hell, okay? Let me tell y'all something. The express train straight to hell gonna be booked. It's going to be late. It's going to be late because they're gonna get stopped and stalled because of the traffic. Because of the traffic. It's gonna be slam-packed, booked to hell. Hell. Just now.
So that's what Anna replies to. Oh, Olay, do you mean the people who demand that people cook their friends? Those kind of haters. Like, so she says something about, you can call me, like, that these people are haters, and then Anna's like, oh yeah, well, you know who else is a hater? You are, Olimey. And Olimey's like, what? And Anna responds with this.
And you should be able to mention those without.
I gotta say, Anna, you really gotta stop posting your L's. You gotta stop posting your L's, Anna.
Like having to classify it as, but you shouldn't get mad at her for this because of her history. No, I mean, no one's mad at her for her history.
I think it makes sense if you want her to change her mind and to understand what she did wrong. Because if without that context, like, again, that's why it's important if you know her that you do include that context. Because she has to understand these disagreements are coming from an honest place, and we're not just doing it for clicks, right? Like that's so.
No, of course.
Thank you for the follow, Early Wonder. Thank you for the follow, J Bonds.
But that's not the same. That's not the same, though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my God, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier, because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, Twitter, cook me.
Right. Listen,
She has yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear. She has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
Wait, she hasn't deleted.
So let me tell you, right? That is demanding people cook their friends. Is that what you heard from Olimey? I demand that you cook your friend. Ana Kasparian, we are going to cook, and you have no choice. I am drafting you to come with me and cook our friend. No, that's not what happened, Anna. What? Like, literally what?
Ratio, you know why? Because at the end of the day, she took a 106,000 like tweet. She didn't even get ratio. She didn't even get ratio. She'll be all right. She didn't. Like, oh my God.
I saw that Majority Report video that went up. It's exactly what Emma said on the show earlier today. And when I heard Emma say it, I was like, Emma put it great. And then I saw them put it up with the title that says Ana Kasparian is not anti-trans. I'm like, that's not the point. Why are you putting that as the title of the video? That's not the point.
She's
this
not
is where
anti-trans.
and
The
then
concern- It was an anti-trans take.
The substance of the viewpoint, she is legitimized. You see what I'm saying? The conversation has just shifted to defend. Like, everybody's conversation is about defending whether or not Anna is a turf in her career and blah blah blah, rather than talking about the substance of what she put out and why that is offensive to legitimize and why it's a problem for
And being held responsible for it.
Thank
like,
you.
Like
That's the problem.
normalize large creators being called out and being like, "Oh shit, I was wrong." Like,
Oh God, Natalie is reminding me of the time that TYT got transphobic towards a cis cheerleader from Georgia.
I don't know what this chick's name is, but I saw it independently on the internet. And I was like, oh, geez, Lord mercy. At first, I was wondering if it was photoshopped, right? But it turns out it's not. She's real, right?
It looks photoshopped. I mean, her arms look unbelievable.
Take a full screen on it, yeah. Oh, no. And I heard there was a debate on this. There's no debate. I'm ending the debate. I don't have my gavel with me, but I'll use my fist. 999! No way. No way.
Now, just for the record, this is very early TYT. This is, I don't know, early 2010s.
Not even close.
No way. What? Like, there's a
Not
debate.
even like, I'd be worried that she was gonna break something of mine during sex, and I'm much more worried that she's gonna pull out a jammy on me.
She actually doesn't.
He's worried she's going to pull out a jammy.
Yeah, she does. Never mind. I was gonna say she doesn't look so bad in that picture, but this one.
There's an excellent chance she's a male.
No, okay, look. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna go quite
Look
as
at
far.
how long her arms are.
I'm not gonna go quite as far as you have.
I don't want to find out what's under that skirt.
Okay, just calm down. No, okay, look. In 11 months, she actually increased the size of her arms by 4 inches. So there's a whole debate about whether or not she's taken steroids.
Yes.
And now there's this whole story about how she turned down a modeling contract with a fitness magazine or something because the fitness magazine would require her to take like legal steroids for the photo shoot. And she's like, no, I don't want to do that to my body. But
are we sure this isn't Photoshop? That looks like the longest arm in the world. And right there's no way I would hook up with her. I think.
Who fucking asked?
No way, man. I don't want to find out what's going on downstairs.
Was that even, wait, was that Hassan I heard in the background? I guess it could have been. It would have been that era, maybe?
calm down. You're being too mean. Look, I was gonna.
No, she's so much larger than everyone else. No, there's an issue, man.
She's got a great stomach.
How large are her hands? No, I'm telling you, man. We're gonna find out something. I don't want to say anything, but
First of all,
you guys were saying this woman is attractive.
First of all, Cenk acts like he's never seen a woman that's taller than 5'3" or something. She's like 6 feet tall, and she hits the gym. I don't see the crazy freakiness about it.
I see how you roll.
What is the thing?
Once again, JR based.
Well, yeah, and I see how you roll. You're afraid of women. You really
Oh, damn.
Apparently, in the
God, it feels like a frat house back at this point.
bedroom, somebody gets dominated.
Wait. No, wait. He pulled a Republican move there.
Jeez. Okay. Well, there's TYT from early 2010s. Oh, here we go. Here's Sam. Oh, wait. Wow, there's two of these. Okay. Is Ana Kasparian anti-trans? I think that's the one that they just mentioned. If so, though, MR changed the title. Because
RIMs are broken. I don't know what's going on, but they froze basically at the start of the show.
Okay, so this is March 23rd. This is the day of, right? It was apparently a Thursday.
And then they aren't coming
back.
back.
Here we go.
And I tried to refresh, then I lost all of them. But I did see an IM that I just wanted to respond to really quickly because I didn't want, like, they actually are broken. But I felt like people might be like, you're dodging this. I'm not. So I saw that my dear friend Ana Kasparian kind of went viral with a tweet. And some people wanted me to weigh in on it. And I just, like, look. She, as I said, dear friend of mine, really good person. I don't think she's anti-trans. I don't think that's really even a question. She has a long track record in this space. And I think her track record should speak for itself. She's been in this space for a long period of time and has done a ton of great work. However, like, I really do disagree with the emphasis. Like, I think it's wrong to overinflate the usage of kind of awkward language like birthing person, both in frequency and in terms of the stakes involved when someone is referred to by that language, because it's awkward. I get it. It's stilted when being used in non-medical or technical terms, but I think that's like kind of the extent of the critique, right? It's awkward. It doesn't take away anyone's rights, and it's not when being used right now in that context, it's not taking away anyone's rights. And like as a cis woman myself, I just think it's more important to put into context that like while you might not enjoy the technical language, that awkwardness is inevitable in this current climate and necessary because we're trying to like fortify walls right now as trans erasure is widespread right now. Like there's a barrage of deliberately trans exclusionary language, which is what some of the awkward, stilted terminology is meaning to beat back. And that trans exclusionary language is really just the tip of the iceberg for systemic erasure. So being diligent about combating that, I mean, that's at the forefront of my mind. So like, again, I've tried to say this before. From my point of view, so much of what we do in this business, very small business, and I will reiterate that like Anna, in my opinion, is one of the very few good ones. But we have a disagreement here. Like, it's just so much of what we do isn't just how we cover something, it's what we cover, it's story selection, it's what we emphasize, and anyone in private has the right to have preferences about how they want to be identified. But in my position, member of the media, member of the left, the progressive left, being kind of spokespeople for the progressive left in an online media space, I just think we have a greater responsibility. And the assertion that someone wants to just be called a woman in like an individualized, atomized context is completely fair. But within the context of larger anti-trans panic and hundreds of bills on the state level targeting trans people, like I try to bring a certain amount of awareness about how my statements are going to be taken, and I think it's obtuse to skirt around the context, right? So that's my take on that.
So yeah, this actually caused a little controversy that I kind of got involved in without realizing it. So this is Emma, the day of. You notice what's going on? It's, I'm guessing Thursday or whatever day it is. It's the day where Emma's in and Sam is out, right? So Sam is not talking about this. It turns out that people noticed that Sam was not talking about this, and a caller actually brought it up to him. I think probably before Sam had been really apprised of the situation with Anna. And the caller called in and just, you know, was Sam didn't get what the caller was trying to say, and it ended up being a little bit of an ugly call. And that person ended up calling in here and explaining the rest of what they had to say, and I thought it made sense. I could see how Sam was like missing this. He's also completely, at this point, missing that this has got on, because again, like I said, Sam's one of those people who is focused very much on their news. Like, he's not trying to do fucking drama with Ana Kasparian. And he just was not aware of this, I think, for a little while. So that becomes a little bit of a controversy. But, as soon as it becomes clear, like, Sam says the right thing, and people are less concerned at that point.
But I just wanted to address that because even though the IMs are broken, I did see the IM and I didn't.
And I went after Lance on Twitter twice. Second time, checked Social Blade and TYT viewers had dipped by a day worth of. Wow. That's the one thing I haven't done yet. So Life is taking a look at, because some people say that they think the TYT is going downhill. I just haven't checked. I haven't compared. I don't know. I don't keep up with their numbers.
Want people to be upset to think I was dodging anything.
Yeah, he doesn't follow Twitter drama. That's true, Remy. That's true.
Yeah, people would have.
But yeah. For a moment there was a little bit of a a worry just because of the way that this call went. But I honestly, having listened to it, I think that it was just like a a miscommunication between the caller and Sam.
Immediately said that. I mean, yeah, just like some of the context. Human Rights Campaign warns yesterday that 50% of transgender youth in America could lose access to gender-affirming primary care thanks to new laws from state legislatures across the country.
You couldn't mention Anna on Twitter and TYT chat without being blocked.
And the truth is that non-binary and trans people get pregnant, and like, how do you address that in language? Like, that's actually a language problem.
Yeah.
And like, to me, like, I think like, okay, like clinical language might be like sort of awkward, but it's also awkward to be a trans and non-binary person in this sort of context and try to go through a pregnancy and that sort of care. So I think like it's the answer to this sort of thing, which is not much different than when Jordan Peterson was talking about it, which is like, actually we're these sort of guidances, like when the CDC still references people as women, but it also includes this other language too for these, you know, rarer cases. And I think like that's just all this is. I don't think there's anything deeper to it.
Okay, so here's what Sam had to say. He said, browser go boom. Hi chat, how are you doing? I gotta get the browser back up. Maybe I'll take another look at the poll. Yeah, there we go. The poll says that the Chapel Roan allegations are winning by 5%. Cute cat videos down to 29%. People not feeling the cute cats anymore as much. Brianna Wu down at 23%, and Hypnoponies all the way down at 14%. If I figure in the donos, it's like the only thing that's getting points, considering that there's a 15 point Vox Populi today, is Brianna Wu is getting 10 points. But that's actually not enough right now. Right now, Chapel Roan is actually ahead. See what I mean? It makes things interesting. We're at 72% of the dono goal. We're at 28% from hitting that dono goal. And unlocking that extra bonus content, which right now looks like it might be Chapel Roan, although it's really close, right? Brianna Wu and Chapel Roan, they're really close. Chapel Roan is edging Brianna Wu ever so slightly. Anyway, let's take a look at Sam addressing the tweet. This is how March 25th. Oh, 2 days later. So it's not really that much later. It wasn't like a week. It was.
Hey, this is John. I'm calling from.
Oh God, no! This is the awkward phone call. This is Tuna John.
John from Indiana. What's on your mind? Well, hey, I just wanted to say first off, I'm a big fan. I've been listening to you guys for a couple of years now, and I really appreciate listening in on news commentary that doesn't make me feel gaslit. So
doesn't make you feel like what?
Hopeless.
Oh, hopeless. All right. Well, we do our best.
Oh crap.
But
let me switch the scene back. Wow. There's a moment right there. There's a tech moment. Boom.
But I wanted to call, and I'm trying to word this without being too inflammatory. I wanted to call about Ana Kasparian because I feel like that is not getting the right kind of attention. And so,
Okay.
and I know you were gone yesterday, Sam.
Yeah, I think.
I think did you see I commented on this yesterday?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
And I know she's a friend of the show, and I know that, you know, her and Emma are personal friends, and so, you know, I don't think that it, you know, you need to like completely lambast someone, but I don't know. I felt like, for instance, the clipping of that with the title that she's not anti-trans was not necessarily the right. To me, it just seemed kind of tone deaf. I guess the problem I had was that like that tweet in and of itself, it wasn't great, but I think
So, in case you missed this earlier or don't know about this, a operation like the Majority Report, they got somebody managing their YouTube account. So the title would be done by somebody who knows how to do titles and thumbnails. It's not a super common skill, and for people, somebody with a large enough audience, they're obviously going to hire somebody for something like that. And what they're doing is they're trying to gauge what title is going to make this video make the most clicks. So they're sort of handing it off to someone and giving them, what seems like creative control, but in actuality, the title is fully in order to promote the video. It's not, I wouldn't call it part of the creative process of the show. This is, somebody, there's creativity to making titles, making thumbnails, but they're not, it's the goal of it is different. The goal of it is algorithmic rather than descriptive or artistic or whatever. I don't know.
The bigger context was the replies. It got very combative and a lot of Nazis popping in, agreeing with her. Ben Shapiro's retweeting her. Carrie Lake popping in saying, hey, a broken clock. And some of the replies from her, I'll be honest, were indistinguishable from something that, J.K. Rowling would say.
Because they have a bias towards Anna at this point. It wasn't totally clear what Anna was doing. She wasn't the Anna that we know today, at least publicly. Emma used to work for TYT. I think that's right.
But within the context of like her larger commentary on trans people, I don't think that's a fair critique.
It's not a reflection on Sam. It's a reflection on the environment. If he was left to do the titles, I don't think he would nearly as many viewers. That's what I'm saying. It's something that gets handed off at a channel of this size. 100% gets handed off. So yeah, it's not the fact that, in fact, here's another problem. Is Ana Kasparian anti-trans, right? I think the original title was Ana Kasparian is not anti-trans. And that's what the caller's complaining about. And, there's also the possibility, probably the person titled or, tasked with the titling and the thumbnailing should watch the videos, right? Because there can be some bad problems if you don't. But I do know that sometimes it doesn't always happen.
RIMs are broken. I don't know what's going on. But
wait, okay, sorry. This one.
To put her in the same boat as J.K. Rowling, and like you can have, I think, quibbles with the way the video is titled. I didn't even know that was getting clipped, and I don't have control over any titling. So, but the substance of what I said
that's not anything about anyone that's just more of like a critique of like just show formatting.
Yeah, well, let me.
And the deal probably is that the person doing the titling is taking a percentage of the ad revenue. I mean, I don't know for sure that that's how they're doing it, but that's just a very common, easy way to, pay a person like that. So they're getting a percentage. And so because of that, they are, or at least I've seen it where the channel manager is kind of has, gets to make that call, right? When she says it's not my call, it very well might not be her call. It might be written into the contract that they write, they get to choose the titles, because ostensibly if they want a higher, because like getting paid a percentage depends on how many views you get, right? And if they were, if they're not able to maximize their like number of views because they don't have that control, then anyway, that might be what I'm not sure. That might be what Emma's saying, though.
Let me, since Emma addressed this yesterday, let me comment on it. And I will say this. I mean, in terms of just, and I don't want to spend too much time because this is just sort of a process thing about the titling and this and that. when the way that we do this show is we do the show and then another person clips the show.
God damn, must be nice.
Now there's
another person clips the show. You don't say.
On occasion, I'll say like, "Oh, somebody really wanted this phone call or this and that," and I'll send a message. But part of the reason why we do that is because I don't want what we do on the show to be dictated to how I think it's going to do on YouTube. That, you know, to the way that I can insulate the show from like sort of chasing clicks. That's the way I do it. I do think that the guy who clips the show, sometimes like it's his job to sort of get clicks. And so he may do that in different ways. So, but that's aside, that's a second order thing. Here's my feeling. And I will also say, I didn't read into the whole thread of that because I was literally constantly moving yesterday. But look, I don't have any reason to believe, based upon her commentary in the past, that Anna is anti-trans. But tweeting out something like that, in my estimation, is the tweet itself, the act and the tweet in this context, right? Is an anti-trans act. I just think it is. Yeah. Because, you know, and context is everything in this case.
Yeah.
One of the issues I had with Sam Harris back in the aughts was that right in the midst of a debate in this country about torture, he writes up a thing in Huffington Post, which was basically the equivalent of Twitter, maybe bigger than Twitter in terms of like, you know, broadcasting this stuff, you know, a piece that he titled In Defense of Torture. And, you know, even if I thought that his thought experiment and whatnot had like any sort of like substance, which I didn't, but even if I did, to tweet that out in the midst of a debate about torture in this country is clearly a political act in and of itself, and he knows what he's doing there. Now, I don't know if Anna was, you know, sort of how conscious she was of this or what, but in addition to the fact that no one is forcing anybody to accept any type of like, you know, description of who they are, and I'm sure there are some quarters, I wouldn't even say quarters, 16ths, eighths, you know, whatever it is, where people exclusively use language like birthing people as opposed to women and birthing people. But it really has no impact on our life. And it has a huge impact on the lives of people who are trans. And, you know, look, there are, you know, it's not easy for older people, in my estimation, or people just not used to it, to always remember to have some level of sensitivity to these things. And people should do their best. I mean, you know, I don't have a rule about it on the show, but for me personally, I always attempt to say, you know, if we're talking about abortion laws, I try and say women and people who can get pregnant. You know, I mean, as just because it costs me nothing and it shows respect to people out there, and particularly at a time where there are people who are under assault for being trans. There are families who are under assault for trying to get their kids some type of medical care, in some way, gender affirming care, or to deal with this. And you know, it is particularly incumbent upon us to show that level of sensitivity to the people who are impacted and to this moment. And so, you know, I just thought that
I gotta read out my Patreons. Shouts out to my fancy weasels out there. Anybody on the Patreon at the fancy weasel level or higher, that is a $5 a donation, you get a fancy shout out, right? And if you're a fancy weasel, you get a fancy shout out. So shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to fancy shouts out to Zerazerix and Omega Star. And yeah, there is I'm sorry, Sam is and I'm like, I just gotta read out my Patreons.
The tweet itself, and I don't know what her intentions were about it, but the idea that saying
but yeah, thank you to my Patreons, thank you to my weasels, you helped me keep the lights on.
Semen providers in any way, you know, and look, I will say, like, you know, saying semen providers, I don't think disregards my manhood in some way. I understand that, though, that there is it's not a perfect analogy, because the fact is that women have been subject to misogyny and to sexism, and men have not. There's a different power dynamic. Nevertheless, I don't think that in any way women are in any way harmed in the sort of like society's consciousness by the use of things like you know, people who can get pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it right, Sam, and I elaborated on this yesterday. I think it's perfectly valid to say in your personal life, like, I don't want to be referred to in those more clinical kind of stilted, awkward terms that are inclusive language meant to be inclusive, and we're still incorporating it into our language. You know, it's not that many years that we've been using this kind of terminology. I think that's entirely fair. My critique was, well, as a member of the media, you have to understand, and at least this is what I try to bring to it, is that you're not just speaking for yourself, and putting an emphasis on that in this current context is going to lead to larger problems and adding gasoline to a fire that is already raging, as trans erasure is a part of state legislatures across the country. And on the federal level, we're seeing it from Republicans too, and just like general hate crimes towards them. So that was my emphasis, and I understand if you didn't feel it was sufficient, but I'm with Sam on this, and that's my take as well.
And I will say, look, if someone in your personal life, in your private life, is addressing you in a way that you don't like, you tell them. I don't know that there's anybody on Twitter who has been addressing, you know, her as a potential birth giver.
That's kind of my whole point, is like, it feels like she's shadowboxing against an opponent that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because
I agree.
No one on the street is calling her that. Nobody, and like, you know, you go.
Well, if somebody's calling her on the street, I mean, that may be the case.
You was saying that
somebody's calling her.
Well, yeah, but it's specific legal and medical context. No one is saying, you know, to her, to anyone, hey, there goes a birthing person, unless they're talking about.
I feel like there would be a song. It'd have to be like, there goes a birthing person. There goes a.
Hey, we're writing a paper or a prescription, or.
It sounds like a sitcom from the 80s. There goes a birthing person.
Some kind of thing about, like,
I mean, you don't necessarily. But caller, like, that could have been a personal instance. You don't know that, and I actually haven't clarified that.
If it is a personal instance,
but that's
you deal with it there.
But that's beside the point. But that's my point, right? Like, if it's a personal,
or like a soap opera
instance, you know, we're members of the media, we're representatives of the left. Like, I mean, I know that's like what TYT is, right? And that's what people associate with.
Is it though?
Them. You have to just be
that is what people associated with them.
Conscious about that. And like, you know, I'm not conflating one's own personal experience, even if it's awkward, with like what is generally good for society. So that's my I think that's the kernel of critique there.
Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I'm not going to say we can't take any more calls on that, but we did just dedicate 11 minutes to it. And that's,
I think
open
that's
line
fair.
Friday.
And whatever, I did yesterday, 5-6 minutes yesterday.
Where is Jessica Hyde? I know you guys don't want to keep talking about this, but from the perspective of a child-free gal myself, I thought of Anna's tweet as more of a statement about wanting to be seen as a person rather than an incubator, and I felt I could understand where she was coming from. The language that people use to avoid the
My God, that's somebody that's buying into Anna's bullshit.
Woman can sometimes lean more into the idea of what you can and cannot reproduce. I don't like these attacks on Anna, but I especially don't like it when different groups get into a suffering contest. Yeah, the problem is that in no context other than when it comes to reproductive rights, do you hear people use that kind of language in that situation?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe somebody on the street corner has that conversation, but you see it in reports that are talking about like abortion rights. You're seeing it in reports in terms of medical treatments. I mean, if what you were saying was actually the case, then that would be a legitimate conversation. But that's not the case. Mm-hmm. It just isn't. It's imaginary.
Okay, so they did talk about it one more time. Same caller, right? April 23rd.
John from Indiana, what's on your mind?
Hi, sorry about that. I had a business call come in, so I apologize.
Well, la-di-da. I also had a business call. It was with you. You just didn't answer.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, Sam, thanks for taking my call. I really...
Wait, is that his creamer?
I've had a lot of thoughts over the last few weeks, and I've been trying to call in to kind of get them across, and I don't know. I guess what I would really like to talk about ultimately, because I've spent a few weeks thinking about this, is I think your show has a bit of a blind spot that I think
just one
fill in the. Well, I mean, I think you guys do really good coverage on trans issues for the most part. I think you guys need to have more trans people on your show, though, and more callers. Or, I mean, I don't know. I called you out on Twitter. I imagine you saw that. I was being inflammatory so as to capture your attention.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This call is not starting well.
And so, I'm sorry if
is it Liquid IV really?
For doing that, but I don't know.
I did not, but go ahead. All right. So what your point is.
So my
oh my God, chat, we're getting kind of late. The bonus goal is at 72%. We're pretty close to hitting it. I don't know how much. Let's take a look. Let's reorient ourselves. Not with that. That's great. My awesome thumbnail. Hey, it's a good thumbnail. Although I feel like, wait, I didn't do all of this thumbnail. The logo, I think somebody else did this. But I put it on the TYT thing. Anyway, what are we doing? Oh no, is this not gonna load up? My Firefox is being so weird. There we go. All right, so yeah, March 22nd. The day of her tweet. Sasha G with the 5 gifted memberships. Bella Glazier. Eli. Or Ellie. Wink. Eduardo. Ziver. You all just got weaseled. Thanks to Sasha G, and that's a good thing. Okay, so most of our friends, these are self-described socialists that took it upon themselves to profit from conflict by publicly attacking me. So I don't know if it's that they're socialists, so they're supposed to be really nice to a liberal, or it's that socialists should not profit. Oh my God, she doesn't understand the difference between exploitation. A smaller leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about the tweet, while conveniently erasing the advocacy I had done. Wait, let me get, is this the best way to read this? No, probably not. This way. A smaller leftist YouTube show put out 5 separate videos skewering me about the tweet, while conveniently erasing the advocacy I had done on the behalf of the transgender community throughout my career. They even went as far as drawing a link between my tweets and trans suicides, which sadly wasn't the most unhinged outcome of the debacle. Chat, 100%, this is the Vanguard. This is the Vanguard. She is talking about the Vanguard. That is... They got straight up mentioned, okay? She might not have said Vanguard, but she mentioned the Vanguard, all right? TYT's volunteer YouTube chat moderators quit over the tweet, and someone reported me to human resources. Wait. To human resources of TYT? Wait, but that's like a company thing. An on-air transgender contributor even resigned from the company after being urged by online mobs and leftist shows to do so. God, she is so messy. So goddamn messy. Like, she does fucking drama, but she does it in such a fucking blatant way. And we are at 87% of the sub goal. Yeah, TYT mod walkout mentioned. They shouldn't be allowed PCs if they want to be real socialists. That's right. That's what I said. They need to live like in like a convent. They need to live like a life without any. I can't find my vape in my... I'm freaking out. Me too, Davi. Me too. I'm in the same boat, actually. I'm not even lying, though. It sounds like I'm lying. It sounds like I'm just trying to be relatable, but I literally am. I literally had the same thing just happen to me, and it's concerning. She didn't really like that those in her inner circles might have something to say about her heel turn. True. Cute cats. Yes, Sasha G. Cute cats to 15%. Meow. Okay, so yeah, she's flexing on the Vanguard. She's flexing on the mods.
Davy Cliff super chatted $19.99.
You found it? Nice. Nice. And with that, we have hit the dono goal. You found your vape. Maybe I'll find mine. I don't know. I hope so. It's annoying to have lost something like that. Let me just finish up this TYT segment here. This extra long segment. So she's complaining, yeah, volunteer chat moderators quit over the tweet. And someone reported me to human resources. An on-air transgender contributor even resigned. You're such a victim, Anna. I feel so bad for you. Oh my god, somebody resigned because you're a piece of shit. I feel so bad for you. That mean on-air transgender contributor. They need to be seen and not heard, really. Like, they're there to make the company look good, and when they make the company look bad, that's not right. The leftist shows, the fucking leftist shows, those goddamn, the online mobs, the leftist shows. Curious that not one of those shows hired her. She is flexing on Benny. This is wild. Like, this is pathetic. And then here we go. I never apologized for the tweet, and I never will. That whole experience forced me to come to terms with the intolerance of the left, and it always allows me to publicly reject the ideological shackles. You're a prisoner, Anna. You're a fucking prisoner, but you broke free because you're so great. That kept my world small and less informed. Today, I'm less certain and more curious. You seem pretty certain to me than I was 4 years ago. I've made humiliating mistakes while covering political news because I was previously unwilling to consider or understand the perspective of Americans who vote differently than me. What to expect from Unaligned? I'm hungry for dialogue, a space for in-depth analysis, and a judgment-free zone. That is what I plan to do here. Every week, I will provide subscribers with 2 to 3 written pieces that dig deeper into big stories of the week with the intention of finding the truth rather than promoting a political side. Video posts that sharing details on breaking news and political events. A weekly podcast beginning in November that will feature long-form discussion debates with guests from all walks of life. Engagement with me in the comment section. Oh my god, wow. Let's see what that engagement is like. For paid subscribers, so you got to pay to comment. Join me to be part of the dialogue. The point is that the point of this new project is pursuit of intellectual freedom and open-mindedness. I want to nurture curiosity without fear of offending the sensibilities of loyal partisans. I reject you need loyal fucking people that are loyal partisans to you. I reject arguments about evil of platforming people who considered to be naughty, too naughty to converse with. Nick Fuentes interview incoming, I guess. I want to facilitate dialogue. I don't know what my political identity or label is. I'm not even sure I want to be pigeonholed. It's just my effort in pursuing extreme honesty and humility in the quest for common ground and the truth without constraints of a tribal identity. Oh no. Okay, so we evolve over time, gaining wisdom by talking with all sorts of people, especially those who have a different upbringing. We can still disagree on things, but I see no harm in having civilized conversations on conflicting topics. I wish you a lot of luck in this endeavor, Anna. I signed up for a month to see where this leads. Cheers. I am not altogether on anybody's side because nobody is altogether on my side. If you understand me, Treebeard, is that from Lord of the Rings? First time I read those words, I couldn't understand how much I would come to relate to them. It's getting liked by Anna, but does it get responded to? Does not seem to get responded to by Anna. Welcome to Salty Stack? Is that what a nickname for Substack? I followed your work mostly through Sean, admittedly actual justice warrior, though I don't spend time on YouTube these days. It's great to see people are open to discussions and having a proper yarn, as opposed to back and forth logical fallacy tennis matches. You'll probably come across some doofuses here, in which case the block and mute functions might come in handy. Good luck, stay safe, be well. Oh my god, these people are so online. But yeah, there's Anna's flex. Flexing on mods, flexing on former co-workers. Me think she doth flex too much, though she seems a little bit... What's the word? Insecure, yes. She seems a bit insecure. Okay, so this is what we'll end with, I guess. And then we'll do some bonus content.
I'm obviously a woman, female, and I think I should be allowed to engage in conversations about how language changes in order to be more inclusive to any community, but certainly lately it's more about like the transgender community.
Morbius, thank you for the gift sub to La Jordan. La Jordan, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
I have no ill will towards the transgender community at all. In fact, if you look at my body of work, I've always been pretty vociferous in defending them and calling for them to be treated equal to anyone else in society. But I think sometimes you'll have those who want to like push the limits, and it's never about the important stuff. It's more about things like language, right? And they were turning a lot of people off, including people who are on their side.
So let's get specific about what you're talking about. Because
Yeah.
we know what you're talking about, but I'm sure a lot of the viewers are...
So like just really goofy rhetoric, like birthing people and
Right, so someone called...
chest-
Goofy stuff.
Did someone call you a...
Chest feeder? Does she make that up? I'm not sure. Are you sure? I think she made that up.
birthing person? That was the...
Yeah. Okay. So yes. Okay. It happened. Yes, in a medical setting, but I don't care. Like I don't need to be called a birthing person.
Is that from a doctor?
Yeah, and
or-
it's on medical forms too now. Like I don't know if it's all throughout California.
Did you have to put your gender anywhere on this sheet, or was it just birthing person checkbox?
It was
or no?
no. It wasn't a checkbox situation.
You had to avow yourself a birthing person. You had to sign in blood. Be like, I am a birthing person and not as worthy as a trans woman.
Situation. It was a form that I had to fill out, and in the language of the form, rather than using the word
Yeah, I've never heard chest feeder.
birthing person was used. Another form used a person with a uterus, and it's just like, I just felt like
Chest feeder sounds like something Fresh and Fit would say.
it was awkward, and I didn't like it. That's all I was saying, by the way. Like, I don't like this, and I think it's goofy, and I think it turns people off. And that led to like an insane firestorm that I did not expect.
Who is getting upset at you for saying that? We
I don't
always
know.
talk about this massive cohort of people that will just attack you if you say the
Yeah.
wrong thing. But I feel like...
But yeah, thanks, Stabby, for the super chat. Did I get what you said as far as the content? Wait, you said, oh my god, I remember you said earlier. Was it Brianna Wu? Yeah, it must have been Brianna Wu, right? So does that... Wait, am I right about that? Anyway, if you've donated, feel free to let me know in the chat which topic you want me to add your donation to. I'll add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. We're trying to figure out what wins right about now. So if you have just donated, and I don't know... Yeah, I think it is, right? So that would make Brianna Wu be at 45%, which is maybe unbeatable. Possibly unbeatable.
Like, honestly, they hardly exist. Maybe,
Oh, yeah, you're
maybe
right
that's
about
not
that.
true.
Well, they're very loud.
They're very loud.
It's a
yeah.
loud minority, but the people that...
They're very loud.
But to call you a birthing person...
All my votes to cats. Yo. All the votes go to cats. What? That puts, like, cats at 60%. Yo, cats are gonna win. Out of nowhere.
Kindergarten.
The cats.
Offend anybody here. I don't want them to come after me.
What would be the male equivalent of that? Does that exist?
Penis-wielding person.
Yes, penis wielder. That's right. A penis user.
It's got to be
Ejaculating
sperm.
person.
That would be hilarious.
I am an ejaculating person.
But it is interesting because none of that conversation exists when it comes to inclusive language in the male realm. Like a lot
Yeah, I
of
was
that
about to
is
say, there's not-
Yeah.
And a part of who you're like having an issue with are trans guys, right? That like that's part of who that term exists for, that you're talking about people who have the capacity to give birth but are not women, right? That's what wow.
And it's really a
It's
male
really interesting, and I don't know why it is. But anyway, like
Yeah.
at this point, I don't
I don't care.
I feel like the amount of like shit that she gives trans guys is kind of like underrated. It's kind of like an under talked about aspect of the like non-binary people and trans guys seems to be, you know, she seems to have a special thing against.
Like, I don't care about any of it. Like, I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about the criticism I'm getting. But the reason why I bring it up is we had a transgender fill-in host at TYT. Her name's Benny.
Oh no, you keep on going worse and worse with this. Like, yeah, she's just a fill-in host, right? Before she was, what did she? Okay, no, this is actually before that. I want to read your Substack, Anna. Let me read it. I need the Substack. Yes, I need to know that you're independent and unaligned. Okay, wait. What was I trying? What was the way that she refers to on-air transgender contributor? And here she's saying fill-in host. Just the fill-in host. Who's that? Oh, don't worry. It's just the fill-in host.
TYT, she hadn't transitioned yet. And so I met Benny before the transition and before Benny was even out about her identity. And
all of this to make an excuse for misgendering someone. All of this, you don't understand. Actually, when I met Benny, it was before a transition. So therefore,
was always.
Therefore, I'm okay to fucking misgender my fucking coworker.
Super nice to Benny. We never had any problems. Honestly, I barely even hosted the show with Benny. I think I might have done it once. Never really had any personal conversations. Remember, this is during COVID, so a lot of us were working from home. A lot of us didn't come into the office. I've never met Benny in person. And because of what I had shared with, you know, the public about how I feel about some of this inclusive language, Benny felt, I don't know why Benny felt like it was a slight on her, but it wasn't. And there was a group of people on Twitter, and I knew this was going to happen. These people on Twitter who like take up a cause and then they become like weirdly obsessive with the cause. And they were just in Benny's ear about how, you have to hold Anna accountable and TYT is not the place for you. It's a transphobic community.
What you're not noticing is that like there is a pressure on Benny, just as there would be a pressure on any trans person to distance themselves from somebody that's like harming their community. But this isn't like something that Benny herself was not aware of, right? This is something that Benny herself was feeling and was put in such a situation, right? What people don't understand about, you know, because Benny did stay with TYT for like a decent amount of time after this happened, but TYT is a gig. TYT is a job, right? And there's not a lot of that's solid in this business, right? You're usually, you know, like I'm an independent contractor for Twitch and for YouTube, right? That's how my shit works. I don't get, you know, benefits or anything like that. So for somebody in the business of political commentary to get, you know, an actual job for what they're doing is pretty difficult, and it can be pretty difficult to line up what you're going to do when you realize that the place that you work for is not a place that you can support. And Benny did her best, you know, to try to speak truth to power within TYT, but obviously you don't have that power as a as somebody on one of the, you know, other channels. And
you need to leave. And they were like urging Benny to leave. And I just knew to myself, I thought to myself, if Benny takes their advice, she will have no platform
and she will disappear. And none of these people who are encouraging her to leave give a damn about her. They're not going to follow her to wherever she's going to, do a show or launch a YouTube channel. This is their little cause right now. They think they're in a war, and they're pretending like they give a damn about Benny. They don't give a damn about Benny. They give a damn about presenting themselves as people who purport to care.
I can tell you who for sure doesn't give a damn about Benny.
About transgender people. But as soon as Benny's gone, as soon as she makes that decision to leave TYT, Benny's gone for real. From their consciousness, from the media in general. And I think it's just, they did damage to Benny. And I don't know if Benny realizes it right now, but these people don't care at all. They don't care about making society better in regard to, all my focus would be is how can we ensure that we improve our healthcare system so people who do decide to make that transition, because remember, once you transition and if you go through the surgeries and everything, it's not a one-time thing. You need medical attention for the rest of your life.
That's something I hear TERF say a lot. I mean,
the priority should be, if you actually give a damn about transgender people, how do we reform our healthcare system so someone who does choose to transition doesn't go into bankruptcy because of the medical attention he or she is going to need for the rest of their lives.
I've always been curious, who pays for that? Does that come out of pocket, or
We
is that
pay for
something
that. We pay
insurance?
insanely high taxes.
Now, here's the thing: if you make
no, he's asking who pays for that, and she's talking about the answer she's giving is like, we California, we should pay insanely high taxes for trans people. No, Anna, that is not a big portion of the fucking state budget, if that's what you're saying.
Today's episode, and let's get back to the podcast.
We pay
Insurance.
insanely high taxes. Look, let me just be clear. Right now, the way it gets paid is through private insurance. If you're lucky to have it, 20 million Americans don't have any insurance, no coverage at all. I think our healthcare system is broken.
Oh yeah, Peter G. Peterson Foundation. Wow.
And a lot of times, you might get stuck with insurance. Let's say you get insured through your employer. You might get insurance that won't authorize a ton of
Jesse Singal is her favorite podcast.
Your medical needs. So it really depends on what your specific situation is. But, when you think about transgender youth, a lot of them do get disowned by
Anna, trans understander, please explain trans rights to me.
family members. A lot of them do end up homeless, and so my priority or my top concern in terms of improving their lives would be, okay, what kind of safety net are we going to have in place to catch them if and when they fall,
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought,
What does she mean? What is she talking about? And in the context of Benny, this is weird. It almost feels like she's wishing for Benny's downfall. That's what I'm getting from this. This is the fucking wicked witch, looking in the mirror. It's what is going on here?
Obviously, I'm good faith about that. And these are things that I've been talking about, not just this year, not just last year, but almost the entirety.
Is she fucking wishing homelessness on Benny? What is this? This is so weird.
My career.
I remember watching this before, but I didn't get how weird this was.
And I was just under the assumption that people know that I don't have an anti-trans bone in my body, but some of this language stuff is a little goofy.
How do you?
Yeah, and she gloats about how Benny didn't get another decent job after TYT. I think that was on this too, right? Curious that not one of those shows hired her after she took their advice. Oh my God. Anna is, look, for anybody who thinks they're a hater, no, you're not. No, you're not. Ana Kasparian is a hater. That
not get overly defensive over something like that. Somebody calling you transphobic. How do you not just explode? Or
how do you not just explode and just want to destroy all of trans people? I don't know what.
And say, no, that's ridiculous. How do you develop a thick skin?
Well, in the beginning,
you don't, because you're Ana Kasparian. You definitely do not develop a thick skin. You do not have a thick skin. You have the opposite of a thick skin. You fucking name search. You fucking talk shit about the Vanguard.
Was defensive. And then this job is
She wants to set Benny up, Benny as like a former coworker. Imagine if an interviewer sees that.
already really difficult. It's incredible.
Whose podcast is Anna on? This is the Iced Coffee Hour, and it seems like kind of like a PBD Junior, if I had to describe it.
Really difficult.
Like PBD for a younger generation.
It would be impossible for me to enjoy any of this if I were just sucking up to people bullying me and saying things I don't actually believe. So whether the audience likes it or not, I'm going to tell them what I really believe. And we lost like some paying members to TYT over this whole drama, and that's okay. God bless. I mean, do you? You know, you don't need to be supporting the show financially if you think, you know, the biggest injustice is that I don't want to be called a birthing person. But I just don't want. I have a tough time lying about what I really think. That's like the hardest thing for me to do.
But how do you,
that's good. I mean,
but how do you not take these comments to heart? How do you not let that affect your day?
I have a lot of inner peace, and I know who I am. And I think since I know exactly who I am, the opinions of others that I know are inaccurate, I just don't let them get to me. I can't control what other people believe about me. I can control my own behavior. I can control how I feel about myself. And I don't want to say that I like love myself or feel great about myself. I think I'm a flawed person, just like anyone else. And I look back at some of the things that I've done and said in my career, and I like deeply regret some of it. But I have slowly but surely like made an effort to correct some of my previous errors. A lot of them were like during the pandemic. And I kind of got like wrapped up in some of the narratives that were coming from the left during that time that turned out to not be so accurate. And so to me, what's the most important thing
I think she's talking about Cal Rittenhouse.
To me is getting my
Karen energy. You're not wrong.
Then being honest with them about what I actually feel and genuinely feel about these stories. And if I get something wrong, ensuring that I
Chat, we're at 93 likes.
Those errors and do so.
That is 7 from 100.
As loudly as I can and openly as I can, because I want to do good in the world through the work I do. And I don't think you can do that if you mislead people or misinform people.
Yeah. You've been very open about the times you have gotten some stories wrong.
Right.
And over extended periods of time as well. Like I see you continue to reference from things you've gotten wrong years ago, which I also deeply appreciate.
Yeah, but she freaks out about 2 little words on a medical forum. Yeah.
Speaking of sharing how you feel, how do you feel about California?
Morbius Dragon says, I have a problem with insurance companies covering transition surgery, but not dental. I mean, no disrespect, dental problems can kill you. You know, I don't know, like the...
Because we were talking earlier and we were saying we drove in from Vegas because we left.
On the way here, I mean...
Insurance should cover dental. Insurance should cover optical. Insurance should cover gender. Insurance should cover the whole person.
We were off of a freeway for maybe 10 minutes and we saw how many 10?
Don't let them use this shit as a wedge issue, all right? Don't make them don't let them make you think it's either or.
Oh gosh.
I mean, like, and here's the thing too, in this neighborhood that we shoot this podcast studio in, there has been like this colossal sized tent, like a tent mansion.
Oh my God, it's a tent mansion. It's a tent mansion. Those fucking homeless, they're taking over with their tent mansions. Yo, chat, they're making me imagine the most fabulous tent in the world that probably does not exist. But are you seeing what I'm seeing? It's almost like a circus tent, but it's got rooms. Somehow, I don't know, or it's got like hammocks or something. I don't know. It's like a fucking fancy tent that probably doesn't exist and definitely is not what is he talking about? I think he's probably talking about people getting creative with their tent. Those guys on the other side of the table are too close together. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what their relationship is.
Make a joke out of it, but like a big tent, and it's been there for probably 2 years.
It's a big tent,
and it takes up the entirety of the sidewalk.
Right.
So you can't walk on the sidewalk. You'd have to go into the street where a car is parked, and then walk around it if you're
same exact tent. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so
he's like, yeah, fucking homeless people. Them in their tent mansions. God damn it.
Let me just start off by saying, as someone who was born and raised in Los Angeles, I actually, politics aside, failed policies aside, if I just think about the landscape here, the nature, the mountains, you know, the beaches, I love California. I think California is the most beautiful and wonderful. We pay very high taxes in California.
That did seem like a cut. I can't tell. Was that a cut? I don't know. Look, if something got cut, we'll never know what it is, unfortunately. But you know what I do know what is? The winner of the poll and the donos. Now, the winner of the poll would have been the Chappell Roan allegations, but at the last minute, we had someone switch all of their dono money to cute cat videos, which is now at 60%, and that is like pretty close to unbeatable. Look at that, 60 plus 28. We need to do Fallout sometime. Oh my god, chat. I owe you Fallout. And I need to figure out what to pursue in Fallout next, right? Because so I don't like waste time. But yeah, that's gonna be what, 88 points altogether. I don't think anything else is coming close to that. Chappell Roan has got. Oh wait, no, wait, that's right. We take away, it's like 60 minus 15. Plus 28. Is 73. Yeah, 73 is still going to be hard to beat. Yeah, and nothing else, everything else just has like what it gets in the polls. So Chappell, like this is like minus 15, which zeroes it out, and then it doesn't go negative. Plus 32. Yeah, it's gonna be that's gonna be 32. So yeah, it looks like Cute Cat Videos is about to win, unless anybody has something to say about that. If you've Fallout is about wasting time. I just need to figure out like what the I'm like kind of confused about my missions. Oh my god, no, I definitely need to play that soon. Tax dollars burned, any new money is printed to pay for things. Let's see what we need. The cats. What is a safe channel to watch for cat videos? A channel that's not gonna like copyright claim me. I feel like the music is gonna get me. The music's gonna get me in trouble. Okay. Aww. That's Hello Cat. That's a biting cat. Look at that biting cat. Oh, that other cat is a scratching cat, though. It's like, you're a biting cat, I'm a scratching cat. That cat doesn't like... Oh, no. Oh, no, that's the worst. Why do cats do this? They love to put their butt in your face. I guess it's because it's how they say hello. They put their butt in your face to say hello. Got slapped, yeah. It's... That's a wild cat. Aw. Cat hug. No cat hug? Uh-oh, other cat, other cat, other cat. Ah, scary. Oh wait, the cat takes your money. The cat accepts money. The cat accepts water. Oh, this cat's smart. Are you gonna fill up just enough water to drink? Yes, you are. Oh no, is that gonna be okay? Some cats don't like water. No, cat butt. Cat butt. Cat has wares if you have coin. True. Cats do communicate by the butt. Oh no, what are you doing? Sir, what are you doing? Oh, it's a reptile. So wait, is that why people say that cats don't like cucumbers because of snakes? Is that even true though? This is a definite biting cat. A cat that will bite your computer screen is a cat that will bite most anything. She can't have treats until she finishes dinner. Watch out! Careful! Oh, she's gonna hang herself because, okay. Oh. Oh, you are super wild. You're gonna run a... Oh my god. Wow. Okay, cats that grab your hair, I can't take it when a cat grabs my hair. It's not okay. Some cats really like grabbing hair. Some cats will grab, you know, little kittens have the sharpest, are you real? Are you even real? There's a lot of cat haters? The cat Epstein himself, oh no. Wow. This little cat is badass. How do they scare the big cat? Is that a Scottish fold? No, it just has kind of folding its ears. Oh no, they don't like this. They don't like this. They don't like this. They don't like this. They will scratch. It's very hard to give a cat. Oh, you're gonna eat the beet, aren't you? Yum. This cat loves vegetables. This cat loves light. Oh, it's gonna break stuff. Yay. House is on fire. Ooh, it's gonna snatch. Oh, is that a salamander? Oh yeah, those things, their tails come off. There's a tail. Oh no. Oh no. I scratch you. I scratch you. I scratch you still. I scratch you there. I scratch you. This cat will scratch you from underneath. I scratch you. I scratch you. I scratch you. I scratch you. Hanging on for dear life, I guess. You have to let that cat in. Oh my gosh. Gonna eat the goldfish. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Scratch. Uh-oh. Ferocious kitten. This motherfucker is purring as he terrorizes my right ear. He's purring and then he bites your ear? That's a trick. That cat is tricking you. Oh no, you have to exercise the cat. Exercise the cat. Exercise the cat. You have an evil cat, evil feline spirit. Oh, it's a hug. It's a very good hug. Wow, best hug. Wait, no, a mean hug, maybe. Oh, you're too cute. You're too cute. I bet that was a chirp. I want to hear the chirps, but like we can't because of the music. I bet there was a really cute chirp though. Oh, they do that when they walk like that. That's the wildest thing a cat can do. A cat is hunting you. A cat is hunting you. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I will scratch your hair. Oh, it's a slide hug. I didn't know that cats knew how to do the slide hug. Oh, are you wearing? Is the cat wearing an outfit? Yo, my cat not wear. You cannot put clothes on my cat. That is cute. That is cute. Oh my god, you got spray all over your face. Chirp. It's a chirp cat. Oh, you chirp so good. Okay, I need one more cat video. Weirdest cat. The weirdest cat. Super weird cat compilation. Cats with unexplained behavior. Unexplained behavior. Oh my gosh, I can't explain it. Can you explain it? I can't explain it. It's unexplainable.
Are we supposed to know what we're doing?
No? Maybe not.
Just checking.
Oh my god, that cat knows what it's doing. That cat knows what it's doing. Cute though. Oh my god. Oh, this cat loves water. I've never seen a cat like water that much. Grumpy.
What mama got? What mama got? What mama got? What mama got?
Claws. Wait, what's the cat doing? Oh no, you're not gonna be able to. Oh no. This poor cat. The cat got a fish. The cat got a fish. These are like TikTok sounds, aren't they? That cat seems a little bit irritated, but... Super cat! Right. Ah, somebody wants the egg. Yes. Banana cat! Banana cat! You exist! Oh my god! Oh. They love corn? Yo! They really like corn. What about you? What do you... Oh my gosh, that cat's gonna be weird. Yeah, he's doing that weird cat walk. What is up with their sideways walk? Meow. 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 It's a two-legged cat. This is a cat who's actually a prince. Perhaps. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Fish kisses? Wow, that fish is like alive and stuff. Oh my god! That cat's gonna eat the whole fish. Oh wow. It's a cat shuttle. You have to shuttle the cat back and forth. Oh no. Get in there. Oh, you're a cat shuttle.
From the spot. Away.
Nice block. Oh my god. Wild. Super wild. Watch out for this one. This one is wild. Is that a cat camping set? It is! That cat goes camping. Secret agent cat. Oh my god, that cat is going on a secret mission. Fuck yeah. Got it. Secret mission accomplished. Laser pointer acquired. Oh no. Ah. Wait, that cat likes water. Are you gonna sneakily clip the cat's toes? No, you're not. No, you're not. Oh. Do they really like corn this much? I've never seen a cat eat corn. Is that real? Is this real, chat? They had it in a tiny bowl of water. Jean-Cat Van Damme, pretty much. You're tired of the election ads? This cat really likes corn. You're a corn cat. Is it when you butter it? Is that what they like? That cat really likes that corn. Oh, we might be in for wildness. Oh, look at how I get the drink of water. And spill it all over the floor. Hide and seek. You will never find me. I am hidden from your eyes. Wow, that's a great hiding spot. Oh wait, it caught a mouse? It caught a mouse. It brought you a mouse.
Stephen! I thought you were dead! Fucking hell!
That's the famous rocking cat. Oh, The puppies are being cute, but the cat wants to fight. The puppies are like, no, we will cute you. We will follow you over here. Oh, no, cat attack. What? Scratch, 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 scratch. Oh, pounce. Smiley cat. Pounce. 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 You were caught. The cat's like, I will have some milk. Yum, yum. I will have some milk as well. Wait, does the cat have a treat on its... Yeah, that's a treat face cat. Ow, 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 ow. Wild. Oh, this cat. Is that ham? Watch out, the cat will attack other people too if you're not careful.
Mother. Mother, I crave violence.
What is that? What are they eating? Wild. Super wild. Oh god, I gotta turn it off when it's music. Oh, this cat is like in a... No, these are wait. Oh, they are cats. For a second, I thought they were dogs. The dog's like, no, you will not fight. Aww. Aww. They're so sweet. Aww, they take care of each other. No, don't fall. Don't fall. Okay. No, don't fall. That's a cool cat right there. Oh, are those treats? Are those treats? Are those treats? Oh, treats. Pounce. Oh my god, you just got... Dancing cat. Wait, these are like big cats, right? Oh no, they're like domestic cats. Wow, great jump. I thought they were gonna be like two leopards or something. A cat in a bird's nest? It's a bird cat. Short arm cat. Massage cat. Massage cat therapist. Cat chiropractor cat. Sleepy cat. Are you gonna fall asleep? Scratch. Scratch. I'll scratch. I'll scratch. Wild. Oh my god, that's a dancing cat. Dancing cat. Oh my god. Is the cat trying to decide is food or not? Is food? Is food? That's a Scottish fold. That is a Scottish fold. Oh my god. You're cute! Scottish fold. Aww. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pounce. Pounce. The cat's gonna pounce.
Oh my god.
Bonk. Bonk. That was so good. That was so good, chat. You no see the chicken and cat? Wait, the chicken would win? Yeah, I think the cat wanted to, like, pounce, but then it realized that the chicken was not food. I've got to get to bed, chat. It's super late. I need to stop streaming so late. But wait, oh yeah, there's one more thing I have to do. Possibly. Let's see if we're gonna do it tonight. Would have been good to do earlier. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the membership to Stupendous Spiff. Stupendous Spiff, you just got weaseled. Thank you, Morbius. Chat, I was gonna re-watch the JD Vance thing, but I didn't do that. I need to get that out. I don't know. I'm trying to put out a video of, like, debates and stuff. But I am also realizing that I really need to get to bed now. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will probably stream again on Friday. Unless I somehow pop on tomorrow night for a Fallout New Vegas stream. I've got a lot to try to do tomorrow. Thank you to everybody for your support. Thank you to Patreon gang. You helped me keep the lights on. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity, Funky Monkey, Moe No Ape, Just Julie, Jules K, JR. Fancy shouts out to Zerax and Omega Star. And thank you to Throne Gang. You keep the set updated. Thank you to Thumb Gang, right? Getting me to 100 thumbs. I think, did we collect 100 thumbs? We're 4 short. We're 4 short. We're almost at 100 thumbs. What's up, Duck? We are 4 likes short. Can we find 4 people that have not liked the stream yet to hit that like button? I don't know if it's just a superstition, but it feels like to me when we get 100 likes or more, that more people end up seeing the stream after the stream. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's true. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. No. We lost a like? Oh no. Somebody is trolling me. How is that possible? Probably a troll. We're up to 97. We are only 3 short. We are only 3 shy. Isn't that weird that they say shy? Like you're shy of... Like if you don't have $1, you're shy of $1. Shy of 100. You have just under X amount. We're 3 shy. 3 shy. Something like that. Gonna unlike now. That is choosing violence. See that random girl 3PO? That's definitely choosing violence.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
Hey, thank you for the subscription, Jester. You know that we're over 9,000 in chat? We're like well over 9,000. I do need to do some like freaking political content though. I need to be doing that like all the time. So look for that in the near future. But right now I am delirious. I get delirious sometimes. 98 likes. Waiting for the likes to come in so that I may go to bed. And you may go to bed as well. But yeah, good stream. Thank you everybody for being here. This is definitely, I set about the goal of giving a pretty good summary of the Ana Kasparian drama that she's talking about on that new Substack, and I feel like I did a good job. I'm okay with that. It is getting super late, isn't it, Bad Lefty? Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's a good time to hit that like button if you have not already. But then again, maybe there's like a faction of people that they're like, you know, actually, I don't want you. I want you to sit up and talk. So I'm gonna like not hit that like button. Duck meows. Oh my god. I'm gonna eat something, chat. I'm gonna eat like noodles. Whenever I have noodles, like even when I have rice, I always eat the noodles instead. Oh my god, chat. This is like whenever I have noodles in the house, I can't help it. I eat them right up. I know I should spread the noodles out and eat like a noodle here, a noodle there, but I love noodles so much. I can't stop the noodles. Anna's a hater and will always be one. I can't stand Anna. That's true. Anna's a hater and I'm a sleeper and I'm about to fall asleep. I'm gonna fall asleep on stream, waiting for that 100th like to give us the good luck push that we need to get to sleep. Surely someone can save us from this evil fate of dwelling forever in the land of twilight, in between sleeping and waking. In between laughing and crying. Wait, what is 3-dimensional chess? What is 3D chess? tough. I mean, it's really tough to sit here. Here, I'll make it easier. All right. All right. Mysterious Irene. Anna's content has been noticed to cause drowsiness. But you know what's not known to cause drowsiness? Our sponsors. My Patreon. You can go and sign up for it. You get first run content, uncut, uncensored, and long form for supporting me at the tier 1 level. You get a fancy shout out for supporting me at the 2-tier level, and at the 3-tier level, you actually get, like, we're gonna be doing a Discord call every week. I've got 2 fancy weasels right now, so if that's you, we need to set that up coming up soon. So we're gonna. You did receive a membership, and it was Weird Champs. I now have 100 likes. No, it says 99. It says 99. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just like updating or something. Like the nightclub when they turn the lights on for everyone to get out. Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst. I kind of wish they wouldn't do that. I didn't realize how cool and moody it was like this. Is it really? Why can't I only see like 99 likes? I've got 99 likes and a... Do you know what's even worse than that, chat? Is that normally I have like a 97% or higher like likes to dislikes ratio. But this time I've got 96. Wait, a whole bunch of people didn't like my How I Left the Left video. Oh, come on. Did anybody actually get fooled into thinking that I was leaving the left? It's like, obviously, that it's about Chud Logic, who left the left long ago. It does look very cool. And a fish ain't one, yeah. Do we have 100? It says 99 to me. It's very insistent saying 99. People are upset you dared criticize Queen Turf. That's probably true. There probably are some Anna fans out there. I know there was at least one in chat today. Some people appreciate Anna for some interesting reasons. I'll just say that. That's 100. Much love, chat. Good night. I will see you again. Yes, 100. I will see you again, I think on Friday, if I don't see you tomorrow for Fallout. I'll see you again on Friday. Good night, everyone.